Chapter 103 Apex of the Void. Ashlock grumbled to himself, guiding yet another tree through a rift and situating it 1,000 miles north. Here, he was constructing a colossal wall of demonic trees. This wall was to serve as an early warning system against incoming threats, such as another Dow storm, beast tide, or perhaps wandering cultivators like the merchants. Ever since the crack of dawn, Ashlock had tirelessly relocated trees across Darklight City. His quick thinking the previous night had eased the residents' anger toward the demonic trees. Their newfound beauty and the edible mushrooms they bore were a welcome surprise. Most of Darklight City's inhabitants were poor, so a sudden source of free food sprouting in their backyards or atop their houses was appreciated. He had also commanded all the demonic trees through his roots to stop producing digestive fluids and poisonous berries. Despite the residents' newfound acceptance of the trees, those obstructing the roads had to be removed. Transporting ore, food, and people from the mountains and farms through the city to the city's airship station was paramount to the citizens' livelihoods. Over 20 hired Earth Chi affinity cultivators, including Douglas, were hard at work uprooting trees, and he needed to attend to each one. Every tree was precious to him, and he didn't want any of them to perish by being transported via mortal means, so he was happy to handle their transport himself. The only unhappy aspect of the arrangement was his star core. In the morning, it had been as dim as when he'd nearly died, but by mid-morning, it had recovered just enough for him to utilize telekinesis and open rifts. He couldn't keep up this level of usage forever. Ashlock was beginning to comprehend why cultivators chose to avoid conflict, seeking solitude in caves or quiet places for meditation. Not only was it to avoid interruptions like Stella once experienced, but also to accelerate their cultivation by not wasting chi on pointless conflict. To progress to the third stage of the Star Core realm, Ashlock had to accumulate so much chi that his Star Core literally couldn't contain anymore, forcing it to expand. He would never attain that level of Star Core capacity if he continued to deplete his chi on flowers, mushrooms, and levitating trees through rifts. Maybe I should consider hibernating for a few years, Ashlock muttered to himself, meticulously situating the tree he'd moved through the portal a dozen meters from the last one in the tree wall. He was careful to space them adequately to avoid impeding their growth. Despite the current tranquility, Senior Lee's words still resonated in his mind. He possessed something a monarch-level threat desired. His only solace was that his formidable adversary, another tree thousands of miles south, remained unaware of him. Yet cultivation was a process that couldn't be rushed. He didn't want to face a day when an irate world tree sent an army of mighty celestial cultivators after him, forcing him to hasten his cultivation to the monarch realm before he met his end. After carefully positioning the demonic tree amongst its siblings, Ashlock's vision blurred as he covered 1,000 miles in a second, reappearing on the street above Douglas. Do you work with someone called Stella or maybe Diana? Ashlock paused at the sound of a familiar voice from the previous night. Glancing down, he spotted Douglas being approached by Sebastian, who had Riker in his company. And if I do? Douglas retorted, prompting Ashlock to prepare for opening a rift next to Douglas, ready to pull him through with Devourer, revealing information to a potential enemy would undoubtedly breach his oath of loyalty. Well, hypothetically speaking, if you did know them, I was hoping to ask for your opinion about them. We're considering partnering with them for a business venture, but I have some reservations I'd like to address. Sebastian responded courteously, with Riker nodding in agreement. Douglas snorted behind his black mask. Ask such questions, and you may find an 8-legged demon visiting you at night. Sebastian frowned, clearly confused. Ashlock was also a bit baffled by Douglas's answer, as he had half expected the oaf to spill the beans, but he had stayed surprisingly tight-lipped. Douglas turned to leave and perform his duties, but Sebastian chuckled and asked an unusual question. Fellow Taoist, forgive my earlier misguided question. I was hoping you could recommend us a good restaurant around here. This is the industrial sector, Douglas replied. Not much gourmet fare around here for someone like you. I suggest heading deeper into the city center where the wealthy mortals reside. Sebastian shook his head. We're exactly where we want to be. If we plan to conduct business here, we should familiarize ourselves with the locals, wouldn't you agree? Douglas shrugged and sauntered off, leaving behind a final, dismissive remark. I'd rather eat dirt than anything around here. Ashlock would have liked to observe the two silver spires' actions further, but he needed to guide Douglas to the next tree for removal by floating a pebble in front of him. From his vantage point high in the sky, through the eye of the tree god, Ashlock felt like he was playing a game of Pac-Man, guiding Douglas through the winding streets towards each tree obstructing a road. This elevated perspective allowed him to manipulate multiple trees simultaneously with telekinesis and open rifts for them across the city. If one ignored the ancient Chinese-style architecture and replaced the trees with starships, he would be convinced this was a scene out of a sci-fi movie as the floating trees cast looming shadows on the land below before blinking out of existence through rifts. The whole operation was a bit too out in the open for his liking, but if he attempted to move each tree individually, it would take months. The number of trees to be relocated was simply too great, and he didn't want the townsfolk to take up their axes once more and harm his precious children, so he had to do them all at once. Wielding this magnitude of power, something his previous body and smaller star core couldn't manage, Ashlock began to grasp the god aspect in his eye of the tree god skill. It felt as though he was a deity managing some city builder game, yet each decision he made had very tangible consequences on his continued existence. One such repercussion was already making itself known as his gaze drifted over Darklight City Academy. Ashlock tuned into a troubling conversation. An elderly man with pitch-black eyes and hair as if woven from the void itself stood outside the academy's library, scrutinizing a demonic tree. "We must alert the Nitro's family," the man murmured to his nearby assistant, who bore similar void-like characteristics. Startled, the assistant nearly dropped the equipment in her hand, being used to measure some aspect of the tree that Ashlock couldn't discern. "Elder Void Mind, is that truly necessary? It's merely a tree infestation. We shouldn't trouble them with such minor issues." She was cut off and shrunk back as the man shouted at her, "What about this is trivial? Thousands of spirit trees appeared a week ago, bringing the city industry to a halt. That alone I could ignore, but their biology has altered overnight. That's unnatural. There has to be a force controlling these trees, causing them to mutate identically and simultaneously." He plucked a mushroom from the tree, waving it in front of his assistant. "When have you ever seen a demonic tree sprout mushrooms? And just last night, there was an acidic scent from the tree, now completely absent. That is odd." The woman conceded with a weary sigh. "It's not just odd," the man retorted. "What if these mushrooms release toxic spores? Or if all the trees detonate simultaneously? I turned a blind eye before because demonic trees are well documented. Although bothersome in the short term, they can be felled and removed. But if their biology can adapt overnight, they pose a significant threat. They are being dealt with, aren't they?" The woman countered, pointing to the sky as Ashlock moved a demonic tree through a portal a few streets away. The elder tracked the tree's movement through the portal, furrowing his brow before rubbing his eyes. "How is it floating like that?" "Artifacts, I assumed," the woman responded, returning her attention to her apparatus. "I don't see any artifacts on the tree, just an abundance of spatial chi." The man's eyes widened. There shouldn't be a spatial affinity cultivator with enough chi to lift trees and transport them through rifts in the entire Blood Lotus sect. What is happening? Ignoring his assistant's response, the elder sprinted across the manicured garden. Ashlock watched surprised as the old man effortlessly vaulted 3 stories high to land on a nearby rooftop. "So, he's a powerful cultivator and apparently an elder of the Void Mind family. He's undoubtedly a threat," Ashlock muttered, tracing the elder's path as he hopped across the rooftops, clearly making a beeline for the floating tree and the recently opened rift leading to the wilderness. "Damn, I see his aim now." Ashlock attempted to hasten the tree through the rift, but the elder was relentless. His skin became enveloped in black flames that resembled a liquid void, and with a single stride, the air rippled, and he re-emerged from a dark opening atop the trunk. "He's definitely reached the star core realm." Ashlock cursed. The elder was evidently formidable, his aura causing Ashlock's rift to quiver as he passed through. Ashlock was surprised it took this long for a powerful cultivator in the city to get suspicious, with 3 entire families being killed, his ascension to the star core realm practically broadcasting his existence, and the heavens opening up multiple times. Had this man been so engrossed in his library books that he had overlooked the turmoil outside? Whatever the reason, Ashlock was now in trouble. The man was standing upon the tree that had successfully made it through the rift and was now 1,000 miles away in the wilderness. "This is certainly not natural," the Void Mind elder murmured, surveying the extensive line of demonic trees forming a wall. "The deeper I look, the more alarming the anomalies appear. Why didn't anyone bring this to my attention sooner?" The elder stroked his sorry excuse for a beard while contemplating for a moment. Ashlock wasn't sure what to do. If the man truly tried to contact the Nitro's family, he would have no choice but to intervene with lethal force. "Please, don't," Ashlock whispered, but to his dismay, the elder's spatial ring pulsed with energy and a communication jade materialized in his open palm. "Fool, you should have just stayed inside with your books," Ashlock yelled, his trunk splintering open, exposing his demonic eye to the outside world for the first time since his rebirth. A rift materialized and Ashlock glared at the Void Mind Elder through the flickering portal. Ashlock recognized the Void Mind Elder was likely stronger than him, so he opened with his most powerful attack. However, to his surprise, the Void Mind Elder met his gaze with indifference. And through the demonic eye's gaze, Ashlock confirmed a distressing fact by staring into the man's blackened soul. The Void Mind Grand Elder was at the apex of the Star Core realm. The rift trembled, and Ashlock panicked as the Void Mind Elder, enshrouded in wrathful void flames, materialized just a meter away from him. His vacant eyes instilled a deep terror in Ashlock. "So, you're the perpetrator?" The Void Mind Elder scrutinized him, dismissively ignoring his demonic eye as if it were non-existent. Reacting instinctively, Ashlock cast devour black vines erupted from the ground, coiling around the Void Mind Elder, but his liquid void flames effortlessly annihilated them on contact. Ashlock's star core flared, channeling spatial chi down the black vines in a futile effort to shield them from the Elder's flames. Watching his lilac flame-coated vines dismissed with such ease made Ashlock panic as he lacked many other offensive options. "Stay back!" Ashlock cried, expending every ounce of spatial chi he possessed in an assault on the Void Mind Elder. Portals blinked open and closed, chi-infused leaves were ripped off and hurtled towards the man, and the black vines radiated with lilac fire. Yet, everything was reduced to ashes by the void flames. "Interesting," the Void Mind Elder murmured as he extended a void-crafted claw shrouding his hand. "It's been over a millennium since I've encountered something from beyond this realm." His hand effortlessly bypassed Ashlock's spatial chi defenses, shattering them as it penetrated deeper into the open fissure in his trunk. In that moment, as the Elder's void-coated fingers reached to touch his eldritch eye, Ashlock realized he had fucked up. He knew portals were a two-way street, but his recent arrogance had clouded his judgment. Playing God for the past few days had allowed his pride to grow, blinding him to his vulnerabilities. He was a nurturer and provider, as all trees were. Not a conqueror or destroyer. That was why his role was to raise his subordinates and pets to accomplish this. Yet where were his guardians in his time of need? His eldritch eye swiveled slightly to glance past the Void Mind Elder reaching into his trunk, and he caught sight of Stella and Diana, who had been silently cultivating. Everything had transpired so swiftly, but his exploding portals seemed to have roused them from their meditation. The expression on Stella's face was devastating. A mixture of disbelief and sheer terror washed over her as she darted glances between him and the intruder, frozen like a deer in headlights and also by the Elder's wrathful gravity. "H-head librarian," Stella muttered under her breath. The Void Mind Elder either didn't notice the girls or deemed them too insignificant to even harm a single wispy hair on his balding head as he gave a mysterious smile. "This eye will make a fine addition to my collection." Why had he sent Larry away? Why had he asked for a chi-gathering formation rather than a defensive one? Where the hell was Maple, and why had he been such a fool? The void-coated fingers grasped his eye and attempted to pull it out but couldn't. Ashlock then realized that the void flames didn't seem to harm him. Shouldn't he be burning alive right now? As a demi-divine tree destined to grow throughout the 9 realms, you are completely immune to the void. That was a relief, but the sensation of an ancient man stroking his eye made him want to recoil and scream, so instinctively, he snapped his eyelid shut. "Why won't it come out?" The Void Mind Elder blinked as the slit in the tree slammed closed, taking his arm with it. A brief silence ensued as the Elder gazed at the spot where his arm should have been, then back at the now closed trunk. He then smiled eerily and began to laugh maniacally. From his shoulder, void chi began to spew forth, taking the form of a depthless, shadowy arm. It writhed and convulsed as though struggling against the man's control. Ashlock just stared at it in horror through his spiritual sight. What was he supposed to do now? Chapter 104, Abyssal Gaze. Realizing his immunity to void-based attacks, Ashlock found some comfort in knowing he wouldn't be reduced to splinters by the Void Mind Elder's newly formed arm of pure void. But his mind was troubled by concerns for the girl's safety. He wasn't certain if Larry could even stand against a peak star core cultivator, yet he had to try. "Larry, return immediately," he called through the tether. A confirmation pulsed through their connection, but dread still choked him. Would Larry make it back in time? The Void Mind Elder stopped cackling with manic laughter as he seemed to notice Stella and Diana, who were frozen off to the side, their legs trembling under this star core realm gravity. Even Ashlock felt his branches creaking from the pressure, but he was naturally more resistant as a tree also in the star core realm compared to the girls who were fleshy beings in a lower realm. The Void Mind Elder's hollow gaze lingered on the girls, a spark of recognition flickering across his weathered visage. "Ah. Stella, crestfallen, is that truly you?" Head librarian, Stella wheezed as the gravity tightened around her. Please. Spare the tree. A sinister smile spread across the elder's face. Ever since you sought my aid in deciphering those ancient runes, I've wondered who this Ashlock might be. I delved into the archives, spent countless hours in fruitless research, and eventually resigned myself to not knowing. His gaze turned back to Ashlock, scrutinizing. So, this spirit tree is Ashlock, yes. It hardly seems ancient or powerful enough to be from the old era. His voice, eerily detached and calm, heightened Ashlock's unease. What was this man plotting? Under the crushing gravity, Diana was the first to succumb, her knees buckling beneath her. Stella quickly followed suit. Please, head librarian. Stella cried, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded with the ground beneath her. Spare the tree. There must be a way to restore your arm. The void mind elder slowly walked over. Every step he took had the weight of a deity behind it as the formation Stella had carefully created just days ago shattered below his feet. You dared to hoard such a treasure. Do you have any idea how long I've been stuck at the threshold of the nascent soul realm? Centuries. I even lost my position as the Grand Elder of the Void Mind family when my brother surpassed my cultivation by achieving a half-step. He knelt down, gripped Stella's chin with his gnarled hand, and forced her to meet his abyssal gaze. Look at me, child. Do I strike you as someone with the patience to wait for another opportunity? It doesn't matter who discovered or nurtured this spirit tree all this time. His grin was predatory, his words chilling. Even if it takes another century, I will extract that divine eye from the tree and savor its essence. There's nothing you can do about it. In response, Stella sent a golden bolt of lightning through her chin into the elder's hand, causing him to stumble back, his arm spasming. Only I may touch tree. She yelled. Diana gave Stella a peculiar look, to which Stella retorted, obviously not like that. What did you mean then? Diana began, but her words were cut off by the elder's furious outcry, despicable girl. You dare to ambush this old man after I've assisted you. Ashlock had no idea what Stella had insinuated and was even more confused about the man's words. Were all high-rank cultivators so arrogant and delusional? The man did say he was ancient, and his elderly appearance, despite being in such a high realm, suggested he was telling the truth. So his aim is to consume my eye to attain the nascent soul realm? Ashlock's bark shuddered at the thought, and he frantically considered ways to assist Stella. Alas, the elder's strength far outmatched either of the girls, rendering them virtually helpless. His own chi reserves were critically depleted, and he had already failed to make a dent in the elder's defenses. His system was equally worthless in this situation. With only a meager amount of credits saved and an inventory devoid of high-grade items, Ashlock was at a loss. If I could somehow trick him into drinking my cursed sap and transform him into a tree. Or if I could just delay him long enough for Larry to arrive, we might have a chance. Creating a portal to whisk the girls to safety had also crossed his mind, but the elder had already demonstrated his uncanny ability to traverse portals near instantaneously. Furthermore, Ashlock's strength was at its peak when the elder was within proximity of his trunk. Head librarian, don't be rash. Stella said carefully, I have truffles that can improve your spirit root or help you comprehend heaven and overcome your bottleneck. The elder scoffed, dismissing her offer as if it were the most absurd thing he'd ever heard. At least propose something plausible. For centuries, every waking moment of my existence has been dedicated to surmounting my bottleneck. His voice escalated, I've aligned myself with merchant groups, delved into rifts in search of opportunities, mastered alchemy in attempts to concoct medicinal pills, and meditated for decades uninterrupted. His eyes narrowed, and now, obstructing my path to the solution I've been seeking, stands a girl destined to become nothing more than a pill furnace. If you truly possessed such an exceptional cultivation treasure, you would have already consumed it to save yourself from such a miserable fate. What if I've already eaten one of these truffles? Do you take me for an imbecile? The elder roared, do you believe that rare cultivation resources simply sprout from trees? Stella, still pinned to the ground by the elder's formidable gravitational force, grunted as she struggled to raise her head. Please. I'm not attempting to deceive you. What do you stand to lose by allowing us to prove the existence of these truffles? The tree isn't going anywhere, and we pose no threat to you. The elder glanced at his void arm, seemingly struggling to maintain control. Delaying tactics are futile. My only interest lies in the divine eye nestled within the tree. Compared to its potential, your hypothetical truffles are a trifling waste of my time. But, Stella shouted at the ground. The void mind elder just kept walking closer. Even if they existed, you attacked me, the elder grinned. Such an act warrants a punishment far graver than death. A wave of intense murderous intent engulfed the entire mountaintop, prompting Stella and Diana to try summoning swords from their spatial rings as the elder got too close, but the tips of their blades were forced against the floor by the pressure. This was the insurmountable difference between realms that was almost impossible to overcome. What level of power would the man wield if he got through his bottleneck and made it into the nascent soul realm? Ashlock didn't even want to imagine. Don't kill her, Diana shouted. What about the wrath from the patriarch? Her body is reserved for him. She winced at her words as if in disbelief they even came out of her mouth. That old buffoon. The elder sneered, spitting to the side. Once I attain the nascent soul realm, what is there to fear? Moreover, his gaze refocused on Stella, you would make an excellent vessel for my nascent soul. Events unfolded in a swift blur. The elder's pure void arm morphed into a sword of utter darkness. Poised over Stella's head, he ready to execute her. Ashlock's near-depleted star core roared to life with its dying breath. Over 10 portals materialized between the elder and Stella, but the sword cleaved through them easily. Ashlock also sent more black vines coated in spikes with devour at the man, but the void flames enshrouding the man deleted them out of existence before they could even leave a tear in his cloak. A cataclysmic eruption of spatial chi ensued as all 10 portals were annihilated, followed by a piercing scream. Then, a dreadful stillness enveloped Ashlock. He knew his defensive efforts had been futile in shielding Stella, who had been unable to lift her head to see the blade destined to end her life. Oh! The elder's confused voice gave Ashlock a hint of hope, and as the flash of spatial chi faded away, it revealed a defiant paw holding the void blade a few centimeters from Stella's blonde hair. Maple, perched on Stella's head, stood tall with his white fur shimmering radiantly under the noon sun. His mythical golden eyes met the gaze of the Grand Elder. He then twisted his paw and ripped the void blade in two, compelling the void-mind elder to retreat and regain control over the leaking void from his arm. Stella reached up as the immense pressure lessened. Maple, she happily shouted as the squirrel accepted head pats. A wave of relief washed over Ashlock as one of his most powerful allies finally appeared, but he knew he wasn't out of the woods just yet. The elder had suffered some damage from Maple's attack, but through his pact link with Maple, he could tell that blocking the attack had taken a lot out of the squirrel despite his defiant stance. A void creature? The elder asked through clenched teeth. Are you the guardian of this tree? Is that how it has remained unclaimed for so long? The man reached up and stroked his wispy beard while scrutinizing the squirrel. Ah, that explains the fate of the previous families. I assumed internal strife, but they must have discovered the tree and quarreled over it, right? The elder wasn't far from the truth. Ashlock wondered how he would react when he saw Larry, but the spider was still outside his portal range, and Ashlock doubted whether Maple could hold off the elder on his own for much longer. Unexpectedly, a pure silver blade materialized in the elder's hand. It seemed to sear his flesh, causing him to wince as the void flames coating his hand receded. A blade wrought from divine metal, the elder elucidated, wearing a smug smile. Through his pact with Maple, Ashlock felt a wave of fear. Clearly, this sword posed a significant threat. With a void step, the elder virtually teleported across the peak via fractured space and slashed with the divine sword at Stella and Maple. The air shuddered as a shield of void from Maple's paws appeared, but the blade cleaved through it easily. Maple redirected the sword's trajectory with his claws, spraying silver sparks and leaving deep gashes in the side of the blade. With the swing completed, the elder retreated, a deep frown etching his features. Stronger than anticipated, he muttered before launching another assault. This time, Maple's timing was off. Though the blade was still deflected, it took a thin layer of Maple's fur and flesh in the process. Maple nursed his injured paw as black blood trickled down and dripped onto Stella's forehead. She tried to raise her head to look up at Maple, but the pressure from the elder's gravity had increased once more. Maple, are you okay? Panic crept into Stella's voice as she noticed the blood pooling on the stone beneath her. Meanwhile, despite being pinned to the stone by the pressure, Diana had managed to cast her mist technique, slightly dulling the elder's senses and providing Maple with some assistance. Ashlock also kept casting Devour, but the vines were getting thinner and coated in less spatial chi as he tried to save up enough chi to cast a long-range portal to bring Larry here. The spider was far out in the wilderness and would soon reach the wall of trees he had started building, which served as the current limit to his range out into the wilderness. Maple and the elder clashed repeatedly, but it was clear that the elder had a slight upper hand as Maple sustained more and more injuries. Ashlock surmised that if Maple didn't have to shield Stella, he could unleash a full power attack as he had against the Dowstorm. But the risk of injuring Stella or leaving her vulnerable to the Elder's attack rendered him to a defensive stance, doing his best to repel the onslaught. After a while, Ashlock felt a pull on his tether with Larry. His vision shifted from the mountain peak to a distressed Larry stationed near a wall of demonic trees, with Kaida clinging to his back. "Master, I am here." Larry's gruff voice echoed. Using the last drops of spatial chi in his star core, a portal that wobbled at the edges as if unstable manifested, and Larry crawled through without hesitation. The Elder's eyes bulged as he saw the looming shadow of Larry through Diana's haunted mist behind Stella. 8 glowing red eyes glared at him as Larry leapt through the mist and landed between the Elder and Stella. Larry shot forth an ash-coated limb with lightning speed, nothing more than a blur. The Elder hastily raised his heavily damaged divine sword to parry the strike, only to have the blade shatter under the sheer force of the blow, sending him sprawling to the side. Staring at the broken silver hilt in his hand, the Elder cast it aside with a frustrated huff. "Another guardian beast." His voice trembled with rage as he inhaled deeply. "What rotten luck to have salvation so close yet remain just out of my grasp." His entire body flared up with chi, and he muttered, "Reality rent." Reality ripped apart as if the man had peeled back the wallpaper of the world and stepped through the tear. Beyond lay nothing but darkness. Time seemed to distort, his figure elongating infinitely as if teetering on the edge of a black hole. The spectacle was baffling, but one thing was clear: this wasn't an offensive maneuver, it was an escape attempt. If he succeeded, he could inform the Patriarch, gather his allies, and perhaps even the Grand Elder of his family that was supposedly stronger than him. "As you so rightly stated, Stella crestfallen," the Elder's distorted voice echoed across the mountain peak, "the tree cannot run. Neither can you." A voice Ashlock had never heard before made his soul shudder. The day turned to a starless night as if the heavens had turned the lights off. In the distance, he could see the void-mind Elder swimming through the liquid darkness surrounding them. Ashlock found the strange voice's source, expecting to see Stella and Maple. However, only Stella was visible, Maple had vanished. An enormous, pupil-less eye that Ashlock recognized from his unsuccessful S-rank summon from years past loomed over the mountain peak like a small sun. It tracked the fleeing Elder, who glanced over his shoulder, his vacant eyes widening in terror. "A world walker." The eye offered no response to the Elder's question. The world quaked and fractured as if subjected to an immense external force compressing the void. The Elder attempted to resist, but he was overpowered. Moments later, the eye vanished, replaced by the warm sunlight as Ashlock found himself back in the real world. Hovering in the midst of the mountain peak was the Elder, trapped in a bubble of nothingness, struggling against the crushing force yet managing to resist complete obliteration. Maple had returned to his perch atop Stella's head, his golden eyes full of curiosity as they met Ashlock's. The voice from earlier resounded within Ashlock's mind, "I can't hold him for much longer. Open your eye. Your trunk will serve as his prison. You can speak." Ashlock was taken aback. Maple had never communicated with him before. And the eerie eye in the sky. Had that S-rank summoning attempt from years ago not failed, after all? Could Maple be the World Walker? Maple bared his teeth, "Do it now." With no other choice as he saw the bubble begin to crack, Ashlock reluctantly opened his demonic eye and the bubble containing the Elder floated through the gap and settled next to his eye. Then after he closed his trunk, the bubble burst, and a very enraged Elder was unleashed within his body. What the fuck kind of solution was this? Chapter 105, A Moral Dilemma. Elder Void Mind felt his peak stage star core burning in his chest as he desperately resisted the compressive force enveloping him. It was as though he was imprisoned within a collapsing pocket dimension, and the only thing preventing it from imploding into a singularity and obliterating him was the outward pressure exerted by his own star core. His sight and senses were completely eclipsed, his chi was powerless against the crushing force, leaving him isolated in a void that felt so unfamiliar. But then, all of a sudden, the collapsing realm shattered, and the Elder let out a gasp as he was enshrouded by spatial chi. Although it wasn't as dense as his own chi, enabling him to push back in spite of his drained star core, it was still almost suffocating. After shouting some obscenities at his situation before quickly entering a meditative state honed over centuries, reaching out to the ever-present whispers of the void. To his relief, he detected faint traces of void chi emanating from below and rapidly absorbed them. Ashlock gazed down with his demonic eye at the void mind Elder inside him. The sensation was deeply unsettling, given that his entire body had transformed into his soul. Consequently, the Elder was essentially cultivating within his soul. Thank the heavens this bastard isn't a spatial affinity cultivator. Otherwise, he would cultivate me to death. Ashlock shuddered at the thought. But what was he supposed to do now? Fortunately, the elder seemed engrossed in cultivation, allowing Ashlock to switch his focus to the chaotic scene outside his trunk. Stella was frantically circling him while anxiously questioning Maple, the mystical squirrel of dubious origins resting atop her head. What did you do, Maple? What if the elder has an axe and carves his way out? Maple, wounded and exhausted, merely snorted in response. This seemed to be his usual state after performing a major technique, leading Ashlock to speculate suspiciously about the squirrel's true power level. It was as if he were a super powerful being trapped in a weak body that couldn't handle much of his true power. Ashlock felt like squinting suspiciously at the squirrel. Now that he thought about it, there had been too many occasions where Maple's true strength had come into question, the last big one being the attack he had unleashed on the Dow Storm. Even after what he had seen mere moments ago, Ashlock still found it hard to believe Maple could be that world walker he had tried to summon years ago, as the system had claimed the summon failed. But the giant eldritch monster had shifted out of view at the last second, and then Maple appeared asking for a pact. There was no way they were the same monster, right? Maple, are you a world walker? Ashlock queried through their mental link. The squirrel merely glanced at him before closing his eye, falling back into slumber. I know you can speak now, stop pretending. Alas, the squirrel remained as elusive as ever. Meanwhile, Diana cast a worried glance at Ashlock's trunk. Eventually, she voiced her concern. Even if Ashlock is capable of confining the Void Mind Elder, how do we justify the head librarian's sudden disappearance from the academy to the city? Stella halted, furrowing her brow. Why would we need to explain anything? How could they possibly suspect us? Diana gestured towards Ashlock. Even I can detect the void chi radiating from within the tree. The spatial chi does partially obscure it, but those attuned to the void can sense it from a great distance. Stella mused, her gaze drifting to the damaged runic formation beneath her. Could we construct a chi containment array? Diana glanced around. I suspect you would have to completely redesign and replace the chi gathering formation we are currently using, and even if we had the spirit stones on hand to do such a thing, would Ashlock appreciate it? His cultivation will completely stall, and he will be unable to replace the chi he has been using over the last few days. That was terrible news, as who knew how long the Void Mind family would continue to snoop around looking for their elder. Furthermore, Ashlock's soul core was nearly completely depleted. Just a thin layer of spatial chi left on the inside of his trunk maintained his normal operations. If that was the volume of chi he was stuck with until the Void Mind family gave up their search, he would be in big trouble. Also, there is a lot of void chi floating around here after the fight. Diana added, if we were to build a containment array, then that void chi would never leave, and if the Void Mind family ever came here, they would catch on straight away. Prompted by this, Ashlock felt compelled to inquire, how formidable is the Void Mind family? Stella relayed the query, and Diana responded, considering Stella's lack of insight into Blood Lotus sect politics. They rank among the top 3 in the sect in terms of high cultivation individuals, albeit they remain a minor family overall. Diana then gazed at the horizon beyond Darklight City. They govern the city of Slimer and maintain strong ties with the merchants. So incredibly dangerous, then. The Void Mind Elder inside his trunk was already in the 9th stage of the Star Core realm, and his brother was supposedly a half-step into the nascent Soul realm. Ashlock's gaze fell upon Maple, the slumbering squirrel perched atop Stella's head. Without question, the squirrel was the most powerful among them. However, could he withstand 2 individuals of the Elder's caliber if they arrived? Unfortunately, Maple's lack of transparency about his true power made it hard to plan a defense around him. Stella added, the Void Mind family also intends to attend the alchemy tournament. This reminded Ashlock of another Void Mind individual he had encountered in Darklight City. The assistant who had been studying the demonic tree and had witnessed the Elder's hasty departure through the portal. Shit. Ashlock cursed, shit. What should I do? She's the only loose end that could connect the Elder's disappearance to the demonic trees. The fact Darklight City was so overrun with demonic trees and how they floated through portals was suspicious enough and already drew far too much attention. However, someone knowing with certainty that these trees were linked to Elder Void Mind's disappearance was a problem. Ashlock hastily wrote, a woman from the Void Mind family witnessed the Elder enter one of my rifts at the academy. What should we do? As usual, Stella read it out loud. And while Diana mulled over his question, Stella answered, we should kill her, obviously. Huh? Diana seemed taken aback. Why is that the obvious solution? Stella tilted her head as if looking at a fool, because anything that threatens Tree should be eliminated? So you would exterminate an entire sect to ensure Tree's safety? You must realize that virtually everyone would attempt to control him if given the chance. Stella nodded with a smile. I don't care. I would kill anyone that may harm him. Although Ashlock appreciated the kindness behind Stella's intentions, he wasn't certain that was a good way to go about things. He had no problems with killing anyone standing in front of him, waving a sword around, and threatening him, but preemptively dispatching assassins based on mere speculation seemed extreme and likely to complicate matters. But then there was the flip side of how brutal this world was and how important it was for him to protect those around him. Unable to decide, he left Stella and Diana to argue it out. Well, I disagree. Diana crossed her arms. I was born into a lineage of assassins. So if Ashlock ordered me to go and kill someone, I would without question. But since he asked for our opinion here, I think killing this woman is a mistake. But you killed that Venick person just because they knew of Douglas and his sudden increase in wealth? Stella retorted, aren't you being a hypocrite right now? Diana exhaled a weary sigh. That's part of why I'm even suggesting this. Do you know how hard it was to stare that young girl in the eyes who believed she had a chance at living a normal life in the future and brutally snapping her neck? If I hadn't been overly paranoid and hunted that man down, I never would have had to experience that. How was that paranoid? Venick was a threat, Stella said. All Venick knew was that Douglas had gotten a lot of wealth from somewhere. He was a weak-wind affinity cultivator who'd escaped his family and ran a brothel. What threat did he pose? How could he even locate Douglas and steal his wealth? The absolute worst case would be if the man somehow got a bigger force involved, but who would listen to the words of a lowly man running a brothel? Seeing Stella bite her bottom lip, Diana continued, let me give you another example that might help you understand my point. My father wanted to kill you. I was even ordered by him to come here and kill you. If Ashlock had been in the equation back then, you would have sent Larry or Maple to eliminate me, right? Seeing Stella frown, Diana offered a weary smile, although on the outside, I agreed to my father's request and even came over here. I never actually intended to kill you. Diana sighed. What I am trying to say is that blindly killing anyone who shows the slightest threat is a slippery slope to go down. Where do you draw the line? Diana glanced at Ashlock. If Ashlock gained mind-reading powers, should he exterminate anyone with a single negative thought about him? What about when I lost control over my actions due to my heart demons? If I had been Douglas or one of the Red Claws and tried to chop down Ashlock while in that state with an axe, should I have been killed? Ashlock listened to Diana's lecture, and he had to agree. Given the emotional numbness induced by his new biology, it was crucial to establish boundaries to prevent becoming a murderous tyrant. Legitimate threats warranted elimination, but an innocent bystander? Perhaps not. But she witnessed the elder enter the rift. Stella objected. If this woman associates the rift with Ashlock upon seeing one of us emerge from a rift in the city and communicates this to her family, we could all die. Diana nodded, that is indeed a possible outcome, and I agree. If she tried contacting her family, we should imprison or kill her. Stella seemed at a loss, so why not just kill her from the start rather than risk? Diana raised a hand, silencing Stella. How do you know she was the sole witness to the elder's escape through the portal? I presume this occurred near the academy, given that the old man rarely strays from the library, right? Ashlock flashed a leaf in agreement. He could already see where she was going with this. There are hundreds of cultivators from various families residing at the academy. Even though most students in Darklight City are discarded heirs or low-talent members of branch families, they possess eyes and may have witnessed the elder's hasty entrance into the rift. If the Voidmind family were to question any of these people, they could get the same information that woman supposedly has. Stella frowned deeply, her mind likely racing with thoughts. People gossip, and news spreads. No matter our efforts, rumors about the strange events occurring here will inevitably reach the other families, Diana continued. What would truly arouse suspicion, however, is if members of the Voidmind family suddenly fell prey to assassinations. Not to mention the risk of an assassination attempt failing, potentially providing them with even more information about us. I just don't like it. Stella grumbled, it doesn't sit right with me to leave someone like that alive. If she is the reason Tree perishes, I will haunt you as a ghost. Diana chuckled. Alright, how about this? We keep an eye on this woman, and if she connects the dots, we take swift action. Does that sound reasonable? Both perspectives were valid. Stella's approach may lean toward paranoia and extremity, but Diana's solution bore its own risks. The Void Mind family specialized in Void Chi, notorious for eradicating things from existence, making the woman's imprisonment challenging. And there was no way he planned to cram all the Void Mind family members inside his trunk. Another issue loomed: who would be tasked with surveilling the assistant? He certainly didn't want to spend his day observing her, and his eye of the tree god couldn't penetrate the academy walls. Larry, Ashlock spoke through the tether to his pet. Yes, master. Larry replied gruffly. Can you control those tiny ash spiders that spew from your mouth from a considerable distance? Diana and Stella turned curiously toward the colossal spider engaged in a one-sided conversation with Ashlock. Larry thought momentarily before replying, some distance, perhaps up to Darklight City at most. I see. Ashlock mused. Could you employ them to spy on someone? Larry shook his enormous head. They lack intelligence. Despite their connection to you, I can summon them from other realms for assistance, but they remain infantile ash spiders, Larry replied. Their knowledge extends only to killing. I sincerely apologize for my species' intellectual shortcomings. What are they discussing? Diana whispered to Stella. Stella grumbled, it seems Tree agrees with your suggestion to monitor the woman. That's a relief. Diana smiled. You should try to curb your paranoid bloodlust a little, Stella. Water began to surround Diana's hand, and she reached up to her head. Hey, what are you doing? You have some maple blood in your hair. Diana grabbed a few strands of Stella's long, flowing blonde hair stuck together with black blood. Stella looked up as Diana calmly cleansed the blood with water conjured from the humid air, an action that seemed to dissipate Stella's anxiety. I'll handle this situation, all right. You said you trusted me. Were those just empty words? Diana said with a whisper. Stella huffed, blowing the hair strands out of her face. Fine. With Stella's permission, Diana lowered her hands and stepped before Ashlock. Patriarch, may I handle this? After deep consideration, Ashlock assessed the situation as a relatively low risk that would take some time to escalate. The Elder had gone through the portal merely half an hour ago. It would take the assistant several hours, if not days, to begin to worry, and he faced larger, more immediate concerns, like the Elder within his trunk who had just opened his eyes. Flashing his leaf to show his agreement, he switched his view to his demonic eye and glared down at the Elder, who was looking straight up at him while engulfed in void flames. Time passed, and the Elder finally opened his eyes with a sigh of relief. His star core's capacity was above its critical minimum, allowing it to generate enough void chi passively to resist the spatial chi of his new environment. For now, he was safe. Yet a deep frown mirrored his chaotic thoughts. How had he survived an attack from a worldwalker? They were demigod beings that wandered the void and stopped void cultivators from freely traversing between the 9 realms. Could it be realm suppression? The Elder mused aloud. He had encountered references to it in the archives, explaining why those from higher realms rarely descended to lower ones. The lower realm would stifle their cultivation, and they would struggle to replenish lost chi. Shaking his head, he resolved that the wisest course of action was to secure his immediate surroundings before formulating a strategy for the Worldwalker. Where in the 9 realms am I? Below him was sheer darkness, while around him cascaded waterfalls of spatial chi, some flowing downwards, others rising. When he dared to look up, he saw an eye that made his skin crawl. Am I inside that spirit tree? Yes. An indescribable voice resonated, causing his entire body to quiver. It wasn't a word he directly comprehended. Instead, he sensed pure intent behind it. Soul speech, he concluded, one of the rarest forms of communication. The Elder swallowed hard, attempting to suppress his excitement. He had just heard the utterance of a divine being trapped within a tree. And its eye was directly above him. Ripe for the taking. Chapter 106, Given a difficult choice. Despite the spirit tree's assertions that he was inside its body, the Elder found himself doubting the claim. The environment around him was immense, as if he'd been reduced to an ant size, and the divine eye overhead appeared to belong to a godlike entity, observing its creation. His only explanation for this surreal reality was the spatial chi pervading the area, known to alter the dimensions of spaces. For instance, spatial rings used stored spatial chi to create a tiny pocket dimension far exceeding the ring's physical size. Although bewildered by his surroundings, the Elder was certain of one thing: the whispers of the void he had absorbed to restore his cultivation were fading while the spatial chi around him was accumulating. Over time, despite the spatial chi being less potent than his void chi, it would overwhelm him. So the answer to his predicament was simple: aim for the divine eye glaring him down from overhead. But how? He was suspended in this vast space like a speck of dust, and the eye seemed so far away, like a distant star. I should have something in my spatial ring for an occasion such as this, the elder mused. After living and surviving for so long, he had amassed numerous life-saving artifacts for various predicaments. It had been so long since he started collecting these items, and since he last found himself in such dire straits, he had forgotten what he'd stored. Feeling the eye's intense gaze on his back that made his skin crawl, he tried to activate his spatial ring, but nothing happened. What? Panic set in as he shoved more chi into the spatial rings that had been on his fingers for centuries, yet in his greatest time of need, they remained dormant, as if they were just glorified lumps of metal and nothing more. Those rings use spatial chi. The elder paled at the mocking voice. He studied the cold metal encircling his gnarled fingers, frowning deeply. They did indeed harness spatial chi, so in a place saturated with such chi, he may be cut off. Then he noticed a crack in one ring, followed by a lilac stream spilling out. Within the stream, he saw miniaturized versions of all his hoarded treasures. No. His panic heightened as another ring cracked, then another. No, no, no. He watched in horror as 12 lilac streams filled with his collected items flowed away from him, spiraling past the divine eye. I knew wasting points on items was a terrible idea when I can just rob idiots for them. The voice was distant, as if it were talking to itself. The elder struggled to discern the intent behind the soul words, but he felt insulted. With his face burning red from a mixture of anger and embarrassment, he shouted up at the eye that seemed to be looking at the items swirling around it with glee. You thieving scoundrel, return those or face the wrath of the Void Mind family. The eye glanced back at him, and he felt an ungodly pressure descend on him. You should worry about yourself first. The elder's eye twitched, and he clenched his fist. No one had dared to speak to him this way in over 300 years. Drawing void chi from his core, he directed it toward his missing arm, forming a javelin of pure void. Aiming was unnecessary, given the eye's colossal size that took up much of the space. Grinning, he hurled the void javelin upwards into the vast expanse. The axe sent him floating backward for a while. He watched as the eye lazily observed the incoming attack with apparent indifference. Foolish, the elder gloated as the javelin struck the eye. Void chi penetrates all defenses. Suddenly, the javelin evaporated as if it had hit an invisible wall, leaving the eye unscathed. The eye then turned to him. Your attacks are powerless against me. Impossible. The elder bellowed. He was well aware of Void Ki's capabilities, and in his centuries-long life, he had never witnessed anything blocking Void Chi. Such a feat was only conceivable if the entity in question was divine. He had suspected he was contending with a divine being due to the soul speaking, a communication method known only to be used by heaven, but confirming the presence of an actual divine being was another matter entirely. The elder felt his entire body lust for power. He may be in a precarious circumstance, but this was likely the greatest opportunity any cultivator had ever encountered. He would be set for life if he could slit that eye open and cultivate within its divinity. Nascent Soul Realm would be a breeze, and Monarch Realm would be a mere stop-off point. He would soar to the greatest heights and then Void walk to the higher realms. Elder Void Mind, would you be open to sharing some knowledge with me? The voice interrupted his thoughts. Knowledge. What information could he hold that a divine entity didn't already possess? Was this a ploy to let his guard down? Had his attack inflicted damage and the divine being was buying time to recover? Regardless, he was running out of time. Spatial chi was gushing into this vast space at an alarming rate, and he could no longer sense the whispers of the void. TSK. Stop playing with me. The elder cursed. If long-range void attacks didn't work, he would carve a hole in the eye with his bare hands. Gathering chi in his hand, he aimed them behind himself and felt his star core burn in his chest as he propelled himself forward with void flames. The eye overhead appeared to be amused by his attempts. Time passed, and the elder's patience wore thin. No matter how hard he tried, he seemed to make no progress, the eye maintaining a constant distance. Why not tell me about your life experiences while slowly depleting your chi? The voice proposed, prompting the elder to halt his efforts and remain floating in the seemingly infinite space. Why can't I get closer to you? Frustrated and feeling toyed with, the elder questioned the space's peculiar nature. Even before the eye responded, he observed the spatial chi waterfalls flowing in two directions and had a sudden realization. You're manipulating the dimensions of this space, aren't you? What I do is of no matter, the eye responded dismissively. You'll soon be dead. Gritting his teeth, the elder swallowed his pride and asked through clenched teeth, "If I answer your questions, will you let me go?" Freedom? After attacking Stella? The elder winced as he saw the waterfalls of spatial chi collapse toward him like waves the size of stars. He braced hard as the wave smashed into him, and he felt his star core almost bottom out with chi as it rushed to defend him. "You will never be free." As the wave passed, he gasped for breath as if winded. "But I might propose a deal," the voice offered, reviving a spark of hope within the elder. "What is this deal?" "I'll allow you to consume some of my divine sap," the eye laughed mockingly, "though I doubt it'll be of much help to you." The elder didn't know what it meant by that, but even if all he could do was extract some chi from the sap, he felt it was worth a shot. The life-saving artifacts he'd been wearing earlier had shattered while defending against the Worldwalker's deadly attack. With his spatial rings, filled with life-saving items, now broken and his access to void chi cut off, he was truly running out of time. "Fine. Deal," the elder said, trying to regain his composure. "What knowledge are you seeking? How are you able to communicate with me?" The elder stroked his chin, perplexed. Was this a test of some kind, or was he overthinking things? How could a divine being using such an advanced type of communication not know what they were doing? "You're communicating with me through your soul," the elder responded cautiously. "I can sense the intent behind your words." After a lengthy pause, the voice asked, "Is that because you are within my soul, or is it due to a particular technique you've mastered?" Looking around in confusion, the elder replied, "I thought I was inside your trunk. How can this be your soul?" Even with spatial chi manipulation, he was skeptical that he could be shrunk to the size of a star core, unless the spirit tree's star core was large enough to accommodate a person. Chilled by the thought of his predicament, he quickly clarified, "If we are indeed within your soul, that would explain it. I don't know any specialized soul communication techniques." The eye averted its gaze, and the elder could faintly hear distant mumblings. "If Stella were to enter my soul, could we converse?" After a while passed and the elder grew impatient as he looked down and saw a lake of spatial chi rising, he asked, "Anything else?" The eye swiveled down to glare at him. "What do you know about alchemy?" "Nearly everything. I am a master alchemist," the elder replied. "If you're asking me to relay all my knowledge, there isn't enough time. Can you transfer your knowledge to me?" The elder shook his head. "That's impossible." In truth, it wasn't. He simply chose not to. Fine, just tell me the basics." The elder frowned but complied nonetheless. "Alchemy is the art of creating pills and elixirs from ingredients with traces of chi. These ingredients must be purified and refined by the alchemist before combining them in exact proportions. The alchemist must then burn the ingredients with their soul flame in a specially designed cauldron." Seeing the eye remain silent, he cautiously continued, uncertain if he was explaining something overly simplistic. "The process tests a cultivator's patience, precision, and understanding of the world's natural rhythms. The cultivator must comprehend the nature of each ingredient and how they interact to produce the desired outcome." "Interesting," the voice said. "And is it true that not every affinity is capable of alchemy?" The elder nodded. "That's correct. Affinities without a soul flame find it difficult to perform alchemy. For instance, the Silver Spire family in the sect, with their metal affinity, cannot perform alchemy." There was a long silence as the eye seemed to get distracted by something else. Was it deliberately prolonging the conversation, or was it easily distracted? "Hello?" the elder asked, "Are you still there?" "Yes, I'm here. Do you have any other questions?" The elder felt lost. "What are the strengths of void affinity?" the eye asked. "Destruction and travel," the elder replied cautiously, wary of revealing too much about his affinity. "Void chi violently reacts with all other types of chi, giving us the ability to overcome those stronger than us. As for travel, we can journey through the void, much like those with a spatial affinity." The elder glanced around with fear as he saw the spatial chi fill up the space. The divine being had already proved he could crush him with a wave of spatial chi at any time, and he didn't know how much longer his star core could hold out with only its passive generation protecting him. "I see. Well, you've answered my questions, so I will reward you." A wave of relief washed over the elder, but he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This all seemed too easy. What was this divine being scheming? A solitary drop of black liquid fell gracefully from above, passing the eye and floating before him. He tried to probe it with his spiritual sense but couldn't determine its true nature. It resembled blood, yet it was viscous and so black it appeared almost like the void itself. It was so obviously a trap of some kind, but did he even have a choice? Maybe the divine being was clueless about how close he was to reaching the nascent soul realm. Perhaps I can consume this, break through to the next realm and bypass the toxins or whatever is present in this blood by forming an infant soul and escaping. He knew it was a long shot, but what other option did he have? Reaching out, the elder cupped the viscous blood in his hands. It wiggled around as if alive and made him shudder, but without another regret, he consumed it. A moment passed and nothing happened. I've always wanted to watch a man transform into a tree, the eye's laughter echoed throughout the space. The elder recalled the recent demonic tree infestation in Darklight City. His eyes widened as he put the pieces together. Hurriedly examining his body, he saw the blood droplet morph into a black seed that took root in his star core. I wonder what type of tree you'll become. Perhaps a void tree. The eye joked, and the elder gritted his teeth. Ashlock watched with interest as the elder consumed his cursed sap. It was now dusk outside his trunk, and the feeling of having someone inside his soul drove him nuts. It felt like having a fly buzzing around inside one's empty stomach. He could have tortured the man for more information, but a few questions answered and several items obtained seemed sufficient, and he just wanted this headache of a person gone. More importantly, he wanted to witness what happened when a person transformed into a tree. As it turned out, the process was slow. Over an hour passed, and Ashlock watched as the man meditated desperately, breathing heavily, clearly trying to fight something within. Eventually, the elder abandoned meditation, probably due to the lack of void chi in the environment, and resorted to pleading. Please, great divine being, I will be your eternal servant. I can even make an oath of loyalty. Ashlock dismissed him. He had no use for a servant, and he suspected oaths were far from foolproof. Also, he would have to let the man out of his soul first for him to say the oath, which was a terrible risk. Seeing the effects of his cursed sap was far more interesting. Just perish for me, Ashlock said indifferently to the elder. The tormented elder began to laugh manically, and after a while, he grinned. Good, good. You dare to treat me like this. Ashlock observed roots sprouting from the corner of the elder's mouth and the man's body convulsing. It seemed his star core had lost the battle against the cursed blood. But then something else began to occur, a scene Ashlock was familiar with. Liquid void chi flowed from the elder's eyes and mouth as he continued to laugh, indicating he was going supernova. Ashlock watched with sleep tugging at his consciousness. The sun had set, but the restless sensation caused by the elder's presence in his soul had kept him awake, denying him much-needed sleep. He wasn't concerned about the elder going supernova, as the void chi couldn't harm him. I will see you in hell. The elder screamed in his final moments, his body expanding until it erupted outward. Ashlock's entire trunk groaned and shook, and the mountain trembled. Ashlock blinked as he saw the void chi had eradicated much of his spatial chi, which he had been amassing throughout the day. Now his star core was brimming with void chi. The elder was dead. A ninth-stage star core cultivator with centuries of experience. It was almost harrowing how easy it had felt toying with his life. I guess that's the power of locking someone within your soul, a place you have absolute control. Warning, foreign chi detected. High risk of soul corruption. Ashlock looked at the messages and began to panic despite his exhaustion. He knew his body could survive near annihilation and regenerate within days, but to this day, he hadn't found a way to repair soul damage. Generating solutions. Convert foreign chi into spatial chi. Merge void chi with a system skill to upgrade it. Dispel void chi into the nearby atmosphere. Huh? Ashlock read the options again and couldn't believe it. The first and last ones were ignored as he could generate spatial chi himself, and dispelling void chi into the area around him was just stupid. But to merge the void chi with one of his system skills? Without hesitation, he selected the option, and his skill list appeared. Demonic Demi-Divine Tree, age, 9. Star Core, 2nd stage. Soul type, Amethyst, spatial. Mutations. Demonic IB. Blood Sap C. Summons. Ashen King, Lyria. Infant Grass Snake, Kaida F. Skills. Mystic Realm S locked until day 3515. Eye of the Tree God A. Deep Roots A. Magic Mushroom Production A. Lightning Chi Barrier A. Chi Fruit Production A. Blooming Root Flower Production B. Language of the World B. Root Puppet B. Fire Chi Protection B. Transpiration of Heaven and Chaos B. Devour C. Hibernate C. Basic Poison Resistance F. Wait. I can select which skill I want to upgrade? Ashlock was dumbfounded. His system had always been purely random concerning his skills, giving him little control over his progression. But now he could choose which one to upgrade. The question was, which skill would work the best when merged with the void affinity? Chapter 107, A Consuming Abyss. Despite Ashlock's exhaustion, shrouded by the surrounding cold darkness of night, he refused to squander this rare opportunity. Cultivation had always been his area of control, where he got to learn and practice his own techniques independently of the system, except for it randomly deciding his spatial affinity. For the rest of his life on this planet as a tree, he had been prepared to coexist with the system, focusing on his cultivation while hoping it would occasionally provide him with useful skills. But now, he was granted a choice. Select the skill you wish to merge with the void chi. Ashlock scanned the list that had materialized before him. Predictably, his mutation and summon sections were grayed out on the screen and unselectable since they were not skills. Shame. It might have been cool to give Kaida the void affinity, but forcing a specific affinity on an F-grade snake seems like a bad idea. Evolution will take care of him and make him strong in the future, so it would be a waste to merge the void chi with him anyways. Kaida aside, Ashlock would have liked to merge the void with his demonic eye or blood sap, as those sounded useful. Since, unlike skills, mutations were ever present as they were literally part of his body, so even when the system was offline, they were fully usable. Alright, if I'm to choose a single skill, let's see. There are two factors in this upgrade I need to consider: the skill's current grade and the outcome of adding void affinity. Firstly, Ashlock disregarded the production skills. He wasn't certain about the effects of adding void affinity to them, and he certainly didn't want his fruits, mushrooms, or flowers to transform into odd void variants, as that would diminish the appeal of his versatile production skills. Having mentally dismissed his production skills, he then evaluated his protection skills, such as lightning chi barrier and fire chi protection B. Defensive skills weren't what he sought currently, even though enhancing his A-grade lightning barrier could result in an S-rank barrier skill post upgrade that would be hard to penetrate for anyone out here in the wilderness. So why dismiss defense despite its potential advantages? After witnessing how effortlessly the elder within his soul was eliminated despite numerous defensive artifacts, Ashlock deduced that if ever cornered, he'd rather neutralize his enemies than merely ward them off. Also, he was a tree. He couldn't run away. So the best defense was a good offense, especially in a world where if one of his foes escaped, they could inform someone stronger and come back to kill him. Having ruled out his production and defensive skills, he was left to choose between his utility and offensive skills. The system prompt implies that the chosen skill will upgrade a rank. I wonder if I can survive if I choose Mystic Realm S, as it would ascend to an SS rank skill, Ashlock pondered. It was a fun thought to have an SS rank skill, and it did have a lot of capabilities for training his allies. This was an important point because Senior Lee had advised him to focus on training those around him to be as strong as possible to help make up for his weaknesses. But could Stella or Diana even survive in an SS rank realm? And avoid affinity 1 at that? There was a fine line between helping his sect members and accidentally killing them. I think upgrading my Mystic Realm is a bad idea. Let's see what other utility skills I have. He scrutinized each of them one by one. Eye of the Tree God could be a solid contender. It would upgrade to S rank, and although it achieves neither of the advantages of Void Chi that the Void Mind Elder listed, if it could let me see through walls or even peer into the void, it could have untold potential. Ashlock frowned as he realized his lack of information for such a crucial decision. Noting Eye of the Tree God as a good option, he moved on to the next A-grade utility skill, Deep Roots. Another good option with untapped potential. Just the Void Chi alone would allow me to spread out my roots much faster, as the Void Chi should help with tunneling, and if I ever turn my roots into tunnels, the Void Chi could help protect them from being destroyed or broken into. A headache began to brew as Ashlock struggled with this tough decision, the fatigue from the sunlight deprivation only adding to his discomfort. Elevating Deep Roots to an S rank might even allow me to tunnel into the underworld. If that were possible, Deep Roots might overshadow Eye of the Tree God, but it was difficult to discern. Scanning the skill list, he managed to eliminate Hibernate as it was just a C-grade skill, and he couldn't see how Void Affinity could improve it much. What about my cultivation technique, Transpiration of Heaven and Chaos B? Ashlock pondered. Promoting his cultivation technique to A-grade seemed like a universally beneficial idea, but how would the Void Chi contribute? Would he end up mastering dual affinities of Spatial and Void Chi? Or could he convert Void Chi from below into Spatial Chi? System, can you really not tell me what the result of the merge with Void Chi will cause for each skill? Ashlock begged the system only to receive a flash of the skill list in response, pressuring him to decide. Becoming a dual affinity would be amazing, but the risk is too substantial. It would be a colossal waste if I failed to attain dual affinity. Ashlock sighed. He was a gambling man, but this was too much pressure and unknowns. His current cultivation speed was sufficient thanks to the runic formations and his offspring surrounding him. Hence, upgrading his cultivation technique seemed excessive, minus the potential dual affinity idea. Besides, given the presence of his sect members, the necessity to diversify his chi was also not a pressing matter. With that one put to the side, his eyes were drawn to a potentially interesting option. Language of the world. Be upgrading it to A- grade could allow him to talk freely with those around him via telepathy or let him learn local languages super fast. Communication had always been a limiting factor for him, but how would combining it with Void Chi help? Would it let him talk to void monsters or something? It was all speculation. And he felt like he was grasping at straws with his guesses. My level of communication abilities is tolerable for now, especially once the Redclaw elders learn the ancient language so I can communicate with them directly. Ashlock sighed as he added language of the world to his ignore pile. Ashlock looked at his root puppet bee skill and felt like sighing again. This skill had a lot of potential, and he should probably test it now as he'd fully merged with his tree body to see if it was easier to use. Maybe now he could keep control of a corpse for a lot longer. Alas, the requirement for a corpse to be always available made the skill cumbersome to use, so it was also discarded. Finally, Ashlock came to the last skill for consideration, his lone direct attack skill, Devour C. In his view, this skill stood to gain the most from merging with Void Chi. However, the bothersome aspect was its current C grade, making the rare opportunity of upgrading it to a B grade feel somewhat wasteful. It's intriguing that the system has been stingy with direct attack skills. After a decade of drawing skills, I only have one attack skill, which is the one I started with, alongside basic spirit sight and basic meditation. While those F grade skills have since been upgraded by the system to A and B grades respectively, Devour has remained stagnant at C grade all this while. Ashlock was beginning to realize something. The system focuses on giving skills that help me nurture others. Meanwhile, my cultivation depends entirely on how I want to use it. Recalling the dreams of how the past world trees had perished, he remembered their tendency to provide to the cultivators and cycle the chi throughout the 9 realms rather than lash out and kill those that harmed it. Could this be a world tree system? Is it trying to guide me down a particular path? The only contradictory aspect to this theory was his mutations, like his cursed blood sap that turned people into trees and his demonic eye, which incited fear and prompted others to flee. However, the system does label them as mutations. An intriguing choice of terminology. Ashlock pondered. After a while, Ashlock narrowed it down to deep roots or devour, and after grumbling for a bit, he decided on devour for the simple fact that his system seemed averse to upgrading or providing a single attack skill. In time, he was sure his other skills would either upgrade through draws or he would find cultivation techniques capable of replicating their effects. Whereas he was suspicious if he would ever get another system-granted attack skill, especially one with Void Chi. It had been a hard choice, but in his mind, nothing seemed as valuable as Devour in his current predicament. It would grant him a strong attack skill that he could use immediately without training, unlike a cultivation technique. It also harnessed a different chi type than his spatial techniques, which would give him a fighting chance if he confronted someone who could counter spatial chi with their affinity or a monster like Bob immune to cultivators with a single type of affinity. Phew. Ashlock exhaled a nervous breath within his soul as he deliberated over the Devour skill. Choose system skill, Devour. Mentally agreeing with the prompt, it flashed with golden light and vanished. His skill list also disappeared, and Ashlock felt the void corruption that tainted his soul begin to gather into a ball due to a mystical force. Skill upgrading. 1%. Ashlock sighed, the tension of choosing a skill remaining unresolved. He had wished for an immediate outcome, but as always, the system was notoriously slow. I sincerely hope I've made the correct choice, Ashlock groaned. His mind succumbing to exhaustion. I suppose I'll find out in the morning. Basking in the warmth of the sun on his leaves, Ashlock gradually awakened. Tree. Below his shade, Stella voiced her concern. Are you alright? The whole mountain was shaking last night. Did the elder try to escape? Ashlock groaned, channeling his lilac chi to write on his trunk. The elder went supernova last night. Everything is under control. As Stella deciphered the words, she cycled through stages of disbelief. You're fine? But how? Is the elder gone? What? She circled his trunk, seemingly searching for a sizable gaping hole. Ashlock was about to address Stella's queries, but a sudden system notification snapped him out of his daze. Void Chi corruption eradicated. Skill upgrade successful. Upgraded Devour C- consuming Abyss B. Details regarding the skill filled Ashlock's mind, and he concluded that he had indeed made the right decision. He could still utilize Devour as he always had, though with certain enhancements. For instance, the black vines now boasted a substantial spike at their ends that could impale and drag victims backward. Also, the vines moved with astounding speed and could hit moving targets. Furthermore, he could now individually control the black vines instead of merely specifying a target and leaving the rest to the system. Thus, he had complete control over the skill. He could even retract the vines to avoid consuming someone or use them defensively to shield Stella. With these modifications, Ashlock presumed this would be the outcome had the system ever upgraded his Devour skill to be great. However, the integration of Void Chi truly set the skill apart. He could toggle the skill to utilize Void Chi, which replaced the black vines with obsidian tendrils of void that moved at an incredible speed and were undefendable. An opponent's only options were to escape his range, the area around his trunk, or be a divine entity immune to Void Chi. However, there was a slight catch that Ashlock didn't appreciate at all. I must expend a sacrificial credit for every minute I wish to operate the skill using Void Chi, Ashlock grumbled. In retrospect, it was reasonable. He was a spatial chi cultivator and his star core was designed to process and handle spatial chi, not void chi. Cultivation and any chi-related matters were generally his responsibility, not the system's. If he desired the system to perform a chi-related task, there was a fee, in this case sacrificial credits. Interestingly, his daily credits couldn't be used for payment. Did the system perceive them as different? Would more functions appear that only accepted daily credits as payment in the future? Moreover, the fact that the skill required sacrificial credits to operate made him relieved he hadn't chosen deep roots. The prospect of expending sacrificial credits to dig deeper was quite upsetting. I will need to make sure to have a few monsters trapped in a cage or something down in the mountain that I can consume for emergency sacrificial credits, Ashlock noted. This was the workaround Ashlock devised since his sign-in system depleted all credits when used, potentially making the system dangerous to use without careful thought. What if he accumulated 100 points, signed in that day, and a formidable cultivator showed up to kill him because he couldn't use his new void skill? Whatever the case, Ashlock breathed a long sigh of relief. Consuming Abyss was the answer to his problems. Despite the skill's cost requirements, it sounded darn powerful, and knowing he now had a skill he could employ to defend himself against foes far stronger than himself filled him with confidence. Chi recalled how ineffective his spatial chi-coated vines had been against the Void Mind Elder's void flames. The knowledge that he now commanded such a formidable power gave him hope for his continued survival in the years to come. Maybe he could even start being a bit more assertive. His gaze landed on Maple, who was peacefully resting atop Stella's head. He pondered if the squirrel was capable of pushing someone as powerful as the Patriarch into his soul, allowing Ashlock to consume them and upgrade another skill with the same affinity as the Void Mind Elder. Could his soul handle a different affinity, or had he only been able to survive due to his void immunity? Actually, didn't the Void Mind Elder mention having a brother slightly more powerful? Ashlock contemplated the possibility of engaging in conflict with the Void Mind family just so he could capture their members. Frustratingly, this entire plan was contingent on Maple and whether he was inclined to utilize all his strength to trap someone within his soul. A sudden sensation of a hand made Ashlock look down at Stella, worryingly tapping his trunk. "Hey, tree? Are you there?" Ashlock felt like smiling. He could protect her now so long as she was nearby. In other cases, he was sure Maple could lend a hand. Speaking of protection, didn't the Elder give me a crazy amount of items? Ashlock excitedly opened his inventory and began to browse. I wonder how many of these artifacts Stella can wear at once. Chapter 108, Tree Swordsman. After the sweet taste of victory, it was time for Ashlock to enjoy the spoils of his fight. He could now understand why cultivators were so bloodthirsty and prone to killing each other over the slightest grievance. Cultivation was a costly and time-consuming process. Why waste time traveling the realms when he can sit here on his mountaintop and have fools come and offer their lives and treasures to him? At first, Ashlock had been baffled by the sheer quantity of belongings the Void Mind Elder was carrying, but it made sense. He had observed that cultivators preferred to carry all their personal belongings around in spatial rings rather than leave them in a room or vault. For instance, Stella and Diana had never claimed a specific room within the pavilion to serve as a bedroom or storage for their belongings. Rather, they would often be found half asleep, cultivating while perched on a runic formation, or on rare occasions, resting on a musty mattress left behind in an old servant's quarters. It made total sense, as in a world where people could teleport through walls or random Dow storms could come by and rip your pavilion to shreds, leaving anything out in the open was far too risky. It was far safer to keep everything of value on hand at all times within spatial rings. That is why when Ashlock looked within his expanded pocket space that functioned as an inventory for the system, he saw a literal mountain of various items that he had extracted from the Voidmind Elder's spatial rings. Undoing the 9th stage star core seal around the rings had been a breeze, and he had even been able to extract the items from the ring's pocket dimensions while they were still around the old man's gnarly fingers. The power one commanded within their own soul was nothing to scoff at. He was practically a god within, especially since he was totally immune to void chi. I'm so glad my inventory expanded when my star core grew in size. Ashlock remarked, eyeing an ornate sword hilt jutting out from the immense pile of artifacts and porcelain pill bottles. When he had gone on his sign and spree for low-rank items in the past before his merge, his inventory hadn't been big enough to accommodate all the junk, and items were soon popping out, and he had to stop signing in. Ashlock went to focus on the sword hilt but frowned when no system notification manifested. System? His status screen appeared, but that wasn't what he wanted. Why isn't it telling me about the sword? When he signed in and drew items, the system informed him of the item's name, grade, and potential use. The only other time he had been given an item that he'd stored in his inventory was the SSS rank Divine Fragment, which was now merged with his soul and might result in a Monarch Realm tree trying to turn him into nutrients. Impending doom aside, why was his system not helping him? He tried changing targets to a porcelain pill bottle but still nothing. No matter what item he glared at, he received no information. Don't tell me I need a stupid appraisal skill or something. Ashlock sighed as he stopped trying after his 10th attempt. If he couldn't use the system to identify these items, how was he supposed to know what to give out and keep for himself? He could act as a dragon and sleep on his hoard of gold, but he was a nurturing tree that wanted to uplift the strength and protect those around him. Maybe I should just give them all to Stella and let her handle it alongside Diana? Unfortunately, he knew almost nothing about any of the items, and apart from controlling some swords with telekinesis, he couldn't see a way he could use these items himself. I should definitely start a sword collection, Ashlock mused, spotting more than 10 exquisite swords within the pile. A sudden thought struck him. If he correctly understood the potential of his new consuming abyss skill, he could wield the vines like limbs. Could he curl a vine around the hilt of a sword and fight people with it? If you keep ignoring me, I will get mad. Stella's voice made him sigh. He had already told her he was fine. So why was she nagging him so much? Hello. Ashlock wrote on his trunk, and Stella threw up her hands. What do you mean hello? Yes, hello, can you tell me what happened? You said the Elder went supernova, and yet everything is alright. Feeling good after enhancing his abilities, getting a good night's rest, and finally freeing himself from the invasive presence inside his soul, Ashlock found it challenging to take Stella's distress seriously. Using telekinesis, he broke off one of his leaves and used it to pat Stella on the head. She let out a yelp, swatting at it as if it were a bothersome fly. What are you doing? Eventually, the squirrel sleeping on her head reached out his paw while still half asleep, grabbing the spatial chi-coated leaf and reducing it to dust that floated away in the wind. Ignoring the horrifying thing Maple had just done to the leaf, Ashlock wrote on his trunk, "Stop worrying so much. I said everything was fine. The Elder is dead, and I now have many items I was looking through." Slumping onto the bench, Stella exhaled a sigh that was equal parts frustration and exhaustion. I can tell when you are sleeping by the way your chi flows, but I was really worried all night that you might have suffered some internal injuries or soul damage because of that bastard Voidmind Elder. Looking up at Ashlock's scarlet canopy rustling in the morning breeze, she continued, I'm so relieved you're unharmed. You didn't respond to any of us for hours yesterday, and then the entire mountain shuddered at midnight. Finally, you fell asleep without reassuring us you were okay. Alright, that was fair. The Elder within his soul had been so distracting that he had mostly ignored the outside world. Glancing around the mountain peak, he saw Stella and Maple on the bench under his canopy. Larry was off to the side, with Kaida coiled around one of his horns. Despite further searching, Diana and Douglas were nowhere to be found. I apologize, Ashlock wrote in lilac flames dancing across his black trunk. I was busy interrogating the elder prior to his demise, then I had to rest to purge the void chi from my soul. Stella tilted her head and mumbled the words to herself as she quickly translated them and then sighed. Fine, those are pretty fair reasons to be distracted. While half concentrating on Stella in case she said anything else, Ashlock delved back into his inventory, scouting for a suitable gift for her. Without the system's assistance, deciphering the use of each item was challenging, so he aimed to select something that would suit her, even if it proved to be useless. Of the 10 swords nestled in the pile, he picked out 2. One was a black blade hidden from the world in a black sheath engraved with a gold star pattern. He felt it would harmonize with Stella. Conversely, the dark blue blade in a blue leather sheath seemed a perfect fit for Diana. He felt Douglas didn't quite deserve one of the swords yet, and something about the number 7 bugged him. Perhaps if I distribute 4 and keep 6, that would work, Ashlock mused. The thought crossed his mind to offer a sword to the Redclaws, but he quickly dismissed it. These swords had been owned by a very powerful and influential cultivator that had been part of the Blood Lotus sect for a long time. If the Redclaw Grand Elder began walking around with one of these swords drawn, if anyone recognized it, then there could be problems. Another consideration emerged from his past experience with the wooden stick he had drawn long ago. Once he removed items from his inventory, he could not put them back. But that was before my demonic eye created an opening in my trunk. Perhaps I can find a way to get items back into my inventory now, Ashlock pondered. Before proceeding further, Ashlock decided to test his newfound theory. He selected a seemingly random gold coin, a currency from a distant empire, and observed as it disappeared from the pocket dimension, only to reappear a meter away from his trunk in the outside world. Stella eyed the coin that randomly appeared floating in the air with understandable weariness. Tree, is that yours? Ashlock flashed his leaf with chi to calm her down. He then opened his trunk to reveal his demonic eye. Actually, isn't it quite worrying if people have direct access to my soul by entering the slit in my trunk? Ashlock wondered as he shuddered at the memory of the elder reaching his hand in and caressing his demonic eye. Wasn't this similar to how his portals are two-way? If he could attack someone through it, they could attack him back. Setting aside these unsettling thoughts, Ashlock moved the coin towards the opening in his trunk, his demonic eye closely observing the approaching object. Stella watched the unfolding scene through her fingers, clearly unnerved by the sight of his eye. To his astonishment, the coin slipped through the 1 meter long, half-a-meter wide gap with ease. It disappeared momentarily before reappearing atop the pile in his inventory. The system still won't tell me about the item, Ashlock grumbled, but was glad to see he now had a way to get items in and out of his system inventory. Tree, was that one of the elder's items? Stella asked as she watched the slit in his trunk close. Is there anything I could have? Switching back to the pile, Ashlock looked for something to give to Stella. Annoyingly, most of the items were clearly for a man and would be far too big for Stella to wear. She was tall for a girl, but the elder had been a tall, wide-shouldered man. Finally, he unearthed a pair of black gloves, fashioned from a material resembling leather. The gloves left the fingers exposed, and the inner lining was adorned with a tapestry of intricate silver runes. These appear small enough to fit Stella's hands, Ashlock reasoned after a thorough inspection. With a mere thought, the gloves disappeared from his inventory, materializing above Stella. They fell down into her lap, and she gave them a look. Oh wow, these look expensive. Definitely artifact gear. She then put them on and looked at her hands, turning them around so she could get a good look. They suit you, Ashlock wrote, and Stella grinned after translating the words. I think so too. She then sprang to her feet and struck a pose, aiming her gloved hand away from him. As Ashlock watched, the gloves pulsed with energy. Oh. They can absorb the chi from an attack. Neat. So a defensive artifact then, although still helpful in combat, Ashlock noted, and then went hunting for more stuff to give Stella. How can I dig deeper into this pile? Ashlock had looked at everything on the surface and wanted to see the items buried but wasn't sure how to. He then tried to mobilize his chi, but it resulted in nothing. Stupid system granted space, not letting me use my chi in here, Ashlock grumbled as he resorted to just depositing a load of random stuff outside. As a mound of items materialized on the mountain peak, Stella, her arms crossed, watched with amusement. You truly plundered that old man, didn't you? This is all high-grade stuff, similar to what I saw the merchants in Slimer trying to sell me. Ashlock's interest was piqued at Stella's suggestion. Could they exchange some of these items with the merchants for spirit stones to construct more formations? To him, these items were largely superfluous, useful only as gifts for his sect members or as rewards. Moreover, they were now cluttering his inventory. Should we sell these? Ashlock asked. Stella read his words and tapped her chin. I'm not sure. Best to ask Diana when she gets back from observing that Voidmind assistant, as she knows a lot more about merchants than me. That seemed reasonable. Ashlock looked back at the pile and buried under gold coins and many herbs for alchemy. He saw a bit of white cloth poking through. Focusing on it, the garment vanished and appeared outside. Stella hadn't demonstrated much interest in the accumulating artifacts and items, most likely because unidentified pill bottles and strange devices without instructions were of little use. But she seemed interested in the newly appeared item, a pair of white trousers with a black snake decor embellished with branches ending in red leaves sprouting from its body, running down their sides. They seemed to be made of a soft material that rustled in the wind as she held them up against her legs for a size comparison. They didn't quite seem long enough for her figure, but she seemed to love the style. Had these been clothes for the Voidmind's elder's daughter or something? The end of the trousers seemed to end just below her knees, but due to her slim figure, she was sure to fit in them. With a flash of gold, her current white leggings and fishnets vanished into her spatial ring. The short white trousers in her hand followed suit only to reappear fitted around her legs. She spun around, giggling with delight. I love these. Although they don't quite match my top. Tree, did you find the matching outfit among the elder's belongings? Ashlock revisited the pile, displacing more items to burrow deeper. He successfully excavated a cavity in the center, reminiscent of a volcano, and unearthed additional pieces of women's clothing. It seemed increasingly plausible that these were purchased by the Voidmind. Elder for his daughter, or perhaps. I really hope these weren't intended for that assistant woman Diana is observing. Whoever they were intended for didn't matter anymore, as they were his rightful spoils of war that he could give to Stella, as he had no other use for clothes. Stella smiled as she saw the second clothing piece, as it continued the same decor design and was a bit less revealing than her current outfit. She used the same spatial ring technique to instantly swap out her clothes in a flash of gold and grinned as she felt out her new outfit. Ashlock brought out the black sword, and Stella reached up to catch it. She opened the sheath to reveal the beautiful blade and whistled. Even my father didn't have a sword this majestic looking. Are you giving it to me? Yes, but keep it hidden for now. Someone might recognize it. Ashlock wrote, and Stella nodded in understanding, storing the sword away. She then glanced around, seeing the beautiful scenery for many miles. We really need to build a pavilion. Doing all this out in the open is risky. Ashlock had to agree, especially with the Silver Spire family staying nearby. Do you want these back, or should I hold on to them? Stella asked while walking over to the mountain of items. She crouched down and began to shift through them, but paused when she found a book. It had an odd title, Journey of Hazel. Stella flipped the book open, and after reading a few pages, she concluded, seems to be detailing a master alchemist's journey through life. You can take all of those items. Ashlock wrote, and Stella quickly stowed everything away between 3 of her spatial rings. She then sat back down on the bench and hummed while reading the book she found. While Stella was busy, Ashlock thought over his rather exposed existence up here on the empty mountaintop. He had grown to an enormous size, making him stick out like a sore thumb even when surrounded by so many other demonic trees. Moreover, the chi-gathering formation here transformed the location into a potent chi hub, something that cultivators were highly attuned to. Entertaining the thought of having Douglas construct an enormous pavilion as a form of camouflage seemed absurd. It would simply draw more attention, sparking curiosity as to why the Reclaws, the apparent lords of this territory, resided in a lesser palace on the neighboring peak. Inevitably, questions would arise concerning the mysterious resident of Red Vine Peak. When he was a small tree in an abandoned pavilion with nothing but Stella living here, keeping low-key was a simple affair. But now he had too much influence and had made too much of a scene to stay under the radar. Diana's haunted mist worked quite well, but that requires her to be here. Ashlock's gaze landed on his large spider pet. Larry could produce an ash cloud to shroud the peak, but that would be rather obnoxious and block out the sunlight I need. Who was always here that could keep the place obscured? Oh me. Ashlock chuckled, maybe I should figure out a solution with spatial chi. Ashlock looked at Red Vine Peak through his eye of the tree god at a casual glance. The scene appeared ordinary, but a more discerning eye would notice the oddities. The shadows cast by the colossal demonic tree didn't match with the sun's position, and a bird, suspended in mid-flight, seemed frozen in an eternal wing flap. It had taken a few hours, but Ashlock had succeeded in fabricating a space-time illusion via an altered application of his portals. It required constant upkeep and used a large amount of chi, but it did the job until he found a better solution. Basically, he had made a screen around Red Vine Peak that kept replaying a single frame from a few hours ago. Of course, this weird area of distorted space might attract attention, especially from the Void Minds if they ask about their missing and now dead elder, but he felt it would be fine. Maybe it was misplaced arrogance, but after defeating a Peak Realm Star Core Elder and unlocking Consuming Abyss, he felt a lot more confident about facing stronger foes. Switching his view back to Red Vine Peak, he saw Stella look up from the book she had been engrossed in and glance around. She furrowed her brows as if confused at what she was seeing. Tree, why is everything so still? The demonic trees aren't swaying in the breeze, and it just all looks so wrong, Stella asked, and he carefully explained what he had done. I see. Stella whistled, I'm jealous. I couldn't even conjure up such a massive spatial technique, let alone maintain it. She then looked back to her book and continued reading. With his surroundings now secured and without the risk of someone seeing him testing his new Consuming Abyss skill, he mentally activated the skill. Before, he would need a target, and the system would handle the rest by sending black vines relentlessly after the target until they perished or left his range. However, now he could activate the skill freely. He was careful to avoid the areas with a runic formation to avoid damaging it. A moment later, black vines far thicker than before rose from cracks in the stone or the purple grass surrounding his trunk with sharp spikes gleaming in the distorted sunlight. They all ended in a single large spike, and he marveled at how he could control each of them independently like extra limbs. They were far more flexible than his roots, and when he then surged spatial chi through them, he could further shepherd their movements with telekinesis. Entering back into his inventory, he summoned a sword that materialized outside, and he floated it over to one of his black vines with telekinesis. Now, let's see if I can hold it. The black vine coated in spikes coiled around the sword's hilt, digging into and scratching the metal. The hold was a bit awkward, but with the help of telekinesis, he could keep it in place. Ashlock chuckled, seeing Stella's astonished expression as he waved the sword around. Was he the first ever tree swordsman? Care for a duel? Ashlock rode on his trunk, and Stella grinned, summoning the sword he had just given to her hand. She rolled her shoulders and approached the vine, waving the sword around. Don't get too angry when you lose, she declared with a laugh. Ashlock had no plans on losing, and after testing if this was a viable combat technique, he planned to test the void form of the Consuming Abyss skill. This was going to be a fun morning. Chapter 109, Rise of Kaida. Within the weird fractured space where the sun never moved and the external world appeared eternally frozen, the sound of laughter and clashing blades resounded. Sparks flew as a crazed blonde-haired girl with glowing pink eyes blurred as she dashed and weaved through 8 black vines coated in spikes, each wielding a sword and trying to chop off her limbs. Ashlock winced, a jolt of pain flaring as Stella sliced through one of his vines. He sent the now free-floating sword hurtling after her like a guided missile. However, Stella infused her recently acquired leather gloves, which were defensive artifacts, with chi. Laughing, she easily deflected the sword. The silver runic formation on the ground glowed with power as spatial chi drenched the area. Stella's form flickered as she employed her movement technique. She parried 2 simultaneous attacks aimed at her head before diving to the side to evade a third. The third blade missed her head by the narrowest of margins. An hour prior, Ashlock had been taking it easy as it was just a friendly duel and he didn't want to injure Stella in any way accidentally, but it didn't take long for him to try going all out as Stella seemed unfazed by his attempts. Although his vines were certainly much more flexible and faster than when the skill had been called Devour, their dexterity and speed while wielding the swords left a lot to be desired. Even when he pumped more spatial chi into the vines to forcefully bend them faster with telekinesis, Stella could dodge his swings with ease as if they were moving in slow motion to her. Nevertheless, Ashlock had a strategy up his sleeve. He swung an orange-tinted metal sword toward the giggling girl. As Stella raised her new black sword in response, Ashlock invoked a portal, redirecting the sword slash to emerge from behind her. The girl's eyes went wide as she realized his genius tactic, but to Ashlock's confusion, a savage grin appeared as spatial chi surged through her body, and a portal of her own materialized on her back and another on her chest. Ashlock watched in disbelief as his attack went through Stella's back and came out of her chest, resulting in his own vine being cleaved in half. The portal that created a tunnel through her chest abruptly closed, slicing that vine in 2 as well. Eager to maintain the rhythm of the duel, Ashlock launched another attack from the side using a sword-armed vine. Stella seemed to anticipate the incoming assault through her spiritual senses. Without glancing over her shoulder, she leapt into the air to evade the blade, but Ashlock was having none of that. Call him petty, but he abused his superior cultivation to unleash a wave of gravity from his immense star core. Perhaps due to its immense size or Stella's proximity, she was pulled down to the stone below as if chains were attached to her legs. Cheater! Stella shouted as the sword barely missed because she flattened herself against the ground while gritting her teeth, trying to resist his gravity. Ashlock felt like mentally rolling his eyes. How could she accuse him of cheating when she could practically teleport between his vines, redirect them with portals, and even chop them down? She even had legs, and in his opinion, that was the most cheating of all. Okay, he had gone a little overboard, but he had tried everything else, and she had triumphed. Master, why must you bully your mistress? Larry spoke gruffly from the side. Kaida seemed to agree with the spider's statement as it hissed toward him. Ashlock mentally rolled his eyes at the pair and released his gravity, allowing Stella to stand up. She stored her sword away in a spatial ring and collapsed on the bench. That was exhausting but fun. Stella grinned. Most fights end within seconds, but even when I chopped your vines down, you can keep fighting. That was actually a rather interesting observation. Ashlock had also noticed that most fights in this world ended nearly instantly through sneak attacks or just because the opponent was a realm higher. Therefore the opposition, who was weaker, never even stood a chance. Stella and Diana had trained together, and it helped they were of equal strength, but neither could go all out at the risk of killing the other. But for Ashlock, even if Stella were to try and destroy his trunk, he could regrow from a stump. Maybe I should personally help train Stella and Diana up alongside my mystic realm and also all the cultivation resources I can grow. Ashlock pondered. If he could also provide these benefits to other sect members, or even the Red Claws that were under an oath of loyalty to him, there might come a day when his small Ashfallen sect is more fearsome than the entire Blood Lotus sect. Although I must say I never felt very threatened during the fight. Stella said while relaxing, the vine's movement is rather predictable and slow. Also, I could always target the vines rather than the swords. That was good feedback. If Ashlock wanted to become the greatest tree swordsman, well, he likely already was, but if he wanted to become the best swordsman in the realm, he would need to work on his technique some more. What if I used telekinesis to control shields that orbit the vines to protect them? Ashlock mused. He did coat the vines in spatial chi, but unlike earth or void chi, spatial chi wasn't that great for defense. Or was it? Ashlock looked around at the distorted space barrier that surrounded him. Raw spatial chi might not be the best for defense, but what if he put a bit more intent behind the spatial chi other than simply coating and protecting the vine? Distortion or making the space around the vines appear far further than it looks could work. Ashlock wondered as he flexed his spatial coated vine wrapped around a sword. Oh wait, I have an even better idea. Ashlock requested Stella try and fight again, but she rolled her eyes. Give me a while to recover. My chi reserves are almost empty. It won't take long as a lot of spatial chi is floating around here. She then entered a meditation pose, and Ashlock saw the spatial chi gathered by the runic formation pouring toward her. While she recovered, he spent more time working on his new plan. Stella's eyes snapped open as she felt that the chi within her soul core had reached a sufficient level to continue the duel. Getting out of the lotus position and standing up, she stretched her back while glancing around at the surroundings. The way everything seemed frozen gave her a headache. Even the distant clouds hadn't changed position since morning. The sun overhead had paused, but the sunlight source had moved, casting shadows that didn't make sense. She tried to pierce the illusion, but even though she had spatial affinity, she could not see through it. Shrugging, she injected some chi into her spatial ring and felt the cold metal hilt against her fingers and the weight of her new sword. A thin smile appeared as she approached the waving black vines with the sword resting on her shoulder. Alright, tree, what are we doing this time? Glancing over her shoulder, she waited momentarily, and as she expected, ancient words were inscribed in flickering flames on Ash's black trunk. She quickly translated the words and tilted her head. You just want me to try and cut the vines. Her eyes narrowed. Clearly, something was amiss here. Was Ash trying something new? Fine. She grinned and got into position, her soul core humming in her chest as she mobilized her spatial chi and techniques she had cultivated in understanding with heaven for at the tip of her tongue, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Observing the black vines maintaining a careful distance, Stella resolved to seize the chance. A brief surge of spatial chi enveloped her form, causing her surroundings to blur. She employed a portion of her lightning Dao comprehension to amplify the effect, making her legs propel her faster. Within a single breath, she had closed the distance. Her sword was already mid-swing and she laughed as she watched it cleave through the vine, except it passed right through as if it were a mere illusion. Her eyes widened as she was suddenly struck by a heavy, fast-moving object. As her breath was abruptly forced from her lungs, Stella hurtled through the air, pain searing through her side and confusion gripping her mind. How had her sword failed to strike its target? Getting back on her feet and launching another attack, a similar situation occurred with a different vine. It appeared to be trying to dodge to one side, but she felt no resistance as if she were cutting air, and then from her blind spot, the real vine hit her. I think I see what you are doing here. Stella spat blood to the side and searched one of her spatial rings for a healing pill. Locating the appropriate bottle, she chugged 3 of them and then wiped the residual blood from her mouth. Glancing aside, she noted Larry observing her with what seemed like a sorrowful expression. However, it was always challenging to decipher the behemoth's thoughts due to his inhuman features. Mistress, is the master bullying you? The spider questioned, seemingly detecting her glance. With a savage grin, Stella shook her head. No, it's quite all right, Larry. I think I have figured out his little trick, and how am I supposed to get stronger without a little hardship? Why are humans so weird? Larry muttered, and Stella almost failed to translate it due to his accent. Deciding to ignore the confused spider, Stella reignited her sword with her soul fire and dashed in. However, this time she had her eyes closed. She then cycled her meditation technique to connect with heaven and forced her will upon the spatial plane, a vital part of any spatial cultivator power. Whenever she wished to cast a portal, she had to consult with the spatial plane connecting all things. In this weird space where only the definitive position of everything mattered, Stella could see the vine in front of her coming from the left side. Opening one of her eyes, she could see in reality that the vine was coming from the right. A spatial illusion, Stella muttered as she closed her eye again and went purely by the spatial plane. With a swift slice to the left, she felt the familiar resistance of the thick vine to her blade, but she carved through with the help of her chi-empowered muscles. Laughing, she kept her eyes closed and meticulously cut the remaining vines in half. Only when the last of the vines topped over with a thump did she whip her body around to face Ash and open her eyes to witness the scene. 8 wiggling vine stumps were next to floating swords, and she could also spot the cleaved-off parts of black vine staying motionless on the stone ground. Somehow feeling Tree's gaze on her, she felt prompted to provide her assessment of his new technique. A massive step up in difficulty compared to last time, and I think those without absolute detecting techniques would struggle. Stella caressed her chin as she watched the vines regrow and grasped the waiting floating swords. Diana could handle this trick with her mist, but Douglas would struggle as the deception happens above ground. Stella put her hands behind her head and strolled back over to the bench. Knowing that even Tree had to practice new techniques and she could help him put a smile on her face. Sitting on the bench and closing her eyes to enjoy the distorted space, she felt the faint whispers of enlightenment caress the back of her mind. With a surge of excitement, she got into the lotus position and began cultivating. It seemed she had come to a deeper understanding regarding the spatial Tao during that duel with Ash, and the heavens wanted to impart new knowledge upon her. Depending on how much it wished to share, she might be able to begin forming her star core soon. While Stella was busy cultivating again, Ashlock retracted his consuming abyss skill as maintaining those vines and coating them in spatial chi was draining his resources that he could be giving to the demonic trees surrounding him or contributing to his star core chi reserves. Master, I believe your pet wishes your presence, Larry quietly said as he crawled toward him. Clearly careful about interrupting Stella's cultivation again. Kaida wanted him. What for? Larry raised a limb to his horn and the tiny black snake reluctantly slithered off the horn and nestled onto the tip of Larry's leg. The spider then raised his leg up and the moment it came into contact with his trunk, Kaida stuck his tongue out. Kaida has accumulated enough chi to evolve from F to D grade. Grass snake Kaida wishes to evolve. Yes/no. Oh, nice. Ashlock exclaimed while reading the notification that popped up. It would appear Larry's hunting with Kaida had been a great success and helped the snake level up. Wait. To D grade? What the hell has Larry fed Kaida to give him enough chi to evolve straight to D grade? Ashlock grumbled to himself. How that had been done, he wasn't sure, but he wasn't one to complain about results, so he rolled with it. In a way, it did make some sense. An F-grade grass snake was unlikely to ever taste the meat of high-grade spirit beasts that Larry could comfortably hunt and feed him. Obviously, he replied yes to the system prompt. Infant grass snake Kaida has begun to evolve. Please select Kaida evolution path. While he waited for the system to load, Ashlock was excited to see the potential evolution paths. Would it just give him a single option? Or would there be a long list for him to choose from? Kaida was going straight from F to D grade, so he at least expected some interesting options. Infant Shadow Scale Serpent. A stealthy serpent that can blend perfectly with the shadows. Its scales have evolved to absorb light, providing excellent camouflage. Interesting, so does this mean Kaida will have shadow affinity or illusion affinity? Ashlock mused. He also noted the infant part of the name, suggesting that infants of this snake bloodline started at D grade. Obsidian Terra Constrictor. Kaida grows in size and strength, becoming a powerful constrictor with scales as hard as obsidian. This evolution greatly boosts his physical strength and defense. Noticing a lack of the infant tag with this option. Therefore it is likely a rather late stage evolution, meaning this evolution might even cap out at below S rank. Ashlock mused. By the name of the evolution, he could assume this option would give Kaida Earth affinity, which could help him out a lot with digging out the mountain or invading the depths. Infant Spirit Whisperer Adder. A mystic serpent that can commune with spirits and even sway them to its will. This would give him a unique power in both offensive and defensive encounters. This option is just weird. How am I supposed to know how strong a power like this could even be? Ashlock hadn't encountered anyone with spirit powers thus far, leaving him uninformed of its potential. Infant Moonlight Asp. This snake's scales radiate soft moonlight, giving it the ability to manipulate illusions and cast confusing mirages. Moonlight affinity sounds like it could lead to a higher affinity in the future, like celestial or lunar affinity, Ashlock concluded, but then ran into another issue. He knew nothing about either affinity, making it hard to decide if this was a good option. Infant Ink Serpent. Kaida evolves into a snake with a body as dark and fluid as ink. His speed increases significantly, and he gains the ability to camouflage in dark environments. Ink. Ashlock wondered to himself. Does this evolution option give Kaida ink affinity? Another unusual affinity he wasn't sure about. Why had Larry's evolution options been so much easier than Kaida's? Was it because this was a more early choice that would set up later evolutions? Alright, basically all of these options mention infant, and they also have random snake species names rather than referring to mythical snake-based creatures like nagas, dragons, leviathans, basilisks, ouroboros, and more. Therefore, this evolution option is more focused on what affinity Kaida will have rather than what species he will end up as, Ashlock concluded. But then that raised the question. Which affinity should he choose for little Kai? Ashlock looked over the options one last time and noted the various affinities: ink, moonlight, spirit, earth, shadow. They all seem to have positives and negatives. Chapter 110, Tendrils of the Void. Ashlock wanted to ask Stella or Diana's opinion regarding Kaida's evolution, but one was deep in meditation, and the other was missing from the mountain peak. Larry, do you know anything about these options? Ashlock then read out all of the evolution options through their black chi tether. There was a long pause before Larry quietly replied, Master, my apologies, but the realm I came from was a place of eternal darkness, fire, and ash. So I lack the insight into many of these affinities, but I would advise against shadow. Oh. What's wrong with shadow? Ashlock asked, interested in the spider's knowledge. Shadow is one of the weaker affinities, and I never struggled against any monsters with such an affinity back in my realm. They relied too heavily on stealth and deception, so when it came to actually fighting, they often lost. Larry snorted, they were easy food. Ashlock agreed with Larry's reasoning. Out of the options, the infant shadow scale serpent seemed the weakest alongside the obsidian terra constrictor simply because it lacked the infant tag, suggesting it was an adult at D grade. In the wild, where seeing the sun rise was no guarantee, it would make sense for Kaida to subconsciously choose an evolution path that let him be strong now but stunt his future potential. But Ashlock could power level Kaida with the help of Larry or the girls, so he wanted to pick the evolution choice that would let him scale the best. So with those two options off the table, Ashlock was left to pick between spirit, moonlight, and ink affinity. With how much death occurs around here, I'm sure there would be plenty of spirits for Kaida to command. Ashlock mused as he looked at the infant spirit whisperer adder. Oddly, the part of the description regarding this evolution that turned him off from picking it was that spirit magic was supposedly versatile enough to be useful for both offense and defense. In Ashlock's opinion, this world was too brutal and unforgiving for someone to consider themselves an all-rounder. It's far better to specialize in one area, especially because Kaida is part of a sect that can complement his strengths and weaknesses. Next was Moonlight Affinity. which Ashlock could also ignore because picking an affinity that was strongest during the night seemed counterintuitive. He had seen how important it was to have access to an affinity's chi at all times, so to limit Kaida to only being useful at night was a bad idea. That left a single, unknown, and possibly foolish option. Ink affinity. Infant ink serpent. Kaida evolves into a snake with a body as dark and fluid as ink. His speed increases significantly, and he gains the ability to camouflage in dark environments. Its description left a lot to be desired, seemingly giving him the same useless abilities that Shadow Affinity would provide. But Ashlock could see the future potential. Kaida was only D-grade right now, but in the distant future, he could imagine an S-rank Kaida with some evolved form of ink. Affinity. Worst case, I can use him to transcribe my words to paper. Ashlock chuckled at the idea of the little noodle using his head to write out his profound words. Ashlock reviewed the options one last time, but the infant ink serpent felt like the best option. Evolution path. Infant ink serpent chosen. Evolution initiating. Kaida's skin became coated in a dark sheen of chi that matched his obsidian scales. Larry left the snake to rest on one of Ashlock's branches and then crawled backward. Master, what should I do now? Larry asked, and Ashlock contemplated his options. If he sent Larry away to hunt, he would regret not keeping him close by if another problem like the Void Mind Elder arose. Larry was supposed to be his guardian, so sending him off was potentially foolish, but if he kept the spider around at all times, that would stall his growth. Either stay here or hunt nearby if you are still hungry, Ashlock replied after a while. Once Kaida has finished his evolution, I might send you two out hunting again. I want Kaida to become strong quickly. As you wish, my master. Larry decided to crawl up his trunk and perch himself among his branches. I will rest up here then until my servitude is required. With some peace and quiet, Ashlock decided to delve back into his inventory and examine his new items some more. Once Stella wakes up, maybe I should test the void form of my new consuming abyss skill. Ashlock decided and busied himself as time passed. Stella's eyes snapped open and she let out a chi-filled breath. Her mind buzzed with enlightenment, and she felt only a half step away from forming her star core. She would try to form it immediately as the surroundings were dense in spatial chi, but she yearned for the rich spatial chi environment of the pocket realm Ash had sent her to in the past. Looking around, Stella felt unnerved. No way, it's still midday. Even though she had been in the trance of meditation, the stiffness in her legs and lower back suggested at least a few hours had passed, yet once again, reality lied to her due to Ash's new spatial illusion. That was part of the heaven-gifted enlightenment she had just experienced. Closing her eyes in accordance with the teachings, she smiled as her surroundings turned into an absolute reality that told no lies. In this spatial plane of augmented reality, she could see past Ash's spatial illusion that seemed to freeze time. By the sun's now correct position in the sky, it was late in the afternoon. Keeping her eyes closed and glancing around the spatial plane, Stella realized just how massive Ash truly was. The spatial plane was divided up into layers in all directions. She took up a single layer. Meanwhile, Ash's canopy extended many layers upwards into the sky, and his roots burrowed through the mountain for even more. Actually, everywhere she looked, Ash's overwhelming presence was there. His canopy lording overhead, and his roots went through the mountain, under the demonic trees, and even extending out into the wilderness. With her eyes closed while standing on the edge of the mountain peak, she watched Ash's roots sprawling out for many miles in all directions in awe when she saw a sudden pulse of spatial chi travel down one of the larger roots leading out into the wilderness. Did Ash find something? Stella murmured to herself. But she soon found her answer when she detected another pulse of spatial chi behind her, right in front of Ash. In reality, the spatial chi formed a typical spatial rift. But in the spatial plane, Stella gasped as she saw just how much power Ash wielded. He bent and compressed thousands of layers of reality to make that long-range portal possible. Then, all of the compressed layers of reality sprung back to their previous fixed locations as the rift behind her snapped closed, accompanied by a pop of air and a bestial roar. As the buzz of enlightenment faded and fear overtook her mind, the spatial plane collapsed, and Stella was returned to reality. Spinning round, she watched as a demonic beast she estimated to be around the middle of the soul fire realm reared its ugly mutated head. Stella had never seen this specific type of beast before, but with its hulking form and black fur, it was reminiscent of a bear. The beast didn't even look her way. Instead, it focused entirely on a floating ball of chi surrounding a leaf. It furiously tried to swat the leaf and get its maw around it. Whatever Ash had done to make the beast so angry to bait it through the rift, Stella hoped he had the plan to deal with it. What the? Stella mumbled while stumbling back. Her eyes widened as a lake of pure darkness that Stella suspected was void chi spread out from Ash toward the beast. Then before the beast could even react, tendrils of void shot out from the spreading void and went straight through the bear. It looked down in confusion at the holes that riddled its body. It then opened its mouth to cry, but there were no lungs to create anything but a pathetic wheeze. It glanced around in desperation, but moments later its eyes rolled into the back of its head and it tumbled over. Stella's hands felt clammy, and her heart pounded in her chest. Since when could Tree use void chi? Had the Void Mind Elder's soul somehow corrupted or overtaken Tree from within? She bit her lip as she tiptoed closer to the tree surrounded by a lake of void chi. She knew that if the Void Mind Elder had overtaken Ash's soul, then her chance of survival was low even with her speed. She could run fast and far, but Ash's roots spread out in all directions and could attack her through portals. Her eyes darted to Larry, who seemed to be watching from this side calmly. Was he also being mind-controlled by the Void Mind Elder, or was Ash still in control? While the corpse lay in a pool of black blood, a portal formed overhead and the void tendrils attempted to shoot through the newly formed rift, but the rift shattered on contact in an explosion of spatial chi, as if the void chi had punched through to the other side. The void tendrils fizzled out of existence, and the void lake faded away. Then, through cracks in the stone at the sides of the runic formation that Stella had meticulously constructed, many thick black vines coated in spikes shot up and lunged toward the hole-riddled corpse. Bones cracking filled the courtyard, and Stella marveled at how quickly the vines devoured the large beast. Within a few breaths, they retreated into the ground, leaving blood stains and tufts of black fur littering the ground. Stella's eyes wandered to Ash, and she saw lilac flames begin to take the form of words. "Good evening, Stella, how was your meditation?" Ashlock wrote out. He had waited until she'd finished her cultivation to quickly test his new void skill as he didn't want to accidentally ruin her enlightenment again. Luckily, it had been worth the wait as the results pleasantly surprised him. The void tendrils had moved at speeds incomparable to his black vines and completely ignored the beast's chi-coated fur and punched through it like a steel lance to a sheet of paper. However, if he were to coat his black vines with spatial chi, he was sure he could achieve a similar result, especially with the spike the vines now had on the end, which was perfect for impaling things. The only bad part is that the void tendrils can't go through portals as the void chi seems to delete spatial chi, but I had been suspecting that from the beginning. Ashlock sighed. Thankfully, his new and improved black vines could still go through portals, but his void tendrils would remain as a trump card he could unleash when enemies were near his trunk. My meditation. It was fine. Stella replied awkwardly as she seemed unwilling to approach. Had his void chi scared her for some reason? Good to hear. Ashlock wrote, following it up with, I waited until you finished meditating before testing my new void chi technique I stole from the Void Mind Elder. Stella nodded. Oh, I see. So can you use void chi all the time now? No, I only know this one technique, and I need to consume monsters or people to fuel its use. Ashlock replied through writing. Stella translated it, and the awkwardness seemed to fade away. Well, that's great. Void chi abilities are a nightmare to deal with, so they are good to learn if you have the capabilities. She then stepped a little closer. Say, Tree, when will you be able to send me to that pocket realm again? That was a good question. Luckily, his system had a timer that he could use to answer such a question. At the top of his skill list that he summoned with a simple thought was Skills. Mystic Realm S locked until day 3515. Now let me check my sign in system. Another system screen appeared. Idolatry Daily Sign in System. Day 3510. Daily Credit 9. Sacrifice Credit 5. Sign in. Doing the quick maths, Ashlock deduced that it would become available in 5 days. Relaying that information to Stella, she nodded. I see. Will there be any more truffles available by then? I feel at the edge of ascending to the Star Core realm, and so long as someone protects me in the Pocket realm, I believe that I can ascend. Ashlock realized he had been slacking on the truffle production with all the crazy stuff happening over the last week. So quickly opening the production menu, he set a few more to grow and gawked at the 3-day production time. So fast. And the chi requirements seem negligible now. Flashing his chi once to answer Stella's question regarding the truffles, she grinned, perfect. With the truffles that purified my spiritual root and undid all the awful cultivation practices I had done throughout my life, I now feel fully confident about forming my star core since my foundation is far better now. This was fantastic news. A new Star Core realm person within his sect would significantly increase their fighting potential and give Ashlock more peace of mind sending Stella out on missions or meetings outside of his sphere of influence. Sounds great. You must be excited. Ashlock wrote, and Stella grinned. It's every cultivator's dream to form their own Star Core, so of course I am ecstatic. She then mumbled under her breath, and I will be more useful for you. Ashlock pretended he hadn't heard that last part as he was half focused on the presence he felt coming up the mountain. Douglas rolled his shoulders as he trudged up the side of the mountain. He could try and swim through the rock by using an earth affinity movement technique to reach the peak faster, but a quick glance around at the thousands of demonic trees taking root into the mountain turned him off that idea. He didn't want to try and weave through the dense network of tree roots prevalent throughout the mountain, nor did he feel in the mood to use chi. His soul core was nearly empty due to finally finishing his work. However, there was a slight anger tugging at the edge of his mind, as his work had been made 10 times harder when the patriarch of the Ashfallen sect had suddenly stopped helping to move the demonic trees around and left it all to him and the other earth cultivators. He had been unsure what to do but was still hounded by the city folk to remove the trees blocking the streets. So they had uprooted them and piled up all the trees within the academy's training grounds. Now, with all those trees dealt with, he had decided to return to the Ashfallen sect to see what had happened. Reaching the peak, he furrowed his brows at what he saw. From afar, it had looked a little off, but up close, he could see Stella sitting on the bench, frozen in an odd position as if she was in the middle of getting up from her seat. The giant tree was also motionless, the leaves mid-sway in a midday breeze that was long gone. Only the cool air of evening was still present. With a deep frown, he slowly reached out with a chi-coated finger. Soon enough, he felt it pass through a dense wall of chi, and he couldn't see the end of his finger anymore, as if it had disappeared. Distraught, he reeled his hand back and breathed a sigh of relief to see his finger still there. How bizarre, Douglas muttered as he reached out again, this time putting his whole hand through and then his arm. Eventually, he shrugged and pushed his entire body through the wall of chi. It almost made him shriek how everything had changed from what he had seen seconds ago. Stella suddenly stood only a few steps away, looking at him with her arms crossed under her chest. The giant spider had also seemingly teleported and now nestled between the tree's branches. Whenever Douglas saw that monster, he felt a shiver down his spine. "Welcome back," Stella said with a fake smile, "you came back just in time. We have some urgent work for you." Douglas felt exhaustion consume his body, so he replied with the least enthusiasm possible, "And what would that be?" "To turn the mine down below into an alchemist workshop." Stella replied nonchalantly as she wandered off, "Feel free to get some rest first if you need it, but I suspect the Silver Spires will be taking Diana's offer any day now, so it's best we get that sorted out first." "Funny you say that." Douglas chuckled while trudging over to the personal runic formation. "A Redclaw approached me and requested that I inform someone from the Ashfallen sect that they wish to meet with you tomorrow." Douglas hid his grin as he collapsed on the runic formation and tried to ignore Stella's cursing while he meditated. Douglas hid his grin as he collapsed on the runic formation and tried to ignore Stella's cursing while he meditated. Chapter 111 Interlude, Demon of the Mist. Eleanor Evergreen tried to calm her raging emotions as she looked out the pristine glass window, although there wasn't much to see of the vast valley or Darklight City in the distance due to the constant rising smog from the forges at the foot of Slimer City. In the slight reflection of the glass, she could glimpse the haunted complexion that stared back at her, reminding her of the torments she had faced over the last month or so. How foolish had she been to not foresee the betrayal of the patriarch? Everyone in the family knew he'd permitted them to eliminate the Ravenborn family due to their grand elder stepping into the nascent soul realm. So what's to say he wouldn't then betray them? Her hands clenched at her sides. She had traveled to the Nitro City to tell the patriarch about her family's downfall, but she was told he wouldn't emerge from his closed-door cultivation. She tried to explain the threat that had befallen Darklight City, but they didn't seem to care, laughing off her claims as those of a lunatic. "Why should we care about a backwater mining town?" the guard had declared while sneering at her. The humiliation had been so great she had fled and spent a week or two aimlessly wandering the streets. Eventually, she decided to return to Darklight City to see how the situation had evolved, but an idea entered her mind while on the airship. Why not ask the Voidmind family of Slimer City for help? They should be delighted to learn that Darklight City was without management, and maybe she should convince them to overtake the city. Just the idea of Tristan Evergreen and Stella Crestfallen ruling over that city together made her skin crawl. Why did they get all the good things in life? Eleanor Evergreen. Why yes, that's me. Eleanor turned to examine the source of the voice and found a plain-looking woman wearing far too much lavish jewelry that weighed down her ears. She also had brown eyes that seemed to shift to pure black as she examined her. From the shifting eyes alone, Eleanor suspected the woman was a descendant of the Void Mind family, but likely from a side branch as she didn't have all the features that made them famous. Perfect, so I found the right person. The woman breathed a sigh of relief as she glanced down at the parchment in her hands. So, just to recap your claims one last time. You say that Darklight City, managed by the Ravenborn family for many decades, has changed ownership to a joint force of the Evergreens and Winterwraths. That's correct. Eleanor replied, although there should be some more. I was getting to that. The woman curtly replied, silencing Eleanor. You also claim that Tristan Evergreen, someone from your family who has somehow recently ascended to the Starcore realm, teamed up with another girl called Stella Crestfallen, who also somehow ascended to the Starcore realm, and together they wiped out your family. Eleanor had to admit that it sounded ridiculous when read in such a suspicious tone. Starcore realm cultivators were often the grand elders of a family, or at least a high-ranking elder. To suggest that two seemingly unknown individuals had ascended simultaneously and then teamed up with wipe out two established noble families. There's a lot more to the story. Eleanor quickly said, for example, the demon with a claw the size of a hallway that crushed and killed the Winterwrath Grand Elder. Eleanor stopped speaking when she saw the Void Mind woman's judgmental glare. Do understand, the only reason we are entertaining your nonsense is because we received some weird reports regarding Darklight City lately. The women let out a deep sigh seeing Eleanor's expectant expression, something about a tree infestation and the sky opening up. Eleanor furiously nodded and took a step forward. Yes, yes. The sky opened, and ash descended upon Red Vine Peak. It was followed by a presence that matched that of the Patriarch. The woman snorted, have you ever met the Patriarch? I find that hard to believe. She then waved Eleanor's protests off as she noted something on the parchment with a quill dipped in ink, so a giant demon that can crush an elder and ash was coming from the sky. Eleanor gritted her teeth. She really didn't appreciate the woman's condescending tone. The woman turned on her heel and began to walk toward two large obsidian doors at the end of the corridor, her shoes tapping on the white marble floor. She then briefly stopped and snorted while looking out the window toward where Darklight City should be through the smoke. It sure sounds like you have seen and been through a lot. Which all happened over a month ago? I wonder when these hallway-sized demons will make their way over here. They are rather slow, don't you think? Eleanor barely stopped herself from rolling her eyes at the sarcasm dripping from every word. The plain-faced woman pouted at her lack of reaction and continued walking toward the doors, waving for her to follow. You can spout your nonsense to the Grand Elder. He just emerged from closed-door cultivation and is willing to humor you. Eleanor's eyes burned into the woman's back, and she ground her teeth but somehow managed to keep her cool as she followed a few steps behind. Despite being at the peak of the Soul Fire realm, she had to swallow her broken pride for now as she didn't have a family backing and had been stuck at the bottleneck for Starcore for far too long. However, she was somewhat surprised that the Void Mind Grand Elder was willing to see her, so even with the humiliation, this was a good result. Eleanor stood within a room of liquid darkness. Only her spirit sight gave her any hope of perceiving anything within. Eleanor had no idea how they had created a pocket of void to cultivate within, but the void chi prevalent throughout the room was suffocating. I have already been informed of your claims, Scion of Evergreen. A tall, thin man who appeared to be made of the void spoke with a chill in his tone. My question to you is, why here and now? Pardon. Eleanor replied, unable to decipher the man's words. The Void Mind Grand Elder patiently responded, his voice's chill becoming even more piercing. You claim these events occurred over a month ago. I find almost all of them hard to believe. I understand they are hard to believe. Eleanor retorted, but you have to believe me. You ask why here and now. I went straight to the Nitros family because of how serious the situation was, but they refused to believe me. Do you think I am so foolish to try and lie to the Nitros family? Just send a single person to ask the locals of Darklight City or check on Red Vine Peak. The Void Mind Elder shifted through the liquid void and came a step closer, looming over her, and what do you believe we have to gain out of this? Eleanor gulped at the overwhelming presence. You are a half step into the nascent soul realm, right? Defeating two Starcore realm cultivators should be effortless, and then Darklight City is yours for the taking. There shouldn't be a family managing the city right now. There was a long silence that made Eleanor wonder if she had said anything wrong, but eventually, the Voidmind Grand Elder spoke his thoughts. I never bothered with Darklight City as mining has never been our interest, and that old bastard of the Ravenborn family was a tricky foe to deal with, but if what you say about his demise is true. Eleanor swore she saw the Void grin at her, then expanding Slimer's influence couldn't hurt. Although you are either misinformed or lying. Eleanor felt her heart stop beating in her chest. How had she lied? The Red Claws now reside in Darklight City as they invited us to participate in an alchemy tournament they are hosting, but I assumed they were working alongside the Ravenborn family. The void shifted again, and the Grand Elder's spatial ring, obscured by the liquid darkness of the room, glowed with silver light, and a jade talisman appeared in his hand. I do not need to send a scout as my elder brother should still reside in Darklight City's academy. I find it unlikely he would never contact me regarding the affairs you have mentioned, but that man has a dangerous tendency to ignore his surroundings in favor of research. Eleanor waited in anticipation as the jade lit up with a pale green light and then, after a while, dimmed. The communication had failed. Strange. The Void-Mind Grand Elder muttered. His voice took on a strange, distorted tone. He usually responds no matter how engrossed in research he is. Eleanor felt a wave of dread and excitement wash over her. If the Void-Mind Elder that acted as the librarian for the Darklight Academy was to refute her words, she wouldn't be surprised if the Void-Mind Grand Elder killed her and stole her cultivation for wasting a single second of his precious time. I should have a communication jade for his assistant somewhere here. Eleanor saw a flash of silver from another void-coated finger, and another jade appeared. Inserting some of his chi, the jade lit up just like the last one and maintained its brightness, signifying a connection. Elaine, are you there? The Void-Mind Elder questioned. Elaine drummed her fingers on the large wooden desk that took up much of her study. Her head rested on her propped-up arm as she gazed out the window at the scarlet leaves of the demonic tree sprouting up in the garden. It was late evening, and the elder had yet to return from his investigation of the rifts. Which was fine, as it gave Elaine some peace and quiet from his constant mutterings about this and that. He was an odd man to deal with. Her tired eyes drifted from the window and back to the parchments with freshly scribed measurements meticulously transcribed from her apparatus readings. A long sigh escaped her lips as she glared at the numbers and observations that made no sense. How a demonic tree could alter its biology overnight was a cause for concern, but she needed the elder's expertise to decipher the cryptic readings she had collected. If we can somehow figure out how they did it, maybe we can alter their biology to start producing cultivation resources. Elaine took off her thick glasses, laid her head on the table, and continued looking out the window. It was a long shot, but maybe they would finally give her the resources she needed to cultivate if only she could discover something that could benefit the Void-Mind family tremendously. She may have been born a genius in research, but what was the point if she died in 1,000 years? The elder had spent centuries on individual problems. Was there any point if she only had a few hundred years to live due to her lack of progress in pursuing immortality? Elaine breathed in and felt the chi cycle through her body, only to sigh again as she felt how little she absorbed. The purity of her spirit root was so pathetic that she had been told that the cost of her cultivation journey wasn't worth it. Even at 25, she was stuck at the first stage of the soul fire realm. Grumbling to herself, she sat up to escape her spiraling thoughts and leaned back in the chair, tapping the end of her quill on her chin as she hummed. Elaine, are you there? She almost fell backward as a cold voice filled the room. Quickly opening a side drawer and retrieving the glowing jade talisman, she inserted some chi and calmed her breathing before replying, "Greetings, Grand Elder. As formal as always, I see. You should be more friendly with your father." Elaine's face scrunched up at the endearing words in such a cold tone. If her father really loved her so much, why deprive her of cultivation resources just because it was a bad investment? At this rate, the old man would outlive her, and she would just be another one of his many children that he forgets about with time. "Forgive me," Elaine replied. "What is the reason for your call?" "Your uncle didn't respond. Do you know where he is?" Elaine rolled her eyes. Of course, he hadn't called to ask about her. Why would he? Uncle went to investigate something through a rift. A rift, you say? There was a brief pause, and Elaine heard her father move away from the jade and discuss something with someone else. While waiting for a reply, she looked out the window but couldn't see the demonic tree anymore because the window was fogged up. "That's odd," Elaine muttered as she glanced around the room and realized the whole room was filling with a dense mist. She gulped back her fear as she knew this mist was entirely unnatural. Father, Elaine urgently said into the jade talisman, her fingers going white from gripping it so hard. Are you there? Father. Silence. Elaine felt the words die in her throat as a figure appeared from the mist. She was a short woman with black hair, but her features were obscured by a white mask that glowed with demonic chi. How a cultivator could wield demonic chi, Elaine had no idea. Was she facing a demon from the lower realm disguised as a human? If you want to live, do as I say. The words tickled the inside of her ear, and she deduced it was chi-empowered speech being carried through the mist. Don't make me regret leaving you alive until now. Elaine's mind raced for a solution. A water affinity assassin that was potentially a demon was in her room. She was a first-stage soul fire realm cultivator, and although she had one of the strongest affinities, void, she didn't know many techniques, nor was she well versed in combat. She did have some life-saving artifacts, but she had been negligent and wasn't wearing them as the elder was usually right by her side to protect her. Reluctantly she nodded very slowly toward the masked woman in the mist. The Void Mind Grand Elder's words through the jade startled her. So your uncle went through a rift? That might explain why my jade talisman can't reach him. Elaine, do you know the purpose of the rift? Say no, the voice of the mist insisted. No. Elaine sheepishly replied to her father. Have you heard anything about large demons killing Starcore cultivators, the heavens opening up and pouring ash down onto Red Vine Peak, or perhaps about the elimination of the Evergreen family? Tell him you have heard nothing. Elaine's throat felt dry, and her hand was trembling. And no, father, I have stayed inside with uncle all day. Elaine, you should go outside more. There was a long sigh, and Elaine hated how casual her father's voice was compared to her situation. Your uncle is a bad influence on you. Terrified of answering her father's small talk without being given permission by the demon of the mist, Elaine remained silent. Well, good talk as always, Elaine. I will be sending your brother to participate in the ridiculous alchemy tournament those Red Claws are putting on, so make sure to spend some time away from your crazy uncle and show your brother around Darklight City. Elaine could feel the end of the conversation coming and began to panic. Why not come right now to see me? She yelped as the demon of the mist vanished from the corner of the room, and she felt cold metal digging into her neck, drawing a thin line of warm blood that trickled down her neck. End the conversation right now. The demon hissed in her ear. Haha, I'm far too busy for that, Elaine. Her father's voice made her sick to her stomach. Couldn't he tell she had been acting weird? Why couldn't he tell she was in danger? I can send someone to look after you while your uncle is away investigating that rift, though. It sounds like some weird things are occurring over there, even if you haven't noticed them. Elaine opened her mouth to reply but felt the cold metal dagger dig a little deeper. Say you have no need. No, father, I'm quite all right. Elaine stuttered, tears forming in her eyes. I have to go now. Goodbye. All right, daughter, see you soon. The jade talisman's pale green light dimmed and Elaine felt all hope drift away. What a mess you have caused me. The demon sighed. You just had to pick up the call. How unfortunate. Please don't kill me. She whispered, the dagger digging a little deeper as she spoke. That's not for me to decide. The demon said, and Elaine felt a powerful blow to the back of her head, making her vision fade to black as she fell unconscious. Chapter 112, Crazy Demonic Cultists. Who is this? I believe her name was Elaine. Elaine could hear distant voices that echoed as if they were in a large open space. Her head was pounding, and her mouth was parched as if she had spent days without water. But why is she down here? I thought I was supposed to be making an alchemy lab. Elaine opened her eyes to a dark cavern illuminated with glowing mushrooms that grew from the cracks in the ceiling. In the distance, she could make out two blurry figures conversing at the far end of the cavern. A large man faced away from her, a black cloak obscuring his bulky figure. A tall, blonde-haired woman stood beside him, facing her. The woman wore a black mask similar to that of the mist demon. She felt her heart sink in her chest. Had she been captured by cultists? They were crazy people in demonic sects that used human sacrifice to fuel their cultivation. Apparently, she is a researcher of some kind. The blonde woman informed the man. Sigh, what a headache. Like I said, we should have just killed her from the start. Elaine felt a shiver run down her spine, and the cold rock digging into her back felt even more hostile than moments ago. Her eyes darted to locate the source of a breeze she sensed and felt a glimmer of hope by the open passage leading outside. Through the long tunnel, She could see the tops of demonic trees. Should she run? Her hands clenched against the cold stone of the cavern. Would she even make it 2 steps from the tunnel before one of those cultists stabbed a knife in her back? Whatever, I have things to do. The blonde woman said, turning to leave through a mineshaft. Just make something basic to show the silver spires. How long do we have? Till they accept our deal? You should have until tomorrow, as Diana is in talks with them right now. A long sigh escaped the large man as he surveyed the barren cavern, devoid of anything except a slow-moving stream through its center. His swooping gaze, hidden behind a mask, landed on Elaine, and she panicked, fearing he had caught her eavesdropping. Oh hey. She is awake, the man called after the blonde woman, but she was already gone. Whatever. Elaine squirmed up against the rock that cut into her back as the hulking man donning a pitch-black cloak and mask advanced toward her. Her eyes darted between her 2 escape routes, the mineshaft past the man, which seemingly led deeper into the cultist's lair, and the large tunnel to the outside world. Deciding to take no chances, she lunged forward, breaking into a staggered sprint toward the tunnel leading outside. Her pathetic cultivation cycled through her spiritual roots as her legs burned with power. Void fire enshrouded her fists as she prepared to fend off the black-cloaked man, but he seemed entirely unbothered by her escape, simply watching her leave with apparent amusement. Deciding to ignore his odd behavior for a demonic cultist that likely wanted to consume her flesh to advance his cultivation, Elaine charged on ahead without looking back. The tunnel blurred around her as she dashed with as much speed as she could muster. Her entire view became consumed with sunlight, the cloudless sky, and the tips of demonic trees. She was so close, something surged up from the floor and blocked the exit. It looked like a translucent slime that distorted the light, but it was also filled with black roots. Unperturbed by this obstacle, Elaine reeled back, her fist coated in her soul fire, and punched forward alongside all her velocity. There was a brief moment of triumph as the slime recoiled backward from her force, but her face fell as she felt it resist the rest of her force and then rebounded, pushing her back with such power that she was sent flying and tumbling backward. Hey, are you alright? The man's gruff voice was right behind her. Spitting to the side to get rid of the rock dust plaguing her already parched mouth, Elaine looked over her shoulder and saw the masked man trudging up the tunnel. Elaine sprung back up and shouted through gritted teeth, "Stay back. My father is the Void Mind Grand Elder. If you lay a single hand on me." Whoa, miss. The man raised his hands and chuckled, "Where are all these threats coming from? Who said I wanted to lay my hands on you?" Elaine stood there with her hand raised, the words dying in her throat. What kind of a situation was this? Are these cultists out of their minds? You kidnapped me. She shouted again, and the man looked over his shoulder as if she was speaking to someone behind him. Seeing nobody behind him, the man pointed to himself. Me? Yes, you. Elaine slowly walked backward until she felt the weird wall of slime. Then, sensing void chi from behind, she looked where her hand met the slime and noted it had turned black. Never seen you before, miss. The man shrugged. Does someone wearing a white mask with black hair sound familiar? Elaine's head was cloudy, and she had a terrible headache, but her eyes went wide when she remembered that terrifying demon, the Mist Demon. The man burst out laughing. That sounds about right. She does match that name. Feeling her feeble soul core having recovered some chi, Elaine coated her fist another time and tried to uppercut through the slime blocking her exit, but it resisted her as if it were a brick wall this time, making her stumble back in pain. Why are you doing that? The man tilted his head, his expression impossible to read behind the black wooden mask. To escape, of course, Elaine replied while nursing her hand. Why else would I be punching the only obstacle to my escape? Only obstacle? The man shook his head sadly. Oh, you poor soul, if only you knew. The man then turned to leave. The name's Douglas, by the way. Feel free to come speak with me once you have given up. We got an alchemy lab to build before tomorrow after all. His weird cheerful tone and nonchalant attitude to a kidnapped prisoner trying to escape perplexed Elaine on a level she couldn't quite describe. Was her chance at escape really as hopeless as the man believed? Elaine went to push up her glasses that were sliding down her nose and paused in shock as she noticed her spatial ring missing. Well, there goes calling for help. She hissed in annoyance and turned to face the slime wall again with a vengeance. Either it was late evening and the sun had long set, basking the outside world in total darkness, or the slime wall had become totally corrupted by the void. Elaine, unfortunately, had no idea as time seemed to blend together. Her hands hurt, her soul core threatened to crack from overuse, and she was fed up. She had tried to punch through the rock instead of the slime with her void chi, but the slime seemed to move to protect the walls as if it were alive or being controlled by someone. Or something. Those black roots throughout the slime body that wasn't visible anymore reminded her of the demonic trees floating through those portals. It was also very suspicious that the area surrounding this place also had a lot of demonic trees. What that meant? She had no clue. Did demonic cults usually have a link to demonic trees? Maybe to dispose of the corpses or something. A long sigh escaped her lips, and she glanced down the tunnel that led back into the cavern. Throughout the hours she had spent pounding away at the slime wall, she had heard that Douglas fellow singing to himself while the whole mountain shook. There's no way he will let me walk down that mineshaft tunnel, right? Elaine grumbled to herself as she trudged down the tunnel, utterly defeated. Her only hope was to last long enough until her brother came for the alchemy tournament and noticed she was missing, or if her father tried to call her jade talisman again and she failed to pick up. Reaching the cavern, she was surprised to see how different it looked compared to a few hours ago. Surrounding the river on both sides were dirt banks with a variety of mushrooms and flowers growing. How they had just sprouted up so quickly defied logic. Either they had been brought from outside, or Douglas knew the trick that made the demonic trees sprout mushrooms overnight. Elaine followed a stone path that led her through the garden and crossed over a newly constructed stone bridge. She then walked past many large stone bowls with steps next to them. Incredibly curious, she walked up the steps and peered over the large bowl, finding a weird black plant that resembled a cauldron. Alchemy. She mumbled to herself as Douglas's words replayed in her mind. The silver spires. Alchemy. Her brows furrowed. The Void Mind family didn't have a particularly good or bad relationship with the silver spires, so they were unlikely to ruin their partnership with this demonic cult to save her. To be honest, the thought that the silver spires would conspire with cultists wasn't all that surprising. They had a lot of money and influence, so having some cultists on payroll to conduct the dirty dealings behind the scenes made sense. Given up yet? A sudden voice behind Elaine almost caused her to tumble into the weird cauldron plant from shock. D. Douglas. Elaine stammered, feeling awkward, looking slightly down from her vantage point at the large mask-wearing man. That's me. Douglas chuckled while scratching the back of his neck and diverting his gaze from her, admiring my handiwork. Please let me know if you have any feedback on how an alchemy lab should be built. I have never even seen one before. Be honest with me, Douglas, Elaine said with the last ounce of strength she had left, disregarding his question about the alchemy lab. Sensing her tone, Douglas straightened up. Yeah? Am I a prisoner here? She said with resolve, and after a brief pause, Douglas shrugged. I guess so. The others didn't tell me much about you and your situation, as they are busy right now. Elaine was rather perplexed. Was that blonde woman one of the leaders, then? Clearly, the man was some kind of grunt worker, so he should want to escape from that mist demon, right? Deciding to shoot her shot, she jumped from the stone steps and grabbed the man's idle hand. Could you help me escape? We could go together. Douglas looked down at their intertwined hands and sighed. Miss, as romantic as that sounds, I don't think either of us would get very far. His spatial ring flashed with golden light, and the black mask vanished, revealing a rather handsome man that seemed a few years her senior, and who said I wanted to leave. It's rather nice here. Elaine reeled back her hand, feeling her face getting rather warm. Please. Just open a path out of here for me. Douglas shook his head and turned to leave toward the area he had been working on. Elaine, was it? I admire your courage, but attempting to escape from this place is a waste of time. I need to have this place looking presentable by morning. Elaine wasn't listening. With his back turned to her, she took the chance and ran across the cavern toward the mineshaft the blonde woman had left through. Clearly, that man was under some mind control technique and was about as useful as the rocks he was moving about. Sitting around idly might be the best choice for her survival, but the memory of that dagger being pressed into her neck was all she needed to know. She had to escape from this prison before that demon returned. The mineshaft was thinner than the tunnel, with a rusting metal track with rotting wood running through it. Mushrooms lined the walls with a pale blue glow, and black roots were everywhere, threatening to trip her up. Also, there was a bizarre amount of spatial chi in the air. The stale air of the mineshaft did little to help her burning lungs as she ran on pure hopes and dreams, with her soul core beyond exhausted. Eventually, she reached a fork in the path and decided on the one that seemed to head upwards a bit. Elaine stumbled to a stop as she glanced up at something that had caught her eye. Is that a hollowed-out root? There was a very slight draft of fresh air, meaning it was certainly a way out. With no other choice, she leapt up, trying to find a footing. But, weirdly, the inside of the root wasn't as sticky with sap as she had expected. Instead, this weird black viscous blood coated her fingers. Burning it off with a bit of soul fire, she tried to scale the hollowed root, but her feet and hands kept slipping. Eventually, she tumbled down, falling on her back and looking up at the completely dark tunnel. Fuck's sake. She felt tears brimming at the edge of her eyes as she felt the despair of the situation fully set in. She was likely far from home in a weird prison, and they even taunted her with impossible ways of escape. Soon the tears came and she began to sob. If only her father had dedicated those resources to her, maybe she wouldn't be so pathetic, and she could have learned a technique like void step that would have let her teleport past that slime. Her glasses began to cloud up through her tears, and she felt completely miserable. Why had this happened to her? All she had done was answer a stupid call from her father, and then a demon had attacked her. I never made trouble with nobody, and this is what I get. She muttered and gulped back the mucus that was gathering in the back of her throat. She was just a researcher. What had she done to deserve imprisonment? After sobbing for a good 10 minutes, she wiped it all away on her sleeve as she didn't have access to the supplies in her missing spatial ring. Then, getting herself together, she wandered the mineshafts for a long time, never finding anything else of interest. "Oh, you're back." A voice she was now familiar with echoed through the cavern. Elaine hadn't even intended on finding her way back here, too lost in her doomed thoughts to care about where she was going. "Guess I am," she replied with a sigh. Wandering over, she sat on a rock and watched Douglas hard at work for a while. Then, to her surprise, he came over after pouring some soil from a spatial ring into a hole he had made and handed her some cloth to wipe her tears. "Don't sit here all night sniffling behind me," he said somewhat endearingly. "Although you might have been kidnapped, they are good people. Stop stressing so much." That was a lie. Had this man never met the mist demon? And hadn't the blonde woman literally threatened her life earlier? Elaine reluctantly accepted the cloth, wiped her face, and then almost choked in shock when Douglas moved to the side and showed the previously barren soil now sprouting all sorts of foliage. How is that possible? She couldn't resist asking, the curiosity getting the better of her. "The plants." Douglas shrugged as he always seemed to. "They come from the immortal that rules this place." Elaine pouted, unsure if Douglas was messing with her. "Seriously?" "Yeah, he has total control over this place. That's why I told you fleeing isn't worth the effort. If you are so sure of this supposed immortal's power, why can't you let me try and escape?" Douglas leaned on the shovel he was holding and stared at her for a few seconds, and then a cheeky grin appeared. "All right, Elaine, how about we make a bet?" "A bet?" Nodding, Douglas gestured to the far wall with the shovel, and Elaine felt the cavern shake as the rock crumbled away. "I will give you a chance to escape. If you succeed, you earn your freedom. But if you lose and are brought back here, you have to help me with this project. No more sitting around and feeling sorry for yourself. Deal?" Was that even a question? "Deal," Elaine said as she brushed herself off and ran toward the opening. It took a while, but eventually, the rocks fell away to reveal the dead of night. The twinkling stars overhead illuminated many miles of demonic trees, the cool night air rustled her hair and clothes, and she breathed in with relief. Then, glancing back, she saw Douglas leaning on his shovel with an amused expression. "Good luck, Elaine," he shouted after her with a grin, "and if you meet Larry out there, tell him I said hi." Elaine furrowed her brows. Was Larry a guard for this demonic cult, or something else? Either way, she had been given a chance at freedom and planned to grasp it. Without another thought, she dashed out into the night. Chapter 113, A Bet. The chilly night air rushed past Elaine's ears as she scampered down the mountainside. Her breathing was ragged, and her lungs burned. She couldn't remember the last time she had felt this weak as she had to resort to her mortal body. Her soul core was utterly depleted. Being so weak sucks, she said between gasps as she reached up to clean her glasses. She was still in the first stage of the soul fire realm, so she wasn't that far from immortal, especially when she was out of chi. One day, she could be freed from her thick glasses when she advanced her cultivation. Feeling her burning muscles due to a lack of chi, she debated sitting down and spending a few minutes meditating but concluded that staying in place was an unwise decision. The dense forest of demonic trees that unnaturally clung to the steep mountain face she was rushing through was eerily silent, devoid of any people or animals. It would have been impossible to navigate this treacherous environment at night without her soul fire illuminating the way as the scarlet-leaved canopy blocked the moonlight overhead. But to her surprise, there was a warm orange glow from these fire chi plants growing on the demonic tree's trunks, providing light so she didn't trip on the exposed roots underfoot. She honestly had no idea where she was going, but she figured that following the steep slope downward was for the best. Once she was as far from the cavern and demonic cultists as possible, she could quickly meditate and figure out things. Her mouth was beyond parched from all the running she had been doing without the assistance of chi, but without her spatial rings, she felt almost naked. No weapons, life-saving artifacts, or even spare clothes to replace her sweat-drenched ones. A quiet rustling overhead broke Elaine from her thoughts. Glancing over her shoulder at the canopy, she saw nothing but the scarlet leaves illuminated by the fire chi plants rustling in the wind. She felt her left foot get stuck under a root and she stumbled forward, barely catching herself in time on a low protruding branch from a nearby demonic tree to stop herself from tumbling 1,000 meters down a cliff. Having to take a longer route to the side to avoid the cliff, Elaine proceeded downward at a good pace. Although the rustling seemed to follow her, there were no other signs that anything was amiss. So without incident, she reached the mountain base many hours later. Collapsing against a tree with shaking legs, burning lungs, and a pang of hunger, she took a deep breath of the damp air. Then, looking around, she noticed a dense mist flowing between the trees that sent chills down her spine as it reminded her of the dreaded mist demon that had caused all of this misery. Trying to ignore the constant rustling overhead, she closed her eyes in a vain attempt at meditation. Eventually, the noise stopped and she breathed a sigh of relief as she cycled her chi a few times. As she entered the perfect state of meditation, she felt a waft of foul breath that startled her. Opening her eyes in a hurry, she came face to face with many red eyes that seemed to stare into her soul. Many giant legs cast a looming shadow and she couldn't even see the forest past the monster's body. It was that enormous. The two stared at each other for a while. Elaine swore her heart had ceased beating in her chest from fear and every muscle in her body had seized up as if making a single move would lead to her demise. Seemingly amused by her state, the enormous spider crawled a little closer with an eerie silence that didn't match its colossal size, and Elaine was ashamed to admit she totally freaked out. Stay back. Ah! She shouted as the little bit of void chi she had cultivated moments earlier engulfed her fist, and she waved the soul flame-coated hand in front of the spider as if trying to deter it. The weird ring of floating ash that seemed to rotate around a crown of horns on the monster's head sped up, and Elaine paled as she felt a mere hint of the monster's true cultivation press down on her, making her legs buckle slightly, and her arms fall to her side. It then looked at her with an expression she could only describe as curiosity and backed away, seemingly unbothered by her previous threats. Elaine didn't move, wondering if the monster was messing with her. She then turned to leave very slowly, keeping the spider in sight as she ensured not to trip on the tree roots by feeling them with the back of her foot as she retreated. This stare-off continued as the spider crawled closer with every step she took backward, always stopping when she did. Eventually, she couldn't take it anymore and did something potentially foolish. She gave her back to the monster. Cycling the little bit of chi she had cultivated, Elaine rushed through the dense misty forest and was relieved to see some typical green trees for once rather than the ominous demonic ones that made the place reek of death. Unlike the demonic forest growing on the mountain, this forest did have some wildlife as Elaine could hear birds chirping, signifying the coming of morning. Through the tree line, she could glimpse the vast walls of the dark light city in the distance, illuminated by the rising sun. She couldn't hear anything else besides the rustling of trees in the early morning breeze and the cheerful birds. Had the monster given up? Glancing over her shoulder, her heart almost jumped out of her chest when she saw the spider behind her, moving with creepy silence through the foliage. Not seeing where she was going and with no chi to utilize for spiritual sight, Elaine ran straight into a low-hanging tree branch, knocking into the back of her head. Her strengthened body and speed meant it was torn off the tree and sent flying in a shower of splinters, crashing into another tree and exploding. Elaine suffered a similar fate to the branch as she spiraled through the air until her exhausted body failed to smash through a sizable green leaf tree. Her head spun, and she wanted to cry as her entire body was in pain. If things weren't already terrible enough, an ash-coated spider limb loomed over her, ready to squash her to the next life. She winced and closed her eyes. Screw you, demonic cultists. I will meet you in hell. She cursed under her breath. But the crushing death never came. Instead, the limb nudged her, and she had the unsettling feeling of all the hairs on the spider leg seemingly searching her skin for something. Elaine knew from her research that spiders tasted and smelled through the hairs on their limbs. Was it trying to smell her or something? Whatever the monster was searching for, It seemed to have found it when the beast paused as its limb was pushed up against her neck, where the mist demon's blade had left a scar. Elaine watched wide-eyed as the sun crested the mountain range, basking the back of the ashen spider in warm light, casting a looming shadow over her. Maybe she was insane, but watching the spider curiously poke her made her feel it was domesticated somehow, and if there was someone who could tame such a beast, it would be the immortal Douglas had mentioned earlier. That man's cheeky grin when she had left, and he had told her to say hello to someone. "Are you Larry?" The words half died in her throat due to the absurdity of it. What kind of name was Larry for a spirit beast of this capacity? The spider seemed taken aback by her words as it crawled backward to give her some space. There was a brief moment as they stared at each other, the silence only broken by birds chirping. "So your name is Larry?" she questioned again, unsure if it had understood her. Instead of answering, it raised its limb again, and rather than stepping back like every instinct in her body told her to, Elaine raised her hand and met the tip of the limb. Elaine wasn't sure why, but a small smile manifested as she held the limb of a creature that could obliterate her with a mere thought. She then broke into a small chuckle as all the exhaustion she had bottled up overtook her while shaking hands with a spirit beast. No wonder Douglas had been so confident she couldn't escape with a beast like this roaming around. All those hours of punching the slime wall until her hands bled and wandering the mine shaft until she was reduced to tears. A fucking waste of time and effort. As Douglas had said, escape had been pointless from the start. Instead, she should have just listened and relaxed while helping him design the alchemy lab. Elaine knew that was twisted logic, as only an insane person wouldn't have tried to escape that prison run by demonic cultists that threatened her life, but she was so tired from running and fighting a pointless fight that thinking was the last thing she wanted to do right now. As Elaine let the exhaustion consume her, she leaned on the limb, and the spirit beast kept her standing by giving her a limb to rest against, like a fluffy tree. She almost wanted to snuggle up to it and sleep. But then she felt an explosion of spatial chi behind her, and before she knew it, the limb she had been resting on pushed her through a newly formed rift that instantly closed with a pop of air. The forest's damp misty air and morning sunshine were replaced with the blue glow of mushrooms and stale air. "Oh, you're back." She was back in the cavern, and Elaine heard those same accursed words she'd been told hours ago before all the running for her life with false hopes and dreams of escape. Turning around while gritting her teeth, Elaine saw Douglas leaning on his shovel implanted in a patch of dirt next to the slow-moving stream running through the cavern's center. "Why, you fucking bastard. You knew all along that I never had a chance." Elaine didn't know what she was saying and understood it wasn't wise to accuse the only person that hadn't threatened her life so far. But she couldn't care less right now. She was mad. Douglas shrugged and grinned. "I tried to warn you many times, but some people refuse to listen to reason. Especially the smart ones, they always think they know everything." He then picked up the shovel and gestured toward the half-constructed alchemy lab. "Now a bet's a bet. We only have a few hours until the silver spires arrive. So come and help me with this." Elaine wanted to scream and shout, stomp her feet, and punch the smug bastard in the face. It was clear he had taken some entertainment in her antics. He could have explained everything to her and avoided all of this, but he hadn't done that. But all her anger vanished as Douglas swiftly walked toward her with a cup of cold water and food. His smug grin was replaced with one of concern, and her body reacted before her mind, reaching out for the water and food her body so desperately desired. "I still hate you," she muttered as she took the food and water to a nearby rock and collapsed against it. Douglas chuckled to himself and wandered away, leaving her to wallow away in peace. Ashlock hadn't expected to wake up to a prison escape. Last thing he remembered while succumbing to sleep was setting some mushrooms and flowers to grow within a flower bed. As his mind had slowly awoken at the crack of dawn, he'd heard Larry informing him of a suspicious person wandering the forest through the tether that apparently smelt like Diana. Curious, Ashlock had used Eye of the Tree God, and after locating Larry's position, he found him confronting the Voidmind woman they had captured. Without delay, as they weren't that far from Darklight City's walls, Ashlock had Larry push Elaine through a portal that led back to the cavern. While Douglas and the woman conversed, he checked the cave for ways Elaine could have escaped. Bob is still guarding the tunnel exit, and by his color, it's clear Elaine gave the slime a real beating, and she certainly hadn't escaped through my route as Stella is meditating on the bench under my canopy and would have noticed her escape. Ashlock was perplexed. There were no other noticeable exits she could have taken. So had Douglas let her out? Stella had definitely told Douglas to not let her escape, so there was no way he would create a path, as that would break his oath of loyalty to the Ashfallen sect. Or would it? He had some suspicions that the oath wasn't a very airtight contract. What was loyalty? Anyway, if Douglas let her escape with good intentions for the Ashfallen sect even though it went against Stella's orders, would that breach his oath? What a headache, Ashlock muttered. Diana brought the woman back yesterday, claiming she was the daughter of the Grand Elder of the Voidmind family, so killing her would be dangerous. I took all her items and verified her cultivation was barely in the first stage of the Soul Fire realm. So how could she escape a mountain shrouded in my spatial chi via my roots and with Douglas watching over her? Ashlock let out a long sigh. So early in the morning, and already there were problems. But he made a mental note that Douglas was a very lousy guard and shouldn't be trusted with prisoners in the future. As for Elaine, he wasn't sure what to do with her. According to Diana, she had worked as a research assistant to the Voidmind Elder that he had consumed within his soul, so she might be an excellent addition to the Ashfallen sect with her knowledge. But they hadn't exactly gotten off on the best foot. You know, the kidnapping and her traumatically encountering Larry in the forest while being so close to escaping. The poor girl looked like a miserable mess as she slowly ate the food and water Douglas provided her while half asleep against a random rock. Ashlock didn't exactly plan to torment her or anything, but he needed to decide his method of approach with her. Should he force her to take an oath of loyalty like Douglas had? Or take it slower and let her ease her way into living here? Why keep her around as a glorified prisoner in the first place? Despite his immunity to void chi, he didn't wish to take his chances against a 9th stage Star Corps Grand Elder or fight their allies, such as the merchants. Keeping her alive but out of sight allowed Ashlock to avoid or delay a conflict. But that relied on her not escaping and causing a scene. Larry, if Elaine escapes again, I will leave it up to you to bring her back, Ashlock declared through the tether, and he felt the spider's acknowledgement. The rest of the morning passed without incident. After moving all the remaining demonic trees that had piled up in the Academy's Colosseum out to the wilderness and expanding the wall, he spent the rest of the morning observing Elaine and Douglas as they worked on the alchemy lab he had instructed Douglas to build in anticipation of the Silver Spire's visit. There was a chance a deal wouldn't be signed, but he was hopeful. It had only been a few days and Diana's negotiation tactic of offering a higher percentage in the business the faster they agreed to a deal was paying off. They seemed desperate if they were already asking for a meeting with Diana. Ashlock was rather happy to see how well Elaine and Douglas seemed to get on as they bantered and half messed around. He could see a future with Elaine being part of the sect. Wait, she doesn't even know anything about the Ashfallen sect or me. We kept that all hidden from her. Ashlock mused as he saw Stella finally awaken from her meditation and stretch her back. Good morning, tree. She yawned and snacked on one of his low-hanging fruit that he had decided to grow to match the summer mood. So, how's the prisoner? Go and see for yourself if you wish. Ashlock wrote, she could make a good addition to our sect, so be kind to her. He didn't miss the small pout on Stella's lips. Fine. Open a rift for me, then. I needed a break from cultivating anyway. Ashlock happily opened one for her and watched as she put on her black wooden mask and stepped through. He was curious about what she would say to Elaine, but then he felt something lightly hitting Bob. Shifting his view, he saw Diana knocking on the slime wall as if it were a door. She then stepped back and waited outside the cavern's tunnel alongside Riker von Silverspire and his butler Sebastian. Now is really not a good time to arrive. Ashlock sighed as he saw the half-finished alchemy lab and its 3 occupants conversing. Wait. Elaine was still down there. Should he let her stay or get Stella to hide her before the Silver Spires entered? Chapter 114, Deal with the Silver Spires. Stella stepped through the rift in a good mood as her soul core was filled to the brim with rich spatial chi, and she felt on the edge of forming her star core and ascending to the next realm. With the pop of the rift closing, Stella felt the sudden change in environment from the mountain air and sunshine to the dusty darkness of the mineshaft. She looked up and noted the end of the hollowed-out route that led to the surface. Having been down here before, Stella strode down the mineshaft with measured steps, making sure not to trip on the roots and random bits of rotting wood or rusty metal minecart tracks. The pulsing soul core in her chest made her body feel warm, and she couldn't help but place a hand on her chest as she walked. I just need to solidify my foundation and absorb as much spatial chi as possible before going into Ash's pocket dimension again, and then I will have no problems forming my star core. Her musing was interrupted by a distant conversation between Douglas and the prisoner. But until then, I have to deal with these people. Stella sighed as she emerged from the mineshaft a while later into the expansive cavern. The overwhelming smell of flora took her by surprise as it starkly contrasted with the previous dusty and stale air of the mineshaft. On the banks of the stream in the cavern's center were many soil patches housing various flowers, mushrooms, and even spirit grass. Stella didn't plan to pretend she knew all their names or purposes, but she wasn't totally clueless after reading that alchemist's journal she had retrieved from the deceased Void Mind Elder's belongings. Those should be valuable ingredients for making pills. Her eyes drifted to the large stone bowls on the opposite bank across a stone bridge. And those stone bowls should house alchemy cauldrons required to form the pills with the alchemist's soul fire. "Oh Stella, welcome," Douglas called out to her as he stepped into view from behind one of the stone bowls. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your esteemed visit?" The man was dust-covered, and his face suggested exhaustion from his hunched posture, so his sarcastic tone was understandable. "I came to check on our prisoner," Stella said as she strode over the stone bridge and used the slight vantage point to glance around. "Where is she?" "Elaine is right here," Douglas replied dryly as he reached to his side and gently pulled the woman to stand beside him. Stella hadn't gotten a good look at the Void Mind assistant yesterday, so she took her time scrutinizing her. Elaine was clearly older than her due to her more defined bust and figure, perhaps in her mid-20s. Rose gold hair messily sprung from her head and somewhat obscured her face. And oddly, she wore thick glasses. "Have I ever seen a cultivator wear glasses before?" Stella pondered, but it didn't take long to conclude that the answer was no. Actually, she hadn't interacted with that many cultivators. Her list of people was pathetically small. Realizing she had been staring for too long, Stella questioned Douglas. "The patriarch told me he believes Elaine could make a good addition to our sect. What do you think?" Stella had deliberately chosen the word patriarch to refer to Ash as it helped build some confusion, and she didn't ignore Elaine's look of shock and distress and the relief on Douglas's. "Despite the situation surrounding her, I believe we require more members here." Douglas looked down and smiled at Elaine, "and I believe she would make a great addition. She has been a great work partner, and her insights were invaluable." In truth, he wasn't wrong. The Ashfallen sect was far too small and lacked skilled individuals to cover all the fields a sect needed. But why did I hope he would say she was useless? Stella frowned behind her mask, deciding to confront these weird emotions another time. She spoke directly to Elaine. "We killed the head librarian." For the first time, Elaine stopped looking straight at her shoes and her head practically snapped up, her eyes wide behind those thick glasses coated in a thin layer of dust. "What?" The words died in her throat as she was reduced to pure confusion. Her mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping for air as she tried and failed to speak. Douglas didn't have his mask on, so seeing his look of shock was rather amusing. Perhaps she had been too rash in spilling the truth to Elaine, but quite frankly, she had a few days until she went to form her star core in the Pocket Realm, so she didn't have time to waste on slowly explaining the situation with this new person. She had cultivating to do. Deciding to continue the lie she had told the Redclaws, Stella continued, "You are currently in a cavern under the Ashfallen sect, a secret group that controls the Blood Lotus sect from the shadows. So you aren't a demonic cult?" Elaine blurted out but then clasped both hands over her mouth, clearly terrified that she had misspoken. "Where did you get that?" Stella inquired. "We don't participate in those rituals or demonic techniques." But, Elaine stammered, her voice shaking and dropping to a whisper, "I overheard that you wanted to kill me." "Yeah?" Stella said flatly and tilted her head in confusion. "All cultivators eliminate threats, not only demonic cults. I suggested to everyone that we kill you, but Diana insisted we give you a chance." Elaine shrunk back from Stella, which she found amusing. But then she remembered Tree had told her to be friendly, so she quickly added, "Although there aren't any plans to kill you now that you are here." Elaine breathed a small sigh of relief. "Who is Diana?" "I need to thank her for giving me a chance." "She's the Mist Demon," Douglas whispered from the side and laughed when Elaine yelped. "Are they calling Diana a Mist Demon?" Stella thought and felt it fit her quite well. There was a moment of awkward silence until Elaine gathered the courage to ask, "So the Ashfallen sect rules the Blood Lotus sect? Is the patriarch you refer to Lord Nitros? Or is it the immortal Douglas keeps referring to? Also, what makes me a threat? Why did you kill my uncle? What am I doing here?" Whoa, Stella raised her hands. "There's no hurry. I can answer your questions, but please remember to breathe." Elaine had frantically asked all her questions without pause and was now panting. "But to answer your questions. The Immortal is the true patriarch of this land. The patriarch you've known about all your life is merely a puppet. Stella almost felt like the heavens would smite her down any moment for sprouting such lies. As I said before, we operate from the shadows and eliminate anyone who discovers our existence. A look of realization dawned on Elaine's face. So my uncle discovered this ash-fallen sect when he went through a rift. Stella nodded. Yeah, the rift led to a project we were working on. He then got aggressive and tried to fight the immortal, so he paid for his ignorance with his life. But uncle was so strong. Elaine seemed perplexed, but eventually, she slowly nodded. I see. So what makes me a threat? Stella had to admit, even though she was clearly a little older than her, the woman was incredibly innocent looking. Coupled with her low cultivation, even she found it hard to see her as a threat to their continued existence. Maybe I had been rather rash to call for her execution without even giving her a chance. Discarding those thoughts, Stella had to be honest with her. It's your family that makes you a threat, as the immortal noted that you witnessed the elder going through the rift in the sky. We hoped to hide our activities as much as possible and avoid conflict, and you bringing the elder's disappearance to light would hinder our plans. Elaine needed a moment to compose herself. All of this information was a lot to take in, so Stella asked Douglas, is the alchemy lab ready? The silver spires should be arriving soon. What do you think, Elaine? Douglas asked the distraught woman. We have done a rather good job considering how much time you spent trying to run away. Stella smiled, seeing Elaine's embarrassment. Douglas, don't tease her so much. Although I have to say, the place does look quite good. Yeah, Douglas looked around with a proud grin, not too shabby for a night's work. Excuse me, miss. Elaine glanced at Stella and pushed up her glasses. What do you want from me then? Do I have to stay here forever as a prisoner? Stella honestly didn't have a definite answer to that question, as the whole situation surrounding Elaine was chaotic. For at least the next 3 weeks, you must remain out of sight and away from your family. After the alchemy tournament we are organizing, we can reevaluate your position here. You may become a full member if you do a good job, giving you massive benefits. Benefits? Elaine seemed intrigued. What type of benefits? Well, Stella tapped her chin, debating how much to reveal. I have already told her a little too much, but isn't the best way to win someone's trust to disclose secrets. It's not like she can escape or contact her family, right? So it should be fine. Stella raised her palm, and her high-purity soul fire sprung to life. Elaine took an understandable step back, showing she didn't trust her yet. We can offer the greatest cultivation resources ever discovered to you. Stella gestured to the cavern with her aflame hand. We have remained in the dark for so long to cultivate our strength, but we are finally about to expose the quality of our cultivation resources to the world through alchemy. She then leaned forward and whispered for dramatic effect, have an impure spirit root. What about heart demons that plague you at night? Heck, forget about cultivation. What about a pill that improves your skin? Stella swore she saw stars in Elaine's eyes with everything she mentioned. A feeling of pride for Tree's capabilities swelled in her chest, making it impossible not to brag on his behalf. You really have such profound resources? Elaine was barely concealing the excitement in her voice. Stella chuckled. Why would I lie? Look at my soul fire's purity for proof. Of course, the good stuff isn't grown down here, but even these mushrooms and flowers are bound to carry amazing effects. To hopefully solidify some more trust, Stella's spatial ring flashed with power, and she fished out 2 wooden masks that Diana had given her. One was black and the other white. They were cheap wooden masks, but giving a prisoner the illusion of choice and the feeling of inclusion would go a long way. Pick which color of mask you want. Elaine looked between the options and then up at Stella and then Douglas. Eventually, she hesitantly reached out and grabbed the end of the black one. I bet she picked it because Douglas also wore a black one. Also, these two have a weird relationship going on. Why is Douglas being so sweet to her, yet he was so rude to me? Good choice. Douglas gave Elaine a thumbs up as she tried to fasten it to her face. After some struggle, she gave up and sighed. I can't fasten it with my glasses in the way. Give them to me. I can store them away in my spatial ring, Douglas said as he offered an open palm. Taking him up on his offer, Elaine took off her glasses and handed them to Douglas. You will be able to see fine. Stella asked, worried Elaine might walk into walls or trample the plants. The idea of a cultivator needing glasses was ridiculous to Stella. How bad had her sight been in the Chi realm as a child for the affliction to follow her into the soul fire realm? Elaine looked around with the mask attached to her face and hummed. She even raised her hands and looked at them. Yeah, I can't see anything. Stella was about to offer solutions, but she heard Diana's voice echoing down the tunnel at the cavern's end beside the stream. Ashlock had tried to devise a way to notify Stella about Diana and the Silver Spires waiting outside, but a good opportunity never arose and keeping them waiting outside began to get awkward. After seeing Stella provide a mask to Elaine, he deemed that good enough, so he used his root puppet skill to move the void-tainted Bob to the side, allowing the curious Silver Spires to enter the tunnel leading to the cavern alongside Diana. "We are still getting things together," Diana said to Sebastian. "It should be all up and operational by next month after the tournament." "But we get 15% right." Riker shouted excitedly. That was the deal. Ashlock wasn't sure how the profit share had jumped to 15% from the originally agreed upon 10%, but whatever Diana had managed to wrestle out of them was likely valuable as Sebastian looked exhausted and far from thrilled about the 15% cut. "Yes, you do." Diana patted the Silver Spire heir on the shoulder. "You will beat your siblings and get that silver core. To be honest, if everything goes at least somewhat to plan, that isn't an empty promise." Ashlock laughed to himself. He planned to be among the richest in the entire sect, surpassing even the Silver Spires. What's this about a 15% share? Stella stood before the trio with her arms crossed below her chest. Douglas and Elaine stood beside her on either side, their black wooden masks obscuring their features. Ashlock was worried Elaine would speak out and ask for Sebastian's help, but she thankfully remained quiet, although a bit nervous by her shifting her weight from one leg to the other. Sebastian was the one to answer Stella's question with exhaustion dripping from every word. "We spent a few days surveying Darklight City for other business opportunities, but none of them seemed lucrative enough to give the returns we require to win the inheritance war. With that in mind, we plan to take up your offer and invest in your business, but a 10% share seemed too low due to the high level of risk we are taking." Stella sighed, so Diana gave in and offered a higher share. Sebastian snorted, "Absolutely not. We had to offer the Silver Spire name as the official backer of the alchemy tournament for the extra 5%. If nothing goes wrong with all the families coming here to participate, it would be a miracle from the heavens, but Riker was insistent that it was a good idea, so I shall let him learn from his mistakes." Ashlock couldn't believe how great of a deal they had just gotten. After the incident with the Voidmind Elder, the safety of himself and his allies weighed greatly on his mind. There was a reason a small family like the Red Claws couldn't usually put on such a tournament, as what if a competing family used it as an opportunity to seize control of the city? Or a brawl broke out between two larger families at the tournament? But with the Silver Spire's backing, he could be bolder and live without fear of repercussions, as he could always cower behind the banner of the Silver Spire family and let them take the heat until he got stronger. Riker has no idea the mess he has just caused his family. Ashlock felt like grinning. "Maybe I should taunt the Voidmind family a little more." Sebastian surveyed the cavern and honestly seemed too tired to care. "Looks good to me, although I know nothing about alchemy." He then took off a silver spatial ring and held it out for Diana. "As promised, here is the payment of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones and 50,000 dragon crowns." As Diana took the ring, Ashlock felt the pressure of heaven as if it were taking note of the deal's completion. Had they taken an oath regarding the payment? "Thank you for your patronage, and I hope for a fruitful partnership." Diana then handed the ring to Stella, and Ashlock knew she was super excited to use all those spirit stones to make more formations. "Alright, that will be all. I'm exhausted." Sebastian turned to leave but stopped when he saw Riker dash over to Elaine. "Big sister, I haven't seen you before," he asked with childlike innocence while trying to shake her hand. "What's your name? Where are you from?" He then looked between all the people standing before him. "Are you friends with Stella?" "Oh, this little shit." Ashlock cursed. Chapter 115, A Relaxing Summer Day. To Elaine, the world was a blur without her glasses, so she planned to stand beside Stella and Douglas and keep quiet while listening in on their conversation. Of course, she had debated asking the Silver Spires for help, but without her vision, she couldn't tell how powerful the Silver Spires were. Her hopes of salvation had been squandered when she overheard that only 2 people from the Silver Spire family had shown up, and one was a child. She had experienced the Mist Demon's killing intent before, and with the presence of the immortal that supposedly lorded over this place, she didn't want to hedge her bets on a Silver Spire brat and a tired butler. "If I could guarantee a route out of here back to my family, I would take it." Her hands clenched at her sides as her mind raced. "But if there's no opportunity, it's best to stay on my captor's good side and maybe reap those promised rewards." Elaine didn't fully believe Stella's claims of such miraculous cultivation resources. If they truly existed, The Blood Lotus sect would be the most powerful demonic sect throughout the wilderness, and they would have no reason to fear the beast tide. Lost in her thoughts, Elaine felt startled when someone tried to reach for her hand. "Big sister, I haven't seen you before," the Silver Spire child asked with childlike innocence while trying to shake her hand. "What's your name? Where are you from?" Elaine was unsure what to say. Her body had completely frozen up as she couldn't see the child before her. Other than handing her a mask, Stella had told her to keep quiet about anything she had told her, so what could she even say? "Are you friends with Stella?" Elaine almost screamed no into the child's face, but she refrained. Fumbling to find the child's shoulder, she patted it and answered, "I'm no big sister. I just work here." "Come on, Riker," the butler spoke with exhaustion, "we can sit back and cultivate for a few weeks while we wait for the tournament to start." Elaine almost frowned at how quickly Riker let go of her hand, losing all interest in her. Does he love cultivation that much? What a weird child. Although I'm rather jealous, I felt his cultivation was superior to mine, yet he sounded so young. Nice job, Elaine. Douglas's gruff voice broke her from her depressing thoughts. She then felt a warm hand lightly grasp hers. "Hold my hand so you don't trip and fall," he whispered into her ear. Elaine hated to admit it, but she liked his presence, and soon enough her hand had intertwined with his, and he thoughtfully led her deeper into the cavern. However, once the distant conversation between the Silver Spires and Diana faded, Elaine felt slightly sad when Douglas unlinked their hands and paused beside her. "Here's your glasses." He held them out for her. She happily took off the mask and put them on, the blurry world becoming crystal clear. They were near the stone bridge that went over the slow-moving stream, and Elaine enjoyed the view of the grinning Douglas standing beside the soil patch overflowing with flora. "I had expected you to beg the Silver Spires for help," Douglas said, and Elaine felt her blood run cold. "Glad you didn't. I have no doubts you and the Silver Spires would have died today if you had said anything." Elaine couldn't believe how offhanded Douglas had mentioned the murder of a Silver Spire heir. They were beyond powerful, and their standing within the sect was second to none. Was this mysterious Ashfallen sect really all Stella had made them out to be? The Silver Spires had even handed over such a large sum of spirit stones and dragon crowns for a small profit share. Who else could demand such a good deal from a Silver Spire other than an immortal? Elaine feared she was making leaps in logic to justify all the nonsense she had witnessed over the past day, but things were starting to add up, no matter how ridiculous they seemed. "Douglas, come with me," Stella shouted from the entrance to the mineshaft. "I need help with some runic formations." "Coming." Douglas yelled back and gave a reassuring smile to Elaine. "You stay here, all right? I will be back before you know it." Elaine nodded and watched Douglas leave with an odd feeling of abandonment in her chest. Then, with a long sigh, she sat on the stone bridge, watched the stream slowly flow by, and decided to try cultivating. "Brother, please come and save me soon," she murmured as her body drifted off into a state of deep meditation. Ashlock sighed in relief as he opened a portal for Stella, Douglas, and Diana to return to the mountain peak. That meeting with the Silver Spires had many chances to go completely wrong, so for it to have ended without much incident was a blessing in his books. With the meeting that had been hanging over his head for the last few days now in the past, he felt a similar sense of relief to what he had experienced when he left job interviews back on Earth when he had been a man of flesh and bones, doomed to work an endless 9-to-5 job in software development. An exhaustion he didn't know that had been plaguing his body and mind was expelled all at once, and all he wanted to do was turn into a couch potato and sleep. "Wait, aren't I kinda close to that right now?" Ashlock chuckled to himself. The point was he felt fantastic and free of worries. So he cleverly decided to pretend the upcoming tournament that was guaranteed to be a massive headache at the end of the month wasn't quickly approaching. For now, he was chilling. Basking in the glorious afternoon sunshine, he allowed Stella and Douglas's conversation regarding array formations to play in the background as he listened to the chirping birds. "Say, Tree, what type of formation should we make?" Stella was tapping his trunk with a look of excitement. "Ugh," Ashlock groaned. He really didn't want to use his brain right now. By late afternoon, Stella had settled on using the 1,000 high-grade spirit stones provided from their fruitful partnership with the Silver Spires to create a concealment array, which had been his suggestion. There were many varying options for array formations to choose from, but since the spirit stones provided were all high-grade, a smaller scale but highly chi-intensive formation was the best decision. Of those, Ashlock could pick between a shield or concealment array as they were the only two Stella felt confident at trying. He had gone for the latter for the simple reason that the current technique he was utilizing to obscure Red Vine Peak from outsiders with spatial chi was consuming around half of his star core's passive chi generation. With the many truffles he was growing for the girls and his plans to let his star core fill up so he could advance his cultivation, he could not continue that continuous high-cost technique. It needed to be replaced ASAP. He had the system-granted skill that gave him a shield against his arch-nemesis, lightning, so he felt a concealment array was of more importance for now. I don't quite want to announce my presence to the world just yet, so concealment is ideal. Ashlock couldn't wait to finally start throwing his weight around and stop cowering on his mountain peak once Stella and Diana returned from the mystic realm even stronger than they are now, and with my new void ability and the Silver Spire's name behind me, the Ashfallen sect should rival the other mid-sized families here in the Blood Lotus sect. Patriarch, may I return to my duties down below? Douglas asked with a hint of impatience below his trunk. Ashlock was a little confused about his rush to get back down into the dark, dusty cavern below as his job had been satisfied for now, and didn't Douglas want to rest? Seeing that Stella was busy drawing out the runes on the ground for the concealment formation that went around the rim of the mountain peak, Ashlock also couldn't see much reason to keep Douglas up here, so with a mere thought, he created a portal and let him leave. "Thank you," he said with a cheery wave as he vanished into the depths. What an eager worker, Ashlock noted as he looked for something to do. Diana was cultivating on top of the personal runic formation, and Stella was happy at work. So much had occurred over the last few weeks that it almost felt weird to have a moment of calm. No immortals were appearing out of nowhere, cultivators knocking at his door wanting to fight with Stella, or Dow storms hellbent on his destruction. Just a peaceful summer day. Ashlock felt oddly restless, so he decided to get some hunting done. System. He called out to his eternal friend that lived in his head, and soon enough, the words he was familiar with materialized in his mind. Idolatry daily sign in system. Day, 3511. Daily credit, 10. Sacrifice credit, 5. Sign in. Obviously, he didn't plan to sign in with so few credits. Being too preoccupied, time had slowed to a crawl, and he had little opportunity to go out and hunt. The few SC he had accumulated were from testing his void skill consuming abyss. Time to go check on my traps. Ashlock had been building the wall of demonic trees in the wilderness for various purposes. One was obviously for it to serve as an early warning system so he wasn't caught so unaware as he had been with the Dow storm. But another reason was a place to draw in monsters he could hunt efficiently. The last time Ashlock tried hunting in the wilderness, he had wasted hours searching for a few chicken monsters that gave almost no sacrificial credits. It wasn't until the incoming Dow storm sent a wave of monsters his way did he finally have a decent amount of monsters to hunt for credits. So like a cast-out fish net, the wall of demonic trees had flowers and mushrooms releasing attractive smells and chi into the surrounding area to attract any wandering monsters. The stronger ones would feast on the weaker ones that wouldn't give him many credits anyway, and then he could swoop in and consume the biggest fish. Or at least that had been the idea. Ashlock's vision blurred across the vast grassy plains and rolling meadows of the wilderness until he arrived at the wall of demonic trees. He was disappointed to not find the large gathering he had been hoping for, as he had felt a large presence of chi near the trees, but he had a reason to suspect the cause. A grotesque worm-like creature that reminded Ashlock of a train from Earth spanned the entire length of his demonic tree wall. Toxic pus coated its body like a slug slime, and Ashlock noticed the trees bending toward the worm as if it had its own gravity. It was, without a doubt, a star core level monster. At one end was an abyssal maw of razor teeth, while at the other was the torn-up ground from which the worm was still emerging. The hole was so large he questioned if it was an open-air coal mine. How fucking big is this thing? It has to already be miles long and there's still more of it below ground. The Dow storm had been terrifying due to its sheer looming presence, but this monster was scary to Ashlock for a different reason. What's to stop a star core monstrous worm that was miles long from burrowing through the mountain and emerging within the cavern? Or even eating away the entire mountain and him included? The worm was that big. Its maw could have enveloped him and his canopy without a problem. If the beast tide was supposed to force all monsters, no matter their strength, to charge along the path of a ley line below the surface that the Blood Lotus sect had built itself upon, how was he supposed to keep his allies safe if sheltering underground wasn't an option? Ashlock observed the grotesque monster some more and wanted to look away due to the way it moved. Seeing its segmented body ripple and convulse as it slowly lumbered forward irked him. I wonder how I should go about killing this big boy. Ashlock mused to himself. As a star core level monster, it would be worth many sacrificial credits. What about blasting it with spatial rifts? Ashlock's star core pulsed with immense power as he directed an obscene amount of spatial chi down his roots that linked his mountain and the wall of demonic trees many miles away. The roots coiling around the planted demonic trees' trunks lit up with spatial chi, and the enormous worm seemed to notice something was amiss as it began to try to shift away. Shit, it's going underground. Ashlock worked quickly as he wasn't confident in ways to kill something below ground, despite his vast network of roots down there. Spatial chi didn't bode well underground due to the abundant earth chi present, so fighting above ground was his best bet. I need to keep it above ground somehow. I can control the black vines of the consuming abyss skill as if they were my own limbs now. Ashlock suddenly had an idea. Even if this monster was of equal strength to him, it relied on its enormous body and giant maw to fight. But how could it fight against being dissolved from afar? Without much time to waste, as the worm was about to dive underground, the sky rippled and cracked as hundreds of rifts opened above the worm. Ashlock felt a large quantity of nutrients he had been storing vanish as he activated his consuming abyss skill hundreds of times. He had obtained this vast amount of nutrients because, over the last week, the residents of Darklight City had noticed that the chi-enhanced demonic trees were very eager to absorb their bodily waste and were terrific at absorbing it quickly due to their acidic soil. Of course, Ashlock had told most of his offspring to cease production of their corrosive fluid, and in exchange, he gave them chi and nutrients. But those nutrients had to come from somewhere, and as it turned out, becoming the waste disposal manager of the city was lucrative. Absorbing people's shit aside, it gave Ashlock access to a disturbing amount of nutrients that he could utilize to quickly create black vines that surged out of the ground and through the hundreds of portals. What in the 9 realms? Stella yelled from the side of the mountain peak where she had been carefully drawing out runes as she looked up at the sky above the mountain and witnessed Ashlock going to war. I'm killing a pest. Ashlock rode on his trunk in spatial chi before focusing his full attention on controlling all the black vines. Like a ship trying to hunt a whale, the black vines ending in sharp spikes shot forth with chi-empowered speed and burrowed deep into the worm's soft, slimy flesh. A feral screech escaped its titanic mouth, and Red Vine Peak trembled slightly as the worm thrashed against the vines. Earth chi rippled across its exterior, but it was already too late. The black vines had penetrated deeply, all the way to its organs, so he had a direct route to try and burn the thing alive with his soul fire. His pure soul fire shot down the vines, and the creature screeched some more, its flesh boiling on its skin, and a toxic gas cloud rose upwards and outwards, blanketing the entire area. Ashlock didn't care much for the toxic cloud as he didn't have a nose, but he soon heard a shout from Red Vine Peak where he noticed the poisonous cloud had leaked through his portal and was now blanketing the mountain peak. Stella had thankfully gotten away mostly unharmed, having been already up and moving. But Diana had been deep in meditation and unaware of his battle. Quickly closing the hundreds of portals that had torn the sky apart, the thick vines that were cut fell to the ground with a thump, and Ashlock worriedly looked at Diana, chugging pills from her spatial ring while stumbling away. Upgraded basic poison resistance F- poison resistance E. A system notification briefly distracted him and showed how truly potent the poison really was. Upgraded poison resistance E- greater poison resistance D. Ashlock began to worry as he saw the purple grass surrounding him begin to wither and die, and he even began to feel a burning sensation on his bark. Upgraded greater poison resistance D- superior poison resistance C. Wasting no time, Ashlock opened portals next to Diana and Stella, quickly relocating them below ground, away from the toxic cloud. I really need to be smarter with my portal usage. Ashlock cursed to himself. It always felt like the obvious way to fight, but he needed to remember it was two-way. His foes could fight back. Confirming that Diana was indeed okay after chugging many pills, he quickly opened his chi fruit production skill and chose fast-growing fruit to have his newly acquired superior poison resistance skill. He wasn't sure how widespread of a disaster this poisonous cloud would become, so he decided to get prepared, as even with his star core, his body and skills were still slow and required pre-planning. With that headache of a problem to think about, Ashlock's vision blurred as he checked on the giant worm. But it was gone. A large hole laced with poisonous sludge was all that remained. If that was all, Ashlock wouldn't be too worried, but the huge tremors below ground concerned him. The monstrous worm was on the move. Chapter 116, Skills, Skills and More Skills. Ashlock hated to admit it, but his idea of an early warning system had only half worked. Through his connection with the demonic trees forming a vast wall out in the wilderness, he had felt that something deserved his attention, hence he had decided to go out and hunt, but this worm monster had been beyond his expectations. Ugh, how can I even improve the early warning system? My body, which includes my roots, is so vast that it's impossible to pick up on things unless something directly hurts me or I focus my attention in its general direction. Basically, he wouldn't notice a fly perched on his toes unless it bit him. If the worm had gnawed on one of the demonic trees, he would have felt instant pain as he had a root coiling around their trunks. He also had his roots growing in the middle of mushroom clusters in hopes that monsters would have come by and feasted on the mushrooms, therefore alerting him to their presence, but the giant worm had scared them all off and hadn't tried to eat the trees. That issue aside, he could feel through the massive tremors in the ground that the titanic worm was on the move. Oddly, he had been half expecting the worm to be heading toward him, but luckily it seemed to be heading southwest rather than directly south, where he was. The worm had quickly traveled outside his root network's range, likely by abusing its earth affinity to swim through the ground at tremendous speeds, so he could not discern its position. Other than the missed opportunity for sacrificial credits, the worm's existence had raised many concerns. Returning his view to Red Vine Peak, Ashlock had much to reevaluate. He had dedicated a lot of time and resources to people recently without thinking about the monsters as the beast tide appeared so far away, and other than the Dow storm, the monsters hadn't seemed so strong. On reflection, it made sense since human cultivators were a more immediate threat to his existence, and they could be reasoned with and bribed, whereas monsters could only be answered with overwhelming force, so he had ignored them for now with the mindset of I can defeat them so long as I get stronger. But that's the wrong mindset. Ashlock mused, with my biology being so slow and many of my skills reflecting that, I must prepare for threats in advance rather than being purely reactionary. The poisonous gas cloud had reminded him of his ability to impart skills to his fruit. There was a good reason his chi fruit production was an A- grade skill. Talking of the poisonous cloud, Ashlock glanced around and noticed it was still lingering. The wind wasn't too strong today, so it was slowly dissipating. I can't bring the girls back up here as it's still lingering. I guess I can check my chi fruit production menu in the meantime. System, show me my skills, Ashlock said, and words materialized in his mind. Demonic Demi-Divine Tree, age, 9. Star Core, 2nd stage. Soul type, Amethyst, spatial. Mutations. Demonic IB. Blood Sap C. Summons. Ashen King, Lyria. Infant Ink Serpent, Kaida D. Skills. Mystic Realm S locked until day 3515. Eye of the Tree God A. Deep Roots A. Magic Mushroom Production A. Lightning Chi Barrier A. Chi Fruit Production A. Consuming Abyss B. Blooming Root Flower Production B. Language of the World B. Root Puppet B. Fire Chi Protection B. Transpiration of Heaven and Chaos B. Hibernate C. Superior Poison Resistance C. Chi fruit production had been one of the first skills he had ever unlocked with his system, and back then, it had taken months to grow fruit with his pathetic F-grade poison resistance. Because of this, he had left fruit production on the wayside in favor of his new, shiny production skills that had offered potent effects. I know I have been really busy recently, but I still can't believe I forgot to regrow fruit with skills after the Dow storm wiped me out. He had grown some delicious summer fruit for Stella to enjoy a few days ago but hadn't thought to add skills to them. In fairness, his chi fruit production skill hadn't been the greatest in the past due to its high cost and the fact that he could only add skills he had, and back then, his skill list was far shorter than it was today. Turning his attention back to the production menu, he couldn't see a way to add his summons or mutations to any fruit. Well, that was to be expected. At least it looks like I can add any skill I want without a problem. Curious how a fruit with his Mystic Realm skill would look, he tried adding it, but a system notification came up. Cannot add skills that are higher grade than chi fruit production. So I can't add anything higher than A- grade. I don't know why, but it relieves me that I haven't been wasting this skill's potential for that long, as I only upgraded it to A- grade a few months ago. Even so, it was unfortunate that he couldn't add skills higher than the chi fruit production skills grade, as Ashlock was incredibly curious about what biting into a fruit with the Mystic Realm skill would do. What about adding my other production abilities to a fruit? No way that will work, right? Ashlock selected his blooming root flower production, and as expected, another error appeared. Cannot add production skills. Do you wish to alter the skill? Ashlock hummed as he thought back to the past. He had only ever added poison resistance to his fruit before, and it had provided a temporary poison resistance buff. But more importantly, he had been able to alter the skill basic poison resistance into poison that he used to kill birds. Since altering skills had worked in the past without a problem. Yes, Ashlock told the system, and he watched as his blooming root flower production was morphed into a brand new skill called Florist Touch. His flower production skill remained intact in his skill menu, so his system had created a brand new skill that he could temporarily grant people who ate his fruit but couldn't use himself. In a way, didn't this make his chi fruit production one of his strongest skills so long as he was surrounded by powerful and capable allies he trusted? Senior Lee's words about uplifting those around him for his survival became more and more true with every passing day. He checked the Florist's Touch skill description and concluded it gave a temporary buff that allowed someone to harvest flowers without contaminating them or killing the stem. That's actually pretty neat. Ashlock honestly hadn't been expecting much from trying to add one of his production skills, as how could humans even use such a skill? It's not like Stella could start growing flowers out of her ears or something. Scanning the list and selecting his other production skill, magic mushroom production, he watched it transform into Mind Fortress, which significantly increased a cultivator's resistance to mind-altering effects, and unsurprisingly he couldn't add his chi fruit production skill to itself. The Florist's Touch could be a great temporary buff to provide Elaine and Douglas when they try to harvest the flowers and mushrooms I have grown down in the cavern. Meanwhile, Mind Fortress has more practical uses in combat or could maybe even be used while cultivating. Deciding to try his other skills, he just ran down the list. Not like he had much else to do while waiting for the poisonous cloud to pass. Eye of the Tree God had to be changed into clairvoyance, and the production time and chi requirement for fruit involving clairvoyance were ridiculous, but even he could see the massive benefits, so he set a few to grow. Lightning chi barrier was added to a fruit without issue, and Ashlock was curious how that would work. Will they eat the fruit and then a lightning barrier will manifest around them? Or will it appear only when they are about to take damage? Unsure and deciding to wait and see, he saw the next option in his skill list and felt a hint of excitement. Consuming Abyss was one of his weirdest skills and deeply tied with being a tree and consuming a Void Mind Elder. How could it be transformed into a temporary skill a random cultivator could utilize? The system's apparent answer was to transform the B-grade skill into one called Vampiric Touch. The name alone impressed Ashlock, and the skill description only furthered that feeling. Those with the Vampiric Touch buff could forcefully absorb chi from others through physical contact. That would be amazing for a body cultivator if they exist in this world. Ashlock hadn't run into any yet, as even the Earth Affinity cultivators whipped out swords, but if someone out there relied solely on their hands, this would be a formidable technique. Although it does give demonic technique vibes. Ashlock chuckled. Elaine had thought they were a demonic cult, and he wanted to avoid that image if possible, as it was bad for business. The fact that a demonic tree ruled the Ashfallen sect was already bad enough. But this skill is far too good not to use. I will definitely have to grow a few of them. Ashlock sighed as he saw his immense star core chi reserves dip a little lower as chi traveled down his branches to slowly growing stalks that would soon house his new fruit. Anyway, what's next? Oh. Ashlock looked at the next skill and felt like a potential idiot. With apprehension, he put Language of the World into the menu and was a little disappointed it didn't transform into telepathy but became language comprehension. This gives a buff that lets people understand and learn languages faster. Ashlock sighed with relief that he hadn't overlooked such a potentially fantastic avenue of communication, although this skill was still beneficial. I feel bad for the Redclaw Grand Elder now. His experience of learning the ancient language would have been far easier with this buff. Hell, if it's powerful enough, maybe even Diana will be willing to learn the ancient language. It was a blunder on his part, but it had only been a month or two. If anything, he will be extremely grateful for this fruit now rather than if I had given it right at the start. Ashlock then paused as a thought drifted by. Why hadn't he considered selling these fruit to linguists, formation masters, or using them for alchemy? One look at his diminishing star core that he had planned to let fill up so he could progress to the next realm gave him the answer. This skill was too darn expensive to use on a mass scale. It's fine, I may use up a lot of my star core of chi to produce all these fruits now, but I can always enter hibernation for a few months over the upcoming winter to focus on advancing a stage or two in the star core realm. Checking that the poisonous cloud was still swirling around his trunk, Ashlock sighed. Still here. Although my poison resistance skill hasn't improved from C grade. Since the cloud was still prevalent, he tested his last few skills. Root Puppet was another skill that was specialized for trees, so it was altered by the system to neural root. This skill feels like something out of a sci-fi movie. Ashlock couldn't believe Root Puppet would transform in this way, as he had expected something in the field of necromancy, as Root Puppet had let him control corpses. Let's see. Neural Root is a temporary buff that lets someone control their body perfectly and greatly boosts their reaction speed. This would be amazing in combat. Ashlock was actually rather jealous, as this skill sounded helpful for him too. Why couldn't he get the good stuff? Meanwhile, Transpiration of Heaven and Chaos was also special to him as a tree, so the system replaced it with a more human-friendly skill, Enlightenment, that helped a person establish a connection to heaven. Other than Fire Chi Protection, which obviously gave a Fire Chi resistance buff, the only skill left was Hibernate, which morphed into Deep Meditation. Phew, I hate having to go through so many skills like that. Sleep is far better. Ashlock let out a long sigh. That had been a lot to process, but he was excited to see how strong he could make his sect members with all these skill fruits combined with the psychedelic truffles and mystic realm. So to recap, other than the truffles I have promised Stella to grow for her trip into the mystic realm, I have created delicious apple-sized fruits with the following skill set to grow over the next few days: Deep Meditation, Enlightenment, Neural Root, Language Comprehension, Vampiric Touch, Lightning Chi Barrier, Clairvoyance, Mind Fortress, and finally, Florist Touch. How the hell am I supposed to keep track of all these? A few hours later, the poisonous cloud had finally dissipated. Thankfully, the slow-moving wind had sent the cloud away from the city, so he didn't need to worry about a toxic rain shower killing all the mortals he needed for nutrients. The mortals may not provide him any system credits. Still, their bodily waste allowed him to sustain his forest of demonic trees up on the mountain, giving him a higher chi generation. It was a wonderfully balanced ecosystem where everyone needed each other. Alas, he was only one man. Person. Tree. And his realm of expertise regarding topics like alchemy, formations, and cultivation was limited. Also, as proven by the worm, he lacked the firepower to handle all threats himself, so the development of the Ashfallen sect would have to continue. Talking of the sect, he should probably let Stella and Diana out of the cavern. Oh, she's mad, Ashlock noted as he saw Stella's expression when she stepped out of the rift. Her arms were crossed, and she had a deep frown. Hunting a pest, you say? She raised a brow, one that releases a poisonous cloud that almost killed Diana. What in the 9 realms were you thinking? Are you trying to get us killed? Ashlock could understand their anger. He got them poisoned and then shoved them into a dark cavern for a few hours without explanation. My apologies, Stella and Diana. I didn't realize the worm monster would emit such a potent airborne poison. He wrote on his trunk. It was only fair for him to admit when he had made a blunder that put his weaker sect members at risk. Not everyone was as immune to things like poison as he was with his system and unique biology. Stella let out a long sigh and gripped her nose. You know, if Diana didn't have demonic chi in her body to fight the poison, she would have died today. What if Douglas had been up here? There's no way he would have lasted even a few minutes before perishing. Ashlock fell silent. Although it had been an accident, he needed to be more aware of those around him. I really need to get Douglas to carve out this mountain and turn it into a runic fortress to keep everyone safe, as there's very likely to be situations in the future where I have to use my consuming abyss skill again, and I don't want my sect members to be caught in the crossfire. It's fine, Diana said flatly as she walked back to the runic formation and sat down. If I had died in such a pathetic way, I deserved it. Don't humor him, Stella said as she rolled her eyes. Diana shrugged and got back to cultivating. Can you tell Douglas to carve out rooms in the mountain? It's too dangerous for you all to stay above ground constantly. Ashlock wrote, and after translating his words, Stella nodded. Sure, but first, help me finish outlining the concealment array I was working on. I want it finished before sundown, and I am behind schedule. Huh? How did she expect him to do that? Stella pointed off to the side. Just summon your black vines and use something to carve runic words into the stone. It's not that hard. Ashlock wanted to protest and say she was a genius and that it actually was hard, but he decided to humor her. Using Consuming Abyss, he summoned a single black vine from the ground. Now he just needed to find something to use as a giant pencil. What about that oversized sword I got as a system draw? Ashlock mused. Looking through his inventory, he soon found it. Summoning it to the real world and floating it to his waiting vine with telekinesis, he was soon wielding the stupidly big sword. Perfect, now, come over here, Stella said, gesturing his sword-wielding vine to follow. You see these runes? Just copy them in the same pattern over and over around the entire circumference of the mountain. I will go this way, and you go the other way. We will meet at the other side in a few hours. Okay. It felt ridiculous being ordered around by Stella, but after a while, he soon got the hang of it. Haha. I'm a runic array master now. Although he doubted Diana appreciated the constant scratching noise of a sword against the mountain rocks. It's fine. Cultivators meditate to the point they can be poisoned without noticing. Right. That thought aside, Ashlock enjoyed the peaceful flow of scratching out the runes on the rock that Douglas would later widen with his earth affinity. Alas, even in this state of peace, he couldn't help but worry about that giant worm. Although it hadn't been heading directly for him, it was still heading in his general direction, and unless he focused all his attention on his roots, he wouldn't see it arrive until it was too late. I should probably check on my roots. Ashlock paused his runic work for a moment as it required all of his focus and gave a brief look around through his root network. At first, he didn't detect anything around him for many miles. It wasn't until he checked on his roots deep under Darklight City that he began to pick up slight tremors that were getting closer. Oh, you have to be joking. Ashlock began to panic. What if the worm emerged in the center of the city? Chapter 117 Interlude, Distant Tremors. The sound of fingers drumming on wood in an irate rhythm filled the study. Grand Elder Redclaw sat hunched in his seat while mulling over a series of reports he had been putting off for a while. Yet, even while engrossed in his work, he subconsciously breathed in and out in a controlled manner, circling fire chi throughout his body, slowly pushing the boundaries of his star core. He could feel its warmth in his chest. Despite being in the center of a forest, practically overnight, the place had become drenched in fire chi. Of course, it wasn't as dense or pure as the chi back in the volcanic region, but it had been a blessing after weeks without any fire chi to cultivate. His brows furrowed when he saw the latest report at the top of his pile that had come in just hours ago. The Ashfallen sect had provided additional funding of 10,000 dragon crowns for the event. A rather inconsequential sum to a large family, but for the Redclaws, which lacked much value to the Blood Lotus sect, it was a significant sum. The Grand Elder let out a sigh. All fire chi cultivators had going for them was firepower and an edge in alchemy, but they didn't have the resources to train up their trainee alchemist any further. Why couldn't I rule over a family of earth or metal cultivators? Then I would live a rich and comfortable life under any demonic sect patriarch rather than being kept in reserves for any potential wars. As the Blood Lotus sect was somewhat notorious for being one of the strongest sects out here in the wilderness, his days of fighting were long in the past. A warm orange flame sprouted from his open palm, illuminating his face with dancing shadows. This flame had burned to death thousands in past centuries, but now he felt like a forgotten old man. Grumbling to himself, he extinguished the flame and leaned back in his wooden chair, rubbing his chin while reminiscing. This went on for a while until a flash of chi caught his attention. A communication talisman hanging from a hook on the wall had lit up, but rather it being one with an elder's name written on a plaque above the hook, it came from one off to the side with the words council written haphazardly on a block of wood nailed to the wall. The Grand Elder raised a brow. It was very rare for the Mortal Council to dare send a message straight to his study, as to potentially disturb a star core cultivator from their work or meditation was enough to lose one's head. Raising from his chair and strolling across the room, he fished the communication talisman from its plaque and inserted a sliver of his chi. Grand Elder Redclaw, this is the Council's representative speaking. Please forgive us for the spontaneous communication, but the situation is potentially urgent. The Grand Elder could hear chatter in the background beside the representative's voice. It would appear the Mortal Council was engaged in a furious debate regarding something. Mortals are constantly arguing over pointless things. Although, I suppose living for a few fruitful decades at most puts more importance on the mundane things in life. Rolling his eyes, the Grand Elder suppressed the urge to ignore the mortal's request as he was terribly busy, but in the end, he decided to humor the man on the other end of the communication talisman. Tell me, Councilman, what terrible travesty has befallen you? There was a brief pause as the man on the other end seemed to be listening to the developing situation being relayed to him by the others in the room. Esteemed Grand Elder, the city is experiencing tremors. Tremors, you say? The Grand Elder spread his spiritual presence toward the city but couldn't pick up on these tremors. Tell me more. They were occurring in the southwest of the city and were faint, to begin with, but have been getting more severe over the last hour. The man paused to catch his breath as he had spoken very quickly, We originally believed them to originate from earthquakes, as the beast tide is expected to come from the north, but due to the weird pattern of the tremors, we believe a titanic creature may be lurking below the ground. There was a long pause as the Grand Elder mulled over the councilman's words. I see. That is indeed concerning. Which is why. Although I don't see what you want me to do about it. The Grand Elder cut the man off. Until this lurking monster rears its ugly head above ground, I'm unable to offer much assistance. It was shameful for him to admit, but these tremors could go on for weeks, and considering he could fly to the site of the monster within minutes should it surface, he was unwilling to idly stand around the city to give fake reassurance to the mortal council. The councilman's tone lost a hint of respect. Esteemed Grand Elder, the people of Darklight City have put up with a lot of nonsense in recent weeks, ever since you took over. We hardly complained when half the city was transformed into a foul-smelling forest or the mine was mismanaged for weeks. We pay hefty taxes to you for security, a duty I implore you to conduct. There was a loud crack as the Grand Elder's shaking hand crushed the communication talisman. A flame of anger flashed past his eyes, and he felt his body heat up. Who in the 9 realms does that puny mortal think he's talking to? He implores me to do something? Me. I have lived through 10 generations of his pathetic lineage, and yet he dares to lecture me? His teeth ground together as he paced the room, desperately trying to calm his raging spirit. The last thing he wanted was for his heart demons to flare up over a foolish argument with a mortal that would perish to the grasp of time by the end of his next secluded meditation. 10 minutes later, his rage finally subsided, and he opened his palm. In his anger, his fire chi had run rampant across his skin, reducing the cracked artifact to nothing more than ashes that fell to the floor, forming a neat little pile. The room was also sweltering hot, and the air shimmered with heat. Breathing in once and cycling his chi, the room's temperature plummeted and returned to normal. TSK, what an awful day. The Grand Elder rolled his shoulders as he glanced at the pile of work still sitting on his desk. Due to his foul mood, the mere thought of returning to work irked him, so he decided to leave his study for the courtyard. Through the corridors of the White Stone Palace, he briefly passed a few silver spire servants that were chatting away with his own family servants. It seemed they were on their way to replenish their master's mountain of metal. What a weird form of cultivation, terribly expensive but also with the advantage of being possible anywhere so long as a steady supply of metal can be brought in. The Redclaw Grand Elder was especially envious of the location part. Although fire chi was now available to him, the shock of being without it for weeks still plagued his mind. Exiting the front door and strolling into the courtyard, his long crimson hair fluttered in the mountain breeze. Many of his family members were nestled within the windbreak provided by the tall walls, diligently cultivating the ambient fire chi. He wished to join them, but his star core would overpower everyone else, and all the chi would be drawn to him, so he had to refrain. Walking with quiet steps, he strode through the courtyard and emerged at the peak of the steps that led down to the mountain's base. From up here, he could survey the expansive forest, a sea of lush greenery broken up by the occasional splash of red, between him and Darklight City. But even from up here, he could see a white mist swirl between the trees, giving it a haunted feel. Breathing in the fresh air, he expelled the last remnants of rage and achieved inner peace. He hadn't got that furious in a long time, and if not for the ash-fallen sect that loomed over him, he might have acted rashly. To be fair, it's not my fault. Cultivating fire chi turns even the most placid youth into a raging hot-headed idiot. Sometimes I feel we spend more time and effort cooling our emotions than advancing our realm. It was the fate of all cultivators to be altered by the affinity they filled their souls with. I would still choose rage over the madness of heart demons, though. The Grand Elder muttered as his spatial ring flashed with power. The sword he had used to ride into battle versus the Dao Storm materialized in his hand. Despite his words earlier, he did plan to check out the city as it had been entrusted to him by the Immortal of Ashfallen, and he knew his time was less valuable than his. Although I hadn't lied. I really can't do anything unless it comes above ground. He could expend a vast amount of his chi to turn the ground into a molten wasteland, but that was both counterintuitive if the monster wasn't lurking below the city and a terrible waste of the chi he had spent weeks meditating for. Ideally, he would avoid fighting at all costs and wasting his chi as he was on the verge of the next stage in the Star Core realm, which would boost his power significantly. Alas, he refused to travel on foot, so his Star Core pulsed with power as his waiting sword became sheathed in crimson flames and floated before him, inviting him to step on. However, the spiritual sense he had tapped into earlier alerted him to a pulse of spatial chi to his left. Ah, Grand Elder. A woman he was very familiar with stepped through a rift beside him. Her blonde hair gleaming in the sunlight flowed down her shoulders, and a white wooden mask obscured her features. Stella, the Grand Elder replied respectfully, "To what do I owe this sudden visit?" Stella tilted her head, looking at the floating sword he had been about to board to fly to Darklight City. "Heading to Darklight City?" she replied coldly. He calmly nodded, ignoring the cold tone as he was used to it from her. "Great, we can speak on the way." She gestured to the sword with her chin, "Get on and take me. I can't fly." The Grand Elder felt the wind rustle his dark red robes as he soared through the clear sky on his flaming sword. The forest below was a blur, and soon enough, he had passed over the city walls and was making his way to the southwest, where the councilman had reported the tremors. He had taken a journey like this many times before, but he had never had such an important person on the back of his sword and clutching his shoulder so aggressively. "She's in the Soulfire realm, so maybe." "Never flown before?" he asked casually, careful not to disrespect one of Ashfallen's leaders. "And no. Not on a sword," Stella replied, loosening her grip slightly. "I usually use rifts to travel around." The Grand Elder gave a hearty chuckle to dispel some tension. Although he had to admit it was odd for someone of her caliber to have never flown on a sword before. Didn't she have elders at her beck and call to take her around? "Well, you might not notice due to your own chi," the Grand Elder said calmly, "but the sword is enveloped with my fire chi. Don't you see that I have no need to hold anything while standing here?" He felt Stella shift behind him as if peeking over his shoulder to check he really wasn't holding onto something. "Sometimes I forget she is pretty young for such a powerful cultivator. It's the wooden mask and haughty attitude that makes her seem older than she really is." "Yes, I see," Stella said sheepishly. "My chi will keep you rooted to the sword. If you believe me, then release your hands from my shoulders." He chuckled. "It's not like you would die from a fall from this height anyway." He slowly felt the grip loosen and then a gasp of amazement. He briefly checked over his shoulder and saw Stella leaning side to side, clearly testing if she really would fall, and her masked face looked down at the burning sword. The Grand Elder returned his sights to the distant southern section of the city. "Anyway, with that out of the way, I was informed by a councilman of tremors below the city. Hence I am heading there to investigate. I'll just keep the whole fact. I try to ignore it to myself." Awkwardly clearing his throat, the Grand Elder continued, "So why did you come to see me?" "Oh, for something similar," Stella said over the roaring wind. The immortal casually fought with a star core worm monster deep in the wilderness through some rifts, but the worm emitted a poisonous cloud that wafted through the rifts and ended up becoming a problem. There was a long sigh until she continued, "Anyway, that's beside the point." The worm monster, clearly enraged at being attacked, retreated underground. The immortal thought nothing of it until the demonic trees he is linked to picked up its vibrations under Darklight City. The Grand Elder's face paled. An earthquake was one thing, but a star core level monster was another. When they become that strong, they reach an intellect closer to an animal or human rather than a bloodthirsty monster hellbent on consuming prey for power. Although not as aggressive, these intelligent monsters are far harder to deal with because they know when to escape a losing fight. "That's a concern," the Grand Elder eventually said, rubbing his chin as he watched the horizon. "Especially if the monster can travel underground, it will be tough to pinpoint its location." "That won't be an issue," Stella said in her usual cold tone. Seemingly some of her confidence had returned. He felt her hand brush past his arm, then saw her hand point into the distance. Through the tree roots throughout the city, the immortal always knows the worm's location. "We just have to follow the signs." "Signs?" "Yes, signs," she insisted. "Look where I'm pointing. Don't you see the demonic tree on that building's roof glowing with spatial chi?" The Grand Elder was a fire cultivator, so his body wasn't as in tune with the surrounding spatial chi as Stella's, so he had to focus his spiritual sense on the area she was pointing before he noticed that there was indeed a single demonic tree lit up with spatial chi like a beacon. Wait, why did it stop? The purple flames had extinguished a mere moment later, but before he could ask Stella why, he noticed another tree that was further away light up with spatial chi. "Oh, I see what's going on here." That tree then extinguished, and another lit up a few hundred meters further. "It's moving away from us very fast," he noted, and Stella hummed in agreement. But then something weird happened. The distant tree remained lit with purple flames for quite a while, enough time for him to close the gap. "Why is the monster waiting there?" Stella asked from the side, but her question was soon answered when the distant tree dimmed, and one much closer to them suddenly exploded with spatial chi. Then another and another. Many trees in a direct line toward them lit up all at once. Even though they were hundreds of meters in the air, the Grand Elder pushed some more chi into his sword to make it ascend slightly higher, just to be safe. The ground exploded in a surge of rock. To say his heart jumped in his chest was an understatement. He had expected something big, but this was enormous. An entire city district had been obliterated as the monster rose from the earth, shaking everything. The rock and dust cloud was shoved aside as the worm's abyssal mouth of razor-sharp teeth encompassed his entire vision. He could feel Stella panicking behind him because her hands suddenly clasped his shoulders again, but he paid it no mind. His centuries of experience in combat that had laid dormant for far too long flared up to the surface. His mind became a still lake as it logically processed the situation. He knew the worm would catch him if he tried to fly over it, and he couldn't fly under or risk being crushed to death. In a split second, his sword, enshrouded in flames, was moving to the left, but the worm was far faster than he expected. Its sheer size meant it took a few hundred meters to escape the circumference of its mouth. Aiming to the right with both hands, his star core burned brightly in his chest as a javelin of deep crimson flames sprung from between his fingers and bolted, leaving a trail of fire and superheated wind in its wake. The worm appeared oblivious to the attack but clearly felt it as the javelin of crimson fire containing chi from a week's worth of meditation tore a hole in the side of its mouth. Black blood spurted from the wound, painting its nasty yellow teeth and causing a shrill scream to escape the depths of the creature's body that was loud enough to make the Grand Elder fear it was a sound affinity attack. With the worm recoiling slightly to the right, the sword-riding duo could barely evade the worm's body, dropping down to the city below. The Grand Elder could see mortals fleeing like ants trying to avoid being crushed in the shadow of the creature's titanic body. Screams were accompanied by chaotic bells that began to ring throughout the city, signifying that it was under attack. The Grand Elder couldn't do anything for those who perished under the monster, but he could try and kill it so their souls may rest peacefully in heaven. His star core pulsed with power once more as he dived down toward the worm's grotesque slime-covered body. Wrathful flames appeared around his fingers and stop. Startled, the Grand Elder shot off his attack a little too early, but it still impacted. However, earth chi coating the worm's body easily absorbed the attack. The fact my attack didn't even scratch it suggests it is at least a mid-stage star core monster. Why did you tell me to stop? The Grand Elder asked through gritted teeth. That attack had consumed days of meditation and had been wasted by her shout. Don't you remember about the poisonous cloud? Stella quipped back, clearly angered. If you attack it like that, it will release it. Oh. The Grand Elder looked back at the grotesque thing. Its head was hardly out of the ground, yet its giant body had eliminated such a massive area. Sure enough, he saw a dense mist floating into the air from the area he had struck. What should we do? He quickly asked, but Stella gave no helpful reply. Where's the immortal? Why doesn't he attack it? Oh yay. The poisonous cloud. What a tricky foe this worm will be. The ground then rumbled, and the monstrous worm reared its ugly head before slamming it back into the ground, vanishing below. The earth churned and moved to fill in the enormous gap left, and if not for the line of destroyed buildings, it would be hard to convince anyone that such a monster had really been here. Look! The trees are lighting up again. The worm's on the move. Stella pointed off to the east, toward the academy, the forest, and then the demonic tree-covered mountain range. And also Red Vine Peak, where the immortal resided. Chapter 118, He Who Fights with Worms. Ashlock felt a tinge of dread as he tracked the worm's titanic body moving swiftly toward him at an impossible speed. It had delved deep beneath the earth, so the tremors on the surface were minimal, but it was a different story through his roots. Shit, why is it heading straight for me all of a sudden? Ashlock panicked. He kept lighting up trees to show its path to the Redclaw Grand Elder and Stella flying overhead on a sword of crimson flames, but he had to admit they were rather useless here. Unfortunately, so was Ashlock. Unless he could fight the worm on the mountain peak near his trunk, he had few options for combat against an earth-based enemy. His roots were used for resource management and intel gathering rather than combat. And my spatial chi is beyond useless underground due to the earth chi stopping me from making portals. Ashlock cursed. It was why he couldn't conjure a portal inside someone's stomach or in the earth below their feet. A person or environment's chi interfered with other types of chi, and when the earthworm could surround itself with soil drenched in earth chi, it almost acted like armor it could use to shield itself from most enemy attacks. While half distracted, Ashlock shoved a little too much chi into the demonic tree above ground and noticed the worm's direction briefly change as if it were a moth attracted to a flame. Hold on. Ashlock was starting to realize why the worm randomly went after the Redclaw Grand Elder and Stella. The worm must have sensed a tasty snack flying in the air. I forget that monsters get stronger by eating and absorbing the cultivation of others. Basically, just like how I get stronger. With that realization in mind, Ashlock checked his star core chi reserves. Due to the large number of fruit and truffles he had growing, over half of his reserves were gone, and his passive chi regeneration from his pulsing star core was also being wholly consumed. This is going to be hella risky. Shit. Ashlock had taken a gamble he didn't even consider, and it hadn't paid off. Since the Mystic Realm opened up in a few days and it took around that long to grow all the fruit, he had gone all in and produced them all at once while not considering that the worm would return with a vengeance. A rather big oversight on his part, but this was the trade-off. Suppose he had not spent any chi on fruit and instead kept all his chi in reserve for a rainy day. Then, when Stella wished to enter the Mystic Realm in 4 days, she would go in without his produce. Ashlock wasn't entirely fearing his death at this point as he still had his Consuming Abyss and his guardians, Larry and Maple, as trump cards. The problem was Larry undoubtedly lacked a way to fight the worm underground, and he was unsure about Maple's true capabilities. Ideally, I want to divert the worm away so it doesn't destroy Red Vine Peak or eat me somehow. Ashlock decided. I will make sure to keep a little chi in reserve for some rifts if needed, but hopefully, this will work. Spatial chi surged through his root network, and a line of trees leading away from Ashlock and Darklight City was ignited in lilac flames. It was a rather haunted sight and seemed to spook the nearby residents, who suddenly watched the trees catch fire with an almost ghostly flame. Nevertheless, his plan worked. He could feel the worm diverting and following the long line of trees that led away from him and the city. The problem was that when the worm reached the end of the line a while later, it paused as there was no reason to continue. Without a way to pump spatial chi that far away, as it was beyond the limit of his roots, the worm seemed to lose interest. Noticing the worm's behavior change, Ashlock cut the supply of spatial chi through the roots and watched silently, hoping it would go away. His star core was a flicker of its previous brilliance, so he had little to do besides tracking the worm's movements. The worm seemed dormant for a while, remaining in the same location. Just when Ashlock had a glimmer of hope that the worm was far enough away and that he had emptied out his star core enough that it couldn't detect his chi anymore, the worm slowly began to slither through the earth toward him, gradually picking up speed, and very quickly, it was rocketing straight for him. Larry, get ready. There's a star core level earthworm on the way that's large enough to gobble this mountain peak whole. He called through the black tether, you too, Maple. We got incoming. Maple was resting on his branch and let out a long yawn as he rolled over, falling back asleep. Meanwhile, the ever-diligent Larry stood ready in the courtyard center. Master, what should we do? Larry asked gruffly, I await your guidance. Ashlock had forgotten that neither Larry nor Maple had witnessed the monster as he had fought it through rifts the first time and then out in the city the second time. As for Larry's question, what should he do? Alright, let's evaluate. The monster is attracted to the largest source of chi. Its mouth is large enough to gobble me up in one bite, and none of us have any capabilities to fight it while it remains underground, except Douglas, but he is an entire realm below the worm, so his value here is questionable. This thought trail made Ashlock realize again how fights worked in this world. Swarm tactics aren't advantageous. No matter how many weak Redclaw cultivators I throw at the worm, it will never falter as its body, and chi can easily resist attacks from those below its cultivation. Ashlock mused as he felt the worm rapidly approach, therefore, it's the heavy hitters on my side that matter, and they need to be varied in skillset and affinity, otherwise, I risk losing to a weaker foe due to them having a counter affinity. Ashlock hummed to himself as he looked at the mountaintop. The worm was still a way out despite its speed. Ideally, he wanted to make this the final battleground so he could unleash his trump card, Consuming Abyss, and penetrate the worm's defenses with void chi. If swarm tactics don't work, I should draw it to a spot where all my heavy hitters can strike it at once. Ashlock mused to himself while Larry patiently awaited his orders. Larry, stand as far from me as you can while still being at the edge of the runic chi gathering formation and unleash as much chi as possible. Larry crawled backward, away from him, and perched himself at the very edge of where the silvery runes lay. Cocking his massive head, he asked, Here. Yeah, just there is perfect. The worm will arrive soon, but it's drawn toward chi. I wanted to emerge away from myself by using you as a distraction. Ashlock slowly explained to his loyal pet, so you must jump out of the way at the last second. Do you understand? Larry grunted in agreement, and the ashen halo orbiting his crown of black horns began to spin faster. An immense pressure descended as Ashlock felt the full force of Larry's cultivation. Then, as if unable to stay contained, the ash halo rapidly expanded until it was like the rings of Saturn and orbited around Larry's enormous body. The rapidly moving ring of ash generated a whirlwind that violently rustled Ashlock's leaves, making his thick black branches waver slightly. In times like this, he was thankful that Larry was an ally rather than a foe. If he could train Kaida up to this level of strength, he would feel much more secure. What would an ink affinity serpent at the grade be capable of? Ashlock looked forward to it. The silvery lines of the runic formation suddenly began to glow with power as the formation got to work, trying to absorb the sudden abundant chi in the air and transfer it down into Ashlock's roots, which he resisted by pumping the last remnants of his star core chi into the formation. He didn't want chi to be transferred toward him. Ideally, he would like to appear as a random tree of little interest so the worm would target Larry and the formation rather than him. This whole plan was risky and heavily relied on the worm targeting the greatest source of chi. If he miscalculated, he would find himself in the maw of a mountain-sized worm that could crush him with a single bite. You know, it's in times like this that I wonder how the hell the world tree in the center of the Celestial Empire ever reached the monarch realm without being mauled to death by monsters or chopped down for spirit wood by greedy cultivators. While mumbling to himself, he almost missed seeing Maple open an eye and snap his paws, making the runic formation go from glowing silver to a blinding beacon of chi. In fact, so much chi was being forced into the runic formation that the silvery metal began to liquefy and boil. If the worm ignores all this and still aims for me, then it's not my fault. It's just blind. Ashlock joked with himself, trying to stay optimistic. If he could survive a cloud titan crushing him to death, why shouldn't he survive a stupid worm? Come on, Ashlock, what tree has ever feared worms? The mountain began to tremble as the worm drew closer. Ignoring the fear gnawing at the back of his mind, he went through his mental checklist one last time and suddenly remembered something. His vision blurred, and he eventually arrived in the cavern deep within the mountain. The place was already faintly shaking due to the rapidly approaching worm, with bits of rock tumbling down from the ceiling and splashing into the slow-moving stream or flattening the flora. Douglas stood behind Elaine, using his large body to shield her from the falling debris. The falling rocks broke into dust as they impacted his head and back. Without further hesitation, he sent a flash of chi through the mountain and summoned a portal right before them. Elaine's eyes went wide, and Douglas cracked a smile. Seems salvation has arrived. Ashlock didn't know why he was acting so dramatic. He could always have used his earth affinity to tunnel out of the cavern or just walked out via Bob. There should be no reason Douglas felt the need to stand and protect Elaine here. He could have just left with her. He felt suspicious of Douglas's overly heroic actions, but he had bigger things to worry about, so he dismissed it for now. The duo held hands, stepped through the portal, and emerged in the courtyard of the white stone palace with matching black masks obscuring their features. The Red Claws naturally welcomed them with respect as Ashfallen members, and Ashlock hoped that Elaine wouldn't run her mouth and ask questions. Moments later, the rift back in the cavern collapsed, and despite his roots being so intertwined with the structure, the whole place trembled as the worm began to shoot upwards. Until now, Ashlock had just felt the distant tremors of the worm's movement, but now he felt its progress toward the mountain's peak in a very unpleasant way. Pain as if he had shoved his foot into the rotating blades of a combine harvester overwhelmed him. Holy shit! He screamed in his mind's space as he reeled back his consciousness. Now all he could feel was a distant dull ache and the intense shaking of the entire mountain. Unable to track the monster's movements without experiencing the excruciating pain again, Ashlock waited patiently for its emergence on the surface. Then, as the dull ache got louder and louder, he shouted through the tether, "Larry! It's here!" Larry curled in his legs before jumping to the side just as half the mountain peak exploded in a surge of rock. A great shadow loomed over Ashlock as the grotesque slime-covered body that looked like a skyscraper-sized diseased intestine eclipsed the sun. Its body then curved in the air, and its abyssal mouth of razor-sharp yellow teeth dripping with molten spirit ore that had made up the now-destroyed chi-gathering formation, turned toward Larry. Seeing so far down the monster's throat was harrowing as its body convulsed and globs of poison dripped between its teeth and melted the stone below. After a brief hesitation due to the pain of his roots being torn through and literal tons of rock raining down on his branches, Ashlock activated his Consuming Abyss skill and mentally selected the Void Affinity option. A timer appeared in the corner of his eye, ticking down. He had 5 sacrificial credits stored up, so he could use his skill for 5 minutes. That's all the time I need. Ashlock shouted as the mountain peak became enveloped in a lake of pure void. Tendrils of void like an abyssal kraken emerged from the lake and shot toward the worm's body. As much as its size gave it many advantages, it also made it unable to even try to dodge the impending void attack. The worm, intelligent enough to notice a threat, tried to swivel its giant maw away from Larry and toward Ashlock. Its skin shimmered with dark brown flames as earth chi coated its skin for protection and pressure so immense he thought a literal star had been dropped on top of him, causing half of Ashlock's branches to snap in half as they couldn't resist the excessive gravity from the worm's star core, which was undoubtedly a few stages higher than his. I see that size doesn't only work well for me. Ashlock cursed as he identified that this monster likely had a star core that wasn't fist-sized. It might even be larger than his trunk-sized star core. A screech that blew off all of Ashlock's remaining scarlet leaves escaped the monster's mouth as the void tendrils from his Consuming Abyss skill impaled straight through the thick earth chi flames as if it wasn't even there and skewered the creature's body. It was fascinating to see how different a void affinity attack had been compared to the fire lance the Redclaw Grand Elder had unleashed only minutes ago. Ashlock's guardians weren't idle either. Larry opened his maw and sent a powerful ball of ash into the worm's gaping mouth. It burst, and soon enough, the worm had millions of spiders crawling around inside it. Things were looking good until the mountain shook even more, and the worm began to fall forward toward Ashlock. Now he was one strong tree, but having a monster that likely weighed about as much as a skyscraper falling on him when his chi reserves were near empty was far from ideal. Maple, who had remained sleeping on his branch this entire time, seemed annoyed that the worm was blocking the sunshine as he slowly got up. Then, there was a shudder in reality as Maple vanished into the void realm and reappeared, standing defiantly in the air beside the falling worm. He reeled back his tiny paw and thrust out. There was the briefest moment as the worm's body rippled, the immense energy from the punch desperately trying to find somewhere to go. Then, after rippling a few times, the worm's flesh seemed to give way to the tremendous energy flowing through it, and like a popped water balloon, it burst. A plume of poison accompanied a literal surge of grotesque black blood and pieces of worm. Like a building experiencing a demolition, the explosion traveled down the worm's body until it paused just below the surface. With pieces of worm skin draped over his bare branches, black blood trickling down his trunk, and with no soul fire to burn it off, Ashlock felt genuinely disgusted. But he did his due diligence and checked on his foe. Is it dead? Ashlock wondered as his spiritual sight drifted across the mountain peak and he cautiously stared down the giant hole with streams of poison and liquid silver pouring down into the darkness below. Confused, Ashlock looked a little closer and saw that the darkness was alive. It then tore open, revealing thousands of freshly grown teeth. It let out an awful screech, and then the mountain rumbled. Ashlock still had his Consuming Abyss skill running, so he commanded the void tendrils down into the hole, but to his surprise, the worm wasn't interested in revenge. Instead, it retreated downward and back into the depths of the earth below. There was a long silence as Larry, Maple, and Ashlock just stared down at the giant hole that went through the center of the mountain. The tunnel did cut into the cavern but had mainly avoided it, so his alchemy farms were fine, but the runic formation they had spent so many spirit stones on had been gobbled up. At least we hadn't started on the concealment array yet, so those high-grade spirit stones haven't been wasted yet. Ashlock didn't know how to feel about all this. Neither side had explicitly won. They had destroyed its head, but it had somehow cut its losses and regrown its head. Although Ashlock hadn't died, the monster had taken away all of his chi, significantly damaged his mountain, and eaten the formation Stella had spent so much effort on. Looking around the mountain peak, he saw massive chunks of flesh and teeth everywhere, so he quickly turned off his Consuming Abyss skill and then unleashed his black vines to devour what was left. Got to get something out of this mess. The sound of teeth snapping and large chunks of flesh being dissolved filled the courtyard. To his shock, he also noticed some of the chunks of flesh slowly turning to wood. It seemed his cursed blood had started morphing the head of the worm into a tree. Then, finally, a system notification brought Ashlock out of his sour mood. Plus 100 SC. Huh. He was surprised by the rather large sum. He hadn't been left with much to absorb after the explosion, and he estimated he had only devoured a small part of the worm's overall length. That entire monster should be worth well over 1,000 credits. Enough for another S-rank skill draw. Ashlock suddenly felt hunting down that monster might be a good use of his time and resources. As he looked around, Ashlock breathed a sigh of relief. His concealment technique was flickering and still active. The frozen space shattered as a man on a flaming sword crash-landed and barely missed the enormous hole, landing near Larry in a heap. Stella was also sent flying from the back of the sword and caught herself on one of Ashlock's branches. Tree. She whisper shouted. Are you okay? Without Chi to answer her, he opened his trunk and revealed his demonic eye that glared up at her. Stella gulped as she let go and dropped to the blood and flesh-splattered rock below. I'm sorry I brought the Grand Elder here. Stella's eyes begged for mercy. I was just so worried as I saw the whole mountain tremble from afar but couldn't see through the spatial concealment and feared the worst. Ignoring Stella's pleas for now, he turned his demonic eye to glare at the reckless Grand Elder that was brushing the blood and guts off his robes. He froze when he felt Ashlock's gaze on him. The man instantly knelt despite the condition of the floor, splashing black blood on his face. He then clasped his hands. This useless one greets the esteemed immortal. Ashlock let out a long sigh. Despite the seemingly doomed situation, perhaps this was a golden opportunity. Through his roots, he could feel the injured worm retreating out into the wilderness and back toward his wall of demonic trees. That worm was worth far too many credits to let it leave so peacefully. But there's no way it's dumb enough to come back here after discovering I have void affinity. Ashlock's gaze drifted between his sect members, whom he considered heavy hitters. He had grown an abundance of cultivation resources, enough for everyone, even the Grand Elder, Douglas, and Elaine. So maybe it was time for him to send everyone into the mystic realm for a team-wide power-up. And then they could go worm hunting. Nobody messed with his peaceful mountain peak and got away with it.